Ludies and gentle cakes, welcome. We're back. Slightly different scenery and slightly different view than what we had the last time you saw the beloved blue background, but we're back finally with our remaining games for our ACCL VibePay Spring Invitational. Of course, joining me is the man with the best beard in the Call of Duty scene, Mr. Pablo. How are we, sire?
Marvelous for a Saturday. I'm really excited for this. This has been building quite nicely. Obviously, it was a massive shame we weren't able to do it on the weekend, but I mean, at the end of the day, this has been probably as heavy online COD as any other, so it seems fitting, I suppose, to round this out with a few games on a Saturday, and already seeing a few very interesting results come through, Mr. Chafin.
Yeah, so we'll take a look at the bracket, because there is a lot of games that will be going on today, so we'll obviously try and keep you guys posted. And one of those games, obviously the one that we are covering, is that one at the top, game 55, which is Katana Gaming versus Team Ricochet. We've got Mistaken Esports that managed to drop, unfortunately, to Brand New Day, so they fall through to the losers bracket. Brand New Day, they will progress, obviously, through to that winners final, so a good performance from them. And then we'll take a look at our losers bracket. Obviously, we've chopped off the early stages of it because there were quite a lot of games, shall we say, that were powered through. But we've had one result come through already, Pabs. XC Nation knock out Insight Gaming in a 3-0, which is a very big shock. I think that what we were, anyway, not expecting to see.
See, I don't know whether CD's team had another pickup and whether that's affected how they've played as a unit. You know, loads of great individuals, but not necessarily, you know, totally cohesive. And on land, CD was absolutely frying. And obviously, we saw Milo and that just go, you know, providing the entertainment in the background. So it's a real shame that we're back online, but XC Nation doing, you know, absolute business right there. And again, a surprise result, but this is what we get when we move from land to online. I guess we're gonna continue to see these kind of results throughout the day.
Yeah, so obviously you mentioned kind of the slight changes in roster, and a quick shout out to Hams for the gifted sub. What a beautiful, handsome man. I hope you're recovered after yesterday's session, Hams. But we've got obviously slightly different rosters for this one as that were on land, so we'll run through them. So I believe Kelsey's team is Incentive, if memory serves me well. So that's Kelsey, Genesis, Dizzy, and Sketchy. Obviously, Kieran's team in Team Ricochet that we'll be watching right now. Pretty much we're just waiting for the lads to lobby up. Is going to be Ross J, Fudzy, Jocker, and Divil. The boys of Mistaken are going to be Johnny Snake, Runner, and Crookie. And then Brand New Day is going to be JC, Wiley, Isaac, Pack, and Ali. Lenzo's team, which is the team I believe, which is XC Nation, that knocked out CD's boys in Insight Gaming, which is Lenzo, NT, Yoz, and Focal. And then DB is actually subbing in for them after 5 PM. We've then got the boys of Adept, I do believe, which is BB Connor, Henry, PT, and Stuss. We've got the Excalibur main team, which is Kays, Kyle, Scotty, and Joel Decimate. And then the Katana Gaming roster as well that we're covering here. Chaxter, Keza, Aroma, and Brezzy Pablo. So obviously no Joey Gizmo, but another bit of COD royalty thrown into this roster. So Mr. Heffy just keeps managing to provide a good team of 4 for this Katana roster.
I mean, I'd go as far as to say that's a step up. I mean, this is, you know, one of the again, another story player, but someone who's played, you know, right the way from the top all the way through to challenges, but is someone who just is super consistent. I think every time I've casted over Brezzy, even his team gets beat, he is just the most consistent player. He's always positive. So in many ways, you know, like for like swap, but I honestly think Brezzy, you know, might have the edge over Gizmo, but I mean, I'm sure we'll see as the game progresses. But this isn't going to be an easy tie for either team. You know, we know what Team Ricochet are about, we know what they're capable of, and we know just how hungry they are for this.
Yeah. So,
and I'm sure Kieran is going to be watching intently as well, just hoping, you know, fingers crossed that his team can do it. But that Katana team is just, it's dirty, isn't it? Really, it's filth from top to bottom.
One thing I would say, though, is never count out a Team Ricochet roster. We've seen this set of players, obviously, with a slightly different change on this one, with no Klausy, obviously Divil coming in to the team, but you never overlook a Team Ricochet roster. We then obviously got Iconic, which is going to be Mr. Paddy, Major, Infinity, Gifted, is it Hooge or Hudge, and Hunter. And then Insight Gaming, obviously, which have now been knocked out, was CD, Milo, Theo, and Higgy. So Higgy was obviously filling in for those boys. And then finally, last but not least at all, the handsome quad of iniquity, which was JT, Destroy, Nako, and UB. So pretty much every team that we run through, Pablo, for any game that we're going to cover this evening is going to be very stacked with a lot of talent. It's just a question now of trying to predict who goes where and who progresses through, because already we saw a game that we thought, right, okay, this is probably going to be a one-sided affair potentially. Nope, 3-0 to the other team. So we are again in a situation where we're just made to eat more words, which we'll probably be doing throughout the entire duration of the day.
Yeah. And bowls a hand, spoons a hand. I think we do this more often than not, but yeah, I think it's going to be a day of surprises. And again, just be prepared for any kind of result. Again, we're back online, so it could go anyway, and maps are going to be, you know, again, we talk about it all the time, where this game can be won and lost out before the bullet's fired. So map choices, I'm just wondering how long memories are from the LAN, and how much information really is being gathered about each team, you know, going into this, and you know what their preferred maps are and that kind of stuff. Your mouth's open. Why is that open?
Well, we were speaking of Katana, and the man chief himself, Mr. Katana Heffy, a very short man, I must say. No, I'm joking. Absolute man mountain of a man. He's just gifted 10 to the channel. Thank you so much, Heffy. I would have the C button, but I don't have it for this invitational. Sorry, guys. Apologies. But thank you very much, Heffy. I'll drop you a DM as another thank you later. Thank you very much, buddy. But sorry, Pablo, you were saying before my gob hit the floor.
No, I just saw it. It was like something beautiful's just happened, surely.
So let me drop you a message
absolutely.
in the chat as well.
The Heffy coming in with the love. You've got to love that.
Yeah, what a true gent. What a true gent. And a huge shout as well to Katana, because they brought a lot of support down to that land, didn't they? They were obviously one of the big crowds, especially when we saw he's now popped up in the chat actually, Mr. Dashi, his team there for Katana Pyro. It did seem to make a difference having that little bit of added support, because every single time it was like a mini green wall kind of sat behind the boys of Katana Pyro, and kind of the ring of
green,
of
white, and orange
spectators.
wall.
Yeah, literally. It was very much a case of large support.
That was one of the concerns for Scalp, was that the spectators were limited because of the size of the venue, and they would bring, you know, a ton of fans with them, so they didn't really get that kind of blast behind them. But going into Newcastle, I think that's a completely different kettle of fish. I think you're going to be looking at like 20% of the seats sold are going to be, you know, from Scalpians. So I honestly cannot wait for that.
One game after all of this that I would love to see is Katana versus Scalp. That would be brilliant to have that amount of support from both of those teams kind of go there, and obviously giving each other loads of rubbish across the stage, and obviously kind of building up that LAN atmosphere, because that's the main reason why having LAN back is so good. And with all the additional stuff that Prezzi's put in place, obviously having it at St James's Park, which I'm sure will make his knees weak, and as he walks up the steps on the day that we go there. But it's an incredible, again, another opportunity, fingers crossed this time without the technical difficulties, on a bigger stage with more teams, more fans. I mean, you can't really ask for more.
No, it's going to be unreal. I mean, the fact that they've got that technical support in place now, so it can go off without a hitch. The fact that he's probably, I mean, I think he's already discussed the issues with the BattleNet and Activision issues, so they've all been dealt with. The fact that it's got this huge spectator, venue where people can go and watch it. The fact that we've going to have, dedicated interview area, dedicated casting area, dedicated areas for warm-ups. I mean, it just really bodes well, and the fact that they're able to do it for a wider range of teams, so it's not as limited, is going to be fantastic. So, and the fact that everything else is provided by St James's, so from security to whatever, so the admin guys can literally concentrate on doing the job that they need to do. So it's going to be, I think this is going to be, we said it at the end of the last LAN, regardless of what happened, that ACCL, Prezi, Bailey and that were in the best position to provide a LAN in the UK because of the experience they got from that LAN. So it's one step back, but it's like 15 steps forward because of that one step back, which is exactly what you need, that learning curve. So it's really exciting. It's offered a lot of opportunities for a lot of organizations to come in and be involved as well, so expect to see some big names, some big companies taking part in this event as well.
That's ideally what we'd want to see, isn't it? Obviously, because when the sponsors get involved, you then get bigger prize pools for the players. We can then produce better production, a better show for anyone who can't make it to the venue, and for the people there at the venue, if we can sort out a better production for those guys. Obviously, we had the esports bars down in Sheffield. I think if we had the show going in Sheffield, those sports bars, I don't know if you saw them, Pablo, with all the tellies. To be fair to them, they looked brilliant. I know Heffy and the lads went down there. The RAF guys were telling me how good it was, and they were saying if everyone was going there, and obviously, unfortunately, with the technical difficulties, we weren't able to bring the production as much as we would have liked. But again, a really good venue where you can kind of get everyone together just makes a huge difference. Even on the Friday when we were just setting things up, seeing people in person, obviously having a little bit of banter with them, a little bit of a laugh, getting everything set up. It was just a lot more refreshing after the past, say, 2.5 years with all the kind of the COVID stuff that's been going on, to be able to sit down across to people and see them play literally in person. Obviously, the roaring and the shouting, even through the minimal games that we got to kind of broadcast, the amount that we saw in person where people were screaming across each other and chatting loads of rubbish, and it was just a beautiful thing to behold, really. It's just kind of what the COD scene you'd want to be became at that LAN. As difficult as it was just literally a tiny portion of it that we got to see, and it was still really, really good.
Yeah, it was amazing. I mean, don't get me wrong, for players like myself who literally can't shoot straight anymore, I was stood behind runner watching them play a dome free-for-all, and I just put my pad in the bin. Straight away, I was like, it's chalked, it's no good, because some of these guys are just so incredibly capable at this game, and, you know, aside from that individual skill, they then can go into a team and just execute strategies at such pace that it's just mind-boggling. And, you know, you see that map control that they can get and just dominate teams when they want to. So it's just it was so exciting to see, and just the passion in there was really good as well. And, you know, it's crazy for people sometimes. They speak to me and say, like, how can you get so excited about it? It's like, you've got to be there and see it. You've got to see, like, it's, you know, it's more exciting than, you know, playing five-a-side or doing something else, you know, especially when there's money on the line as well. It's just got that next level of excitement about it. So and we get to do this like all the time. It's just, you know, it's a privileged position in many ways, and, you know, it's definitely one we don't take for granted, and why we put quite a lot of effort into the production and into making sure, you know, we want to care for it, like, you know, so that we're able to deliver a good package, but also because we want to, you know, relay that excitement across to the viewer. And obviously in Newcastle we're going to have that opportunity to do it to a live audience as well, which is going to be awesome. I can't wait, honest to God, give me that microphone.
So yeah, guys, just coming back to the series though that we are about to cast. The lads are now lobbying up, so we should be started very, very shortly. We do have maps for this one, and we've got, as Mr. Proper would like to call it, Pablo, the Big Mac of maps. We've got a double Berlin either side. We've got a nice Tuscan in the middle, and kind of sandwiched in between them is a double Bocage. So it's a mixed bag here for this map set, for a very, very established group of players. So is there any particular set of maps that you might favor one team over the other, or are we just kind of sitting back and just going to say, let the boys let rip, let them do what they want?
It's a tricky one, isn't it? Because, I mean, you would argue potentially the Team Ricochet would favour the smaller, more chaotic maps. They're potentially, you know, the lower seed out of the two teams. So, I mean, it's a tricky one. But, I mean, the likes of Brezzy and the likes of Chaxter are going to absolutely... You know how much Chaxter loves a Bocage search and destroy. Yeah. And, I mean, give him a Bocage hardpoint. If we get to a map 4, I mean, Chaxter could be absolutely destroying folks by then. Obviously, the likes of Berlin, either end of the map, probably going to be leaning towards the Aroma type of play, and probably would have leaned towards Gizmo maybe. But again, Brezzy is a superbly talented player with a ton of experience. He messaged me early today to say that he's not 100% comfortable at the minute. He still thinks that he's off the pace in Vanguard, but his off the pace will probably still be absolutely frying everyone.
I was going to say, his off the pace blindfolded with one hand tied behind his back is probably about 10 times the amount that we could offer together combined. 100%. So I'm pretty sure he'll
performer.
Yeah, so we'll have to see how these guys get on. Obviously, Team Ricochet, we've seen so many times where they've not necessarily been the biggest favourite in a matchup, but the unity of, especially their core three that they've got, obviously with the addition of that fourth man in Divil, we're used to seeing them provide at least consistent performances. It's one where if the other team doesn't show up, they punish you for it, this Team Ricochet team. We've seen it time after time where the other team hasn't rocked up to the party, and it's a Ricochet 3-0, and everyone's going, oh, okay, well, those boys have got through. And obviously at this stage now, with winners semi-final, whoever comes out on top of this one goes straight through to winners final and guarantees themselves top 3. So important game here to save one of these teams doing a little bit of a loser's bracket run, because it is quite still a substantial run at this stage, especially against the teams that we've still got left in the tournament.
Yeah, it's vital, really, if you for the sake of sanity, that you don't want to be trying to make your way through what could potentially be a very difficult losers bracket, especially where there's a couple of teams in there that could provide could potentially be a banana skin for you.
Yeah.
And, you know, at the end of the day, when we think about the team that's going to go through this, they've got to face Brand New Day, who are easily the hottest team right now. I mean, they've just been on fire the last month. They've been, you know, they've decimated everyone in front of them. I think they were so unlucky to not do it in the Toronto Cup. I think they just got edged out in the end by Mistaken. But I think they've since then they've beaten Mistaken twice. So they've assimilated that information, got the information they needed, and just really been able to use it. So this is going to be an interesting first few games. But I think obviously Team Ricochet definitely want to avoid dropping. But it's going to be really difficult for them. But again, yeah, I've got the kind of the big man himself, Ross J, there is going to be motivating them along. You've got the focus from Fudzy as well, so it's a good opportunity for them to really put the pressure on this Katana team, where Keza, you know, can sometimes have an off day, and Brezzy obviously coming into it as a pickup is going to be, you know, is the chemistry going to be there? Is the communication going to be there? We know Aroma does a lot of that kind of micro communication almost incessantly throughout the game, so it's whether that's going to work for them, or they're going to try and rely on the firepower of Chaxter. So many different, you know, avenues to approach this from. And realistically, Team Ricochet probably the most cohesive out of the two teams. So in terms of their ability to strategize, communicate, and do things effectively, you would give them the edge. It's just that, you know, Katana have got that name recognition in there.
Yeah, and oh, Mr. Forbid dropping 245 tig old biddies. Thank you very much, Mr. Forbid. Saw him at the LAN. What a handsome man. Thank you very much, buddy. And he said, it's not a normal stream without some itty bitties for me. Great to see you both on the cast now. Yeah, hopefully we can bring you guys as much excitement as we're going to be portraying in this one. But it was interesting you said, Pablo, you flagged up Chaxter. I think Gabe as well is going to be an important factor for this Katana Gaming roster. I know in recent weeks he's kind of been beating himself up quite a little bit on the timeline with kind of performances, and obviously his expectation for himself, where he sets the bar, is obviously incredibly high. So he's probably another player that, because he's got a lot of reps under his belt, he puts a lot of time into this game. You're hoping now that this is his opportunity to finally get his foot in the door, finally get something over the line, because a guaranteed top 3 is a very, very good thing for this roster, I think. And if he can do that, then he might take it a little bit more easy on himself than he does on Twitter, because he really does beat himself up, apologies, quite a lot of the time, when not necessarily he needs to. But it will be interesting to see how he fares today, because I think him and Chaxter especially, they're going to be the players that you're looking to. And Mr. George with the 95 biddies, thank you very much, buddy.
I mean, you've got to think that he probably plays this more than any other individual outside of, you know, the top 10 ranked in the world, who are grinding their entire life out on this. He is up at 9, he's streaming from 10, and he's playing Call of Duty right the way through till, you know, 10 at night, and you know, fitting 3 scrims in there and whatever else he needs to fit in, including events like this. So he's probably got the most experience hands-on with Vanguard than any other player in this tournament. So it's not a surprise that he beats himself up, because he's such a capable player. He's very, very intelligent. He does a lot of work outside of the game in terms of just, you know, trying to strategize, trying to, you know, work out what the other team's going to do. He's very conscientious when it comes to VODs and things like that. He takes it very seriously, regardless of how, you know, amiable and how vibey he is on stream. He takes this very seriously. So, you know, it wouldn't be that surprising if we see a final form Aroma start to emerge from this event going into the latter half of the season, because in particular I think he wants to be that player on a Sunday. He wants to be right the way through, and I think he's looked at someone like Dizzy's team and getting through to T3 and just thought, I should be there, like I'm a capable player. So it doesn't surprise me that he's motivated himself. But yeah, I mean, I expect big things from him as much as he expects big things from himself.
Yeah, so guys, we are now loading into our map number 1 here in winners semi-final between Team Ricochet and Katana Gaming. And as I always mention, guys, if the stream does die, which I'm touching wood that it doesn't, don't worry, it will be back. Vanguard just likes killing my computer on the odd occasion, when it tends to matter as well. So don't worry, if it does drop, it will be back very, very shortly. But we're now loading in to our map 1 here for the Berlin Hardpoint. Team Ricochet up against Katana Gaming. We've seen a few siders already on the timeline. I know Daniel was looking to see, I think he had Katana Gaming, so it'll be interesting to see what Ricochet can bring to the table here. But looking at this one, Pablo, this is the structured map, isn't it? This is the one where organisation rotations are incredibly key. And with this level of player, you would anticipate that that's all we're pretty much going to see from these lads consistently.
Hopefully, yeah, hopefully we're going to see some brains come out of this, and vast improvements on, you know, the kind of lower levels of the ACCL. We're already seeing Keza with a nice early shot and Brezzy is going to back that straight up as he drops Fudzy. And this is the thing that concerns me, you know, regardless of how kind of like little time these players would have had together, they are quite disgusting individuals. And if they're able to just rotate effectively, this could get really difficult for Team Ricochet, who've already got a mini fight on their hands right from the outset, as that P1 just dominated. Finally, we do see Fudzy, though. We expect the Fudzy to go big. We want him to see that focus. He gets a 2-piece to start the match. Big plays, 2-1 right now, but they're managing to get a bit of time back, and this is exactly what we wanted to see, Major, was some parity and a little bit of equality so that we get to see kind of like an end-to-end matchup.
Yeah, and now Brezzy's got a lot of work because there's a few players on the rotation. The Purple Arrows are starting to storm. Katana Gaming had quite a few early bodies over towards this P2, but they are going to find themselves down a few men, but Chakstar and Keza going to combine for 2. Ross is just on his lonesome in the hill for the time being, while he's got Jokka just above him. You can see that Keza's just toying with the chance of maybe pushing in, and he's going to fall. So, nice couple of kills coming through for Team Ricochet already, starting to push this lead out. Jokka's now on a 4 streak as well. They've got to be careful not to feed him too much here, as he is just going to frantically check all his corners. Keza, he manages to win the gunfight that he probably shouldn't have. He punishes him for even missing just a singular bullet, and it's already getting messy. But the time at the moment, Pablo, just still seems to be purple, but the boys in red break in.
Yeah, finally. I mean, they're going to do it on around about the 20-second mark. And again, it just goes to show how valuable you cannot chalk a hill at 25 seconds. You do need to continue to try and break that. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself in a terrible position. Chakstar showing us what he can do with an SMJ as he puts Jokka into the dirt. Though huge plays from the big man, and a man capable of doing in 4 meal deals in one day, putting that power into his arms. Unreal performance from him. 72 and 23 though, Katana Gaming, despite some early slaying power, just not able to turn this into time. And you know, we have this conversation all the time, Major, as Fudzy goes and drops another 2-piece. Fudzy and Jokka 7 and 3 right now. Unreal plays that, you know, you've got to be able to turn these kills into time. This is that kill to kill time efficiency that we talk about all the time, and right now for Katana it's not happening. Finally they reach P3 though, and it's going to be down to those purple arrows to start to pin some move in. Yeah,
much better there from Katana. Keza wins a big gunfight inside the hill, as he still continues to soak up time, but Jokka has managed to slip through the net before he does get traded out by Aroma. And a little bit of back and forth inside the hill. Still 20 seconds remaining on this one, and a big chunk of time here. And Brezzy with 1. Brezzy looking for the second as well onto Ross. Good couple of kills coming through there from Brezzy, the latest addition to the team. Jokka going to look for the 3rd on the 3-piece, but he's not going to be able to do it. Katana will soak up that scrap time. You can see Pablo, Team Ricochet, they are ready to go for the next hill.
Yeah, and look at that. They're already going to have a fight on their hands. It's going to be Ross J with a big job. He's got to deal with the ever mobile Chakstar. And number 6 in Brezzy was making his way around, but it looks like he's been dealt with as well. So Chakstar decides to go around the front. He thinks he's going to surprise that player. Number 3 is going to get overwhelmed there. Still not dead. Finally does drop, and that's going to leave Fudzy in the unenviable position of trying to push from the front. A beautiful break there from Katana, and really putting to bed the fears that they you know, communication and organisation might be a problem with what is essentially a pickup team, as they managed to just, I mean, that was a beautiful bit of strategy right over to that P4 place. So right now they're going to swallow up a chunk of time, take the lead, more importantly, with 24 seconds remaining on the kill. That has been a valuable push right there.
Yeah, Keza, I was going to say, slowly working his way towards a glide bomb. So it's a big kill from Jokka. Although they are trailing, at least they guaranteed no streaks on the side of Katana. Chakstar just looking to mop up a couple of the remaining players. It will be Keza that goes to get that remaining scrap time. It looks as though Fudzy's got some god timing there onto Gabe, so he falls. And now already battling for that P1 side. We've seen it quite a few times already, Pablo, haven't we? Where teams, even on the P5, we see so many of these battles going down in towards fire, ready for the next hill, because we know how hard this hill can be to hold.
Yeah, absolutely. You could see Chakstar just taking up a position inside P2, just looking maybe for someone to push through just so that he can get the spawns. But it looks like there's going to be a change in attitude and a change in strategy from the boys in purple as they look to consolidate a good chunk of time to P5. And again, not the most straightforward hill to try and get time on. Obviously remains quite contested a lot of time. Brezzy tries to get the picks, manages to drop the player through the wall, so a bit of penetration goes the way of the Frenchman there. And P5 looking very, very good right now, remaining good for Team Ricochet. They've got a slender lead though, Major, as we do transition to the second rotation with only 15 seconds remaining. 110 to 107, and right now no one truly getting to grips with this game. Not one player maybe standing out enormously in this game. So really the second rotation I think is going to start to separate the men from the boys.
Yeah, so This is the one thing that Katana kind of banked on, the fact that they do have the rotation. Ross is working an angle, though, down towards the outer, and he does manage to take down one. Brezzy's in the hill. Can't manage to mantle up, though, in the nick of time. Kezza's going to manage to clean him up, so good control coming through in the early stages of this hill from Katana. Kezza's going to get in the hill. He's going to get tagged up quite considerably, and the nade of Jokka will finalise that kill. After he was incredibly weak, so now Katana are going to be in a position now where they're going to have to punch their way through from the front. We know how difficult this hill can be to break straight when you're going head onto it. And now Ricochet pushing out more time. There's one for Jokka. There's two for Jokka as the red arrows start to drop like flies. And Team Ricochet, they didn't have that early rotation, Pablo, but they've got a huge amount of time from this P1. And Katana Gaming, they have resigned to the fact that they've got to rotate early.
Wow, you call him Jokka or call him Dropper, because he was dropping Katana Gaming like no other, and this is going to require them to chalk it completely, and unfortunately they get gunned down towards that dock side. That is going to leave Chax there. He gets gunned down as well as Divil spins and gets the kill, leaving Team Ricochet with a solid opportunity to get some time, but those red arrows are starting to pinch it in from a number of different angles. But Ross J there to provide the answer, nearly gets the second, but Chaxter and Aroma managed to duo up to get some control, but they need to get set up now as those purple arrows just try and respond as quickly as possible. And you can see Brezzy in number 6 there, just on top of the balcony, trying to get some kills. And it is going to be a bit of a contest, Major, as you see this hill being fought over quite strongly.
Yeah, much better here from Katana. This is a huge amount of time that they've managed to muster up here on this P2. Not necessarily the easiest one to do it on, but they are winning gunfights in those important locations. Kezza still alive in the hill for what feels like has been an absolute eternity. They are going to finally collapse onto him and clean him out, but they have managed to reduce that deficit. It is now potentially going to get pushed back out, though, unless Chaxter can win a big one-on-one onto Ross. There's a freebie. An extra 15 seconds maybe on the cards here. Jokka will look to take one man down. It looks as though Brezzy's just going to get back inside the hill. And at the moment, it doesn't look as though Katana Gaming, in terms of slaying anyways, Pablo, they're not quite at it just yet. But if anything is going to be kind of a shining light for them, Jokka's going absolutely huge here for the boys of Team Ricochet. And they've only got a slender lead. So if Katana Gaming pick this slaying up, this might be a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen this kind of turnaround before with, you know, one team is getting great kills but just can't turn it into time, and one team are absolutely slaying out, but the lead isn't huge. So right now we're in that position. Jokka 24-16, having an awesome game so far, and this is going to be not checking his corners. Ross J going to get dealt with. It's a nice push there from Katana Gaming, going from that P2 to P3 transition really effectively, and Chaxter looking to make up trouble of himself, but he is going to get dealt with again by Ross J. So big opportunity for Katana to be able to bring this back to level peg, and they have done that. But they've got to defend from the front as the boys from Team Ricochet try and kind of belligerently push their way through the front doors. And it's not the smartest technique, but when you've got players on fire like Jokka, when you've got players with the accuracy and focus of Fudzy, it can sometimes work to your favour. And already we're seeing this kind of fight going around that L shape all the way around to that P4. So Warehouse, I think this is going to be vital right now. I think if one team aren't able to contest this hill, it could be game over. Yeah,
Divil's just going to lay down and wait for reinforcements here, because he has got Ross working his way down the outer lane. But with the MP40, it's not going to be the ideal gun, and Gabe's going to back him up there with some shots from the auto. So Katana Gaming again, they're back inside the hill. Ross just trying to stay alive for the time being. There's one for him. Can he snap onto Gabe in the back? Yes, he can. Nice work from Ross. Oh, I thought for a second he might maybe get the third onto Chaxter as well, but a big couple of kills coming through from Ross, and what it's going to do now, Pablo, is just allow them back on the hill. They're over that 200-point mark, and these seconds now are going to be dripping in their favour little by little, but they are slowly edging their way closer now.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, over the last rotation, they've just looked fairly solid. You know, it's been a very kind of systematic kills. Nothing too spectacular. They've had good time. They've broken kills. And when they've got in, they've been able to hold them, which is something Katana Gaming have just struggled with. They've been there for trades, and we've seen great moments like this where the players got a two-piece, but they then haven't been able to make effective time. And as we see that hill change, it's just too little too late. And with only 20 seconds needed, the boys from Katana are going to have to go huge. Now, memory serves me correct. The first rotation, P5, Team Ricochet almost took all the time. So big moment right now for the team in red. And you know, I'm sure the whole of Ireland, fingers crossed right now.
Yeah. Divil flies out. His teammate's going to help him out there. And you can see that Gabe put a lot of shots there into Divil. Not going to get the kill, though. But meanwhile, Katana, they have done a really good job of just keeping Brezzy alive on the hill. Saying that, though, commentator's curse comes through once again, nice and strong. And now They've got to get Ross off this hill. Big kill from Chakstar. Huge kill from Chakstar. Yeah. They need to still get bodies on that hill potentially to soak up the scrap time. But more importantly, they're going to have to try and work a bit of a rotation here. Chakstar again. Another important gunfight. There's still a few more Ricochet players nearby. He does have the help of Brezzy, who needs to try and get the picks. He's not going to be able to get one, though. Does make Fudzy weak. Chakstar nade into the office. Manages to clean him out. He's getting pinched, though, from Ross. So Team Ricochet, they've got a lot of control at the new hill. But now can Aroma go huge here? Needs to get the contest in. There's still one man remaining. Slides it onto Fudzy. He can't win the gunfight. Fudzy wins both. The trades are nearby, though. Brezzy takes down one. How many more can he grab? There's still bodies left, right, and center throwing themselves at this hill as Ross gets another couple of kills. Keza looking for two himself. He's not going to be able to, but Gabe is still alive inside the hill. It's getting really messy. Gabe just needs to try and stay alive here. Team Ricochet got to compose themselves a little bit, but the wall bang comes through, so the time isn't going in their favor anymore. But Brezzy, 1, Brezzy, 2, snapping onto the third, potentially as Chakstar chops him down. Katana Gaming, they're so close to getting this map done. They only need 5 seconds left. Ricochet, can they punch in? They're getting cut down left, right, and center. It's not going to happen, and it is going to be Katana that gets it over the line in map number 1.
Unbelievable performance. What a turnaround, and consistency, experience pays in the end. Unbelievable work from the boys of Katana Gaming. Aroma and Brezzy going huge at the end there with a couple of 2 pieces between them. Absolutely unreal performance right there, and you've got to give it up to Chakstar. We said the big man can fry. Well, he absolutely drops the numbers there, and definitely MVP for that round. What a performance, though. The determination right the way through to the end, and that is the characteristic of a winning team right there. At no point do they give up, even when it's chalked. They just carry on until that 250 hits.
Yeah, it is never chalked, as they say, as Major Maniac likes to say. So map 1 goes in favor for Katana Gaming. An incredible first map there for us, Pablo, as neutrals. We can't really ask for much more from that one. And now we go to another mixy map where we're used to seeing a lot of round 11s on a Bocage Search and Destroy. But that was the thing we flagged up halfway through that map, Pablo. If Katana managed to get their slaying going a little bit, it might be a position where they're going to be able to get that done. And to be fair to them, at the end, they did, and they took the map.
Yeah. Oh, it's crazy just how good they did then. It was absolutely wild. I mean, just looking at some of the statistics there in terms of non-traded kills, Keza getting 22 is absolutely huge. You know, we look at Brezzy, we said he's a solid player. He usually goes positive, 22 and 25, but he gets 1 minute 42 on the kill. So big score for him. And again, Team Ricochet, you mean no slouches. You've got to look, though. Divil, 18 and 25, 1 minute 52 seconds. So whether, you know, that lack of slaying power really towards the end, as we saw the likes of Jock and Fudzy trying to go off at the end, just not enough. But then we see Aroma start to get 2 pieces, Brezzy start to get 2 pieces, and that just started to really turn things around. An unreal performance at the end, and you know, mind-blowing really when you think about how close they came to defeat.
Yeah, and if he just had a heart attack, I can imagine he's there maybe with a pint shaking towards the end of the map. But yeah, an incredible start there from both respective teams. It shows to kind of put to pot what kind of firepower that we've got, especially in this winners bracket. And the boys here between these two looking ahead to who they will potentially be lining up against, which obviously will be brand new day. So map 1 goes in favor of Katana, and you can see that brand new day just waiting for them in that winners final. And obviously down in the other side of the bracket, it is going to be Iconic Esports, Pablo, that managed to beat Iniquity 3-1. I believe that's Paddy's team in Infinity that knocked out JT's lot. So they go through to play XC Nation. So again, 3-1. Quite surprising, although it's not a complete blowout. But I mean, the boys of Iniquity probably going to be a little bit down after that one, because we know kind of the expectation that those players, especially JT, sets for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. I think JT obviously wanting to get set up for a trip to Toronto, potentially wanting to play as well as possible with his team. But again, just one of those things, isn't it? Someone's got to win, and Iconic managed to do it. So good performance from them. Infinity, the big man himself, Gifted, Hudge and Hunter, obviously together as a team, performing very, very well, and probably appreciating being back online for today. But you can only win what's in front of you, and they've done an absolutely cracking job there.
Yeah, so just waiting on map number 2 for the Bocage Search and Destroy to get underway. I think everyone is in the lobby and ready to go. But yeah, I wonder if we'll see a sniper, Pabs, because it does make it interesting on Bocage when we do see the sniper and they do manage to get those important picks down, especially down towards the B site. We've seen it, obviously Super is the man that we always flag up time after time, of kind of the first main person that we saw rocking the sniper on this map and doing very, very well with it. So it'll be interesting to see whether both teams opt to go for that, or whether they'll try and go for their kind of their bread and butter with the typical setup, because it does make a difference if it's going well.
I think it's important on this map now that the bomb's outside. You can use it to kind of suppress that left-hand side and allow your team to push up towards that A-bomb site. Again, it wouldn't surprise me if we don't see it at all. I think Super's just a freak of nature. He's just one of the most capable players in the world. So it's easy for him to try and pull this off. We talk about another great sniper who doesn't really pull it out on the Bogage S&D. Lucky, so someone who is so comfortable with the sniper, but will just rock the AR or just go with a much simpler approach towards this Bogage. Again, I'm not sure how effective it's going to be for a team like Katana, who are going to rely quite effectively on Chaxter and players like that with the SMG. I am going to have to go and get the door though, because I'm the only person now.
That's alright. I'll quickly flip us back to just to a bracket graphic so you guys can see how this one's going. Obviously, if you guys do want to see the bracket yourselves, you can put exclamation mark bracket and it should be good to go. So the lads are now starting up for everyone's beloved favourite map, Bocage, Search and Destroy. If you get this one in rank, you just hear a universal size through the headsets. But Team Ricochet now, if you guys did miss the first map, they did drop it to Katana Gaming. Slightly slower start from those boys, but they managed to take it 250 to 241 as we now load in towards map number 2.
Let's go.
Mr. Pablo has now returned, so just waiting on the boys for the countdown, and we should be good to go on this one. But looks as though Katana Gaming going to be on the attacking side first here, Pablo. And obviously we talk about the bomb site change, going to the external part of it, but regardless of how many tweaks they've made to Bocage, it's still kind of a very, very messy map that we like to refer it as.
Yeah, I mean, a Bocage S&D is equally as messy, I suppose, in many ways, as a Bocage hardpoint, but First Blood's not massively important in comparison to maybe Tuscan S&D or a Berlin, where players can still kind of rock, two pieces quite easily because of the map geography. So they still will be looking for a First Blood to get that advantage, but again, not the most vital thing in terms of potentially winning the round. We are going to see Fudzy towards the back, just trying to provide some suppressive cover so that they can't get that bomb towards A. And is it going to make them kind of have a rethink? But no, it does look like a heavy stack from Katana. So you can see Chaxter tries to break into the old A building, but he gets dealt with, and it's going to be Kez who gets the trade and manages to push through. Fudzy manages to drop Aroma. As we hit that 40-second mark, Keza is going to even things up major to 2v2.
Yeah, so Keza has got bomb in hand. It looks as though they're still toying with the idea of getting this bomb down at the A site. No, chalk that. Don't listen to me. They're going B. So Joker, is he going to get info? He's not. Keza, bomb will go down. Will Keza run straight into the sights of him, though? He will. And Joker makes him pay for it. So it's now going to be Brezzy. Last man up, 1 versus 2. Joker and Divil still have to try and defuse that bomb, though. So Brezzy has got that on his side, at least. And now there's one for him. Brezzy, hello. Makes the first pick. Goes into tower. Divil's going to be right in the open. Can he win the gunfight? And Brezzy, there we go. He's back. And he gets a nice little 1 versus 2 to suit.
And it still baffles me that Paris Legion dropped them. Unreal player, absolutely superbly consistent. And there you go, 1v2 clutch. Now, we know Bocage is probably the most clutch heavy of all the maps, and almost impossible in every other one, but the great play nonetheless. Really clever play by Brezzy, and he goes big, and that's going to be 1 on the board for Katana, asserting a bit of early dominance over Team Ricochet.
Yeah, so good start here from Katana and Brezzy. They now get ready for the next one. Fudzy gonna get for 4th. Oh my goodness. Jaxa opened the window and he just caught quite a few auto bullets straight to the gob for it. So first blood goes in their favour. He will take the man down with the bomb. Brezzy's going to actually manage to dip out as well. So now a good position potentially here. Gabe's going to get an important pick as well to take Jocker down. So now 2 versus 2. But Fudzy and Ross, they're going all the way around the back here. Are they going to read this? Brezzy turns around and he manages to get one. The trade's going to be there. So now it's a 1 versus 1. Ross, J versus Aroma. Aroma just going to try and play for info to see if he is moving anywhere over towards that B site, but he's not. Ross just going to try and get this bomb down at 8.
Yeah, looks like he's pirouetting and spinning around to try and get a bit of information, but he's not going to get it. He is going to get onto bomb, and he's probably going to give himself the maximum amount of time to get that down. So Aroma, I mean, he's coming from a decent position. He's going to, he knows no one's going to be behind him, so
yeah,
good opportunity for him potentially get a little bit of information. If he's a bit patient here, the time, and he might have been able to get a peek on Ross J, but Ross J still going to come around through tunnel. This is a bit of cat and mouse going on right now, Major. The timing could be perfect for Ross J here. Takes a totally alternate route. I think he's got some information though, and I think he's going to use that to try and get around the back of Aroma right now.
Yeah, Gabe's going to try and get the kill. Last minute, did Gabe get the defuse? Did he get it? Oh, I don't think he did. No, he didn't. I think he picked it up at around 7.2. You need the 7.5, unfortunately. So he's not going to do it. It was an incredibly good read by Gabe, but it's not quite close enough to be able to stick the defuse on top of it. So Team Ricochet, courtesy of a little bit of patience there from Ross J, manages to help his team get that round on the board, and we're tied back up to 1 round apiece.
Yeah, beautiful play. I mean, he goes to so many different areas where he can see the bomb site. He knows it's not being diffused. So really clever play in the end by Ross J to get that round on the board. And Aroma, really not a lot he could do there. And again, just reads the timing perfectly, but it's not going to go in his favour. So 1-1 right now. Team Ricochet fire back quite nicely. I did think this would potentially be one that might run away from them. But right now, Brezzy being the hero of Katana Gaming, 4-1. Real performance. Quite a split across Team Ricochet. Again, Devil seems to be on the struggle bus, bringing that form back over from the hard point. So still looking for the first blood. No one down as yet, and Major Chaxter's got one.
Oh, Keza. He's leathered Devil up top with a few bullets, but no first blood as of yet. There's still a whole minute to go here. Fudzy just watching the outer lane on the A site, making sure that nobody pushes down to that tank, because it does opt to give the team who are attacking a lot of control if that bomb goes down, and they can keep the man alive on that tank. But now bomb is going to be stuck. Chaxter just retreating inside for the time being. Now, when is Fudzy going to make the move? Divil's going to get a pick. Keza surely going to be dead to rights very shortly. Is he going to get tagged up? Yeah, it's going to be Ross that takes him down. And now Chaxter, he's got a lot of work to do. He's going to fall, and now it's all on Aroma. 1 versus 3. Jocker spots him in mid-map. Jocker takes him down, and it's going to be a clean retake, it must be said, Pablo, for the boys in purple. What
a jump shot from Jocker towards the end there, and absolutely beautiful. And you talk about clean, the shots were immense. But Team Ricochet, again, I started to be concerned that they were going to get flexed on a little bit, but they just played that beautifully with effective trades. And in the end, it is going to be Jocker just checking down mid, manages to drop Gabe there. And that's going to give them that 1 round advantage. It's still fairly tight, and Bocage can go anyway. And, one particular bear we haven't seen raw in this game so far is Chaxter. And we know at any given point that he can get his big paws out and cause absolute mayhem on this map. So 1 and 3 right now, but don't expect that to stay the same as Katana get put under pressure. Devil has got bomb. You can see the pre-fire coming out from Aroma. It's not going to be effective. I think he's going to have that information, though, Major, that this is a strong push. Woo!
Jesus, well,
blown away.
They've sent the whole army there. Chaxter's going to try and reinforce some players. Bomb goes down. Can Chaxter get the second as well? Chaxter gets 2. Big couple of kills from Chaxter, but now Keza, again, Katana are in a position where they're going to need a little bit of a clutch. He's just going to stick the defuse here. Are they going to check this Jocker? Looks as though he's just opting for it. Surely checks it. Yep, and another kill goes through for Team Ricochet. Another round on the board. They now push that round advantage out to 2. And it was a right idea from Keza, but unfortunately just couldn't really get on it quick enough.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we shout this all the time. Just get on the bomb. Is it worth really trying to do a 1v3 clutch when you could potentially just utilize the miscommunication or the confusion and get the defuse? And I think what we're seeing now, Major, is that conversation we had earlier where we were talking about potentially Katana Game and having that pickup in Brezzy causing some issues in terms of communication and strategy. I think that's starting to come to the fore as Team Ricochet, who've had a longer period of time together, and I know Ross J, Fudzy have played with Devil a lot before, so especially in Vanguard as well, so they're not entirely new, but that is an enormous amount of kills. And Katana Gaming, Major, left again in a clutch. This time though, it's Keza.
Yeah, again Keza, second round running. 1 versus 2 is required. Team Ricochet at the moment are just kind of turning it into almost like a quick team deathmatch. They're just throwing bodies at a lane, and they're managing to make it pay with efficient trades. So Keza does now have bomb. Is he going to try and take it? It looks as though A site is the decision, and it looks as though it should be a good one. There isn't currently anyone nearby. You can see the 2 arrows from Team Ricochet going all the way round the back. He's just going to tuck himself away in the corner. You can see those purple players there slowly edging their way round to the site. Looks as though they're just going to try and play for trades here. Oh, the timing. Maybe for Keza, is it going to be good or is it going to be absolutely awful? Ross J's now on the defuse. Keza's got to try and stick this. It doesn't look as though he's going to be able to even spot him there. Surely he's got the idea that there's going to be a man on the bomb. Keza, can he take him off the bomb? No, he can't. It's going to be a defuse. Some quick, efficient work again from Team Ricochet, Pablo. They now lead 4-1. They're looking very good on this.
Yeah, looking very, very solid for an S&D team right there. And again, I just think they're flexing that greater time together, and honestly, they deserve it as well. Some really quick plays, they get the trades, they get the kills, and often find themselves in a positive differential in terms of lives, and then they're able to utilize that to get the bomb down, and again, leaving Keza in that quite awkward position. And right now, you can see across the board, with the exception of Brezzy, everyone negative on the side of Katana Gaming. So, really nice response to what was a superbly close hard point.
Yeah. Brezzy grabs a pick. Fudzy replies with one of his own. And a nade from Brezzy is going to manage to weaken up, I believe, Jocker. It might not have been him. No, it was Jocker. And now he's going to do a little bit of ring around the roses. So this time, Team Ricochet, they're going to be the man without the advantage. And now Fudzy, he finds himself in a clutch situation. But now he's got to go through 3 Katana Gaming players. Brezzy, Gabe, and Chakster all locked in. They're not currently very close to each other. Gabe's going to get forced to back up, and you can see now that's going to be the green light for those red arrows just to push up a little bit. Pablo, try and reinforce their nearby teammates and try and make the trade here. And it looks as... Oh! I was going to say, Chakster maybe going to get the pick. He's not. Fudzy makes him pay.
Oh, Fudzy with some incredible shots there. Chakster goes into the next round, and it's going to be a 1v2, and it's going to be a Roman and Brezzy who've got to deal with this right now, and Fudzy has got the bomb, so I think you can see right there, number 1 in Brezzy taking up a pretty sensible position. You think he's going to see the scalp of Fudzy, and he's going to take it straight off. And a nice response from Katana Gaming, a lot more caution coming into their play. You could see the one time they do get aggressive with Jax, that he gets absolutely bodied. So, again, we talk about this all the time, Major. We talk about, you know, prosperous teams are the ones that can get bodied in the first few rounds and assimilate and then just regurgitate that in a fashion that allows them to respond effectively. And right there, Katana Gaming doing that beautifully. And on the back of a solid performance right out the blocks from Brezzy, we said he was a quality pickup. In many ways, I think a bit more experienced than Gizmo at the highest level. So we're starting to see that come to the fore right now.
So again, Team Ricochet going to get everyone locked in. It's a very, very precautious approach, this one. Oh, and the stun there from Jackster literally hits the corner of, I believe, like the gable wall on the building and just kind of comes straight back and clonks him straight on the head. So, Katana, they're going to try and work this bomb over towards this ace side, but Ross is in the corner. Jackster's going to fall. Are the trades nearby? There's one for Keza. He will get inside. And now it's going to be important, but Brezzy's not going to be watching over the top of him. Keza gets the second, and Brezzy gets the third as well. So now Jocker, he knows where he is. Brezzy spotted him. He's going to tag him up a little bit. You can see, though, it looks as though Keza might be able to get some good timing onto him. He knows where he is now. Jocker, is he going to manage to slip away off the top rope? He is going to manage to just about get away by the skin of his teeth. But he's still got to go through 2 players. He's been spotted again. They're still going to try and work this one. The bomb does go down. Katana just going round and round. Does spot one. He knows that Brezzy's here. Oh, he goes for the chow and he wins it as well. But the trade comes through. Katana, breathe a sigh of relief. Get another round on the board. And now 4-3.
I was going to say, if Jocker manages to win that round, he's going to be picking bullets out of his bum for about 5 days, because he managed to get away from about 3 people, but in the end, he does finally get dealt with. And again, sensible play from Katana, and they're just starting to utilize that little bit of information they've garnered over the previous 7 rounds, and just starting to look strong. Again, Keza 6 and 5, starting to get a few on the board, and it worries me that if Aroma and Chakster, in particular Chakster on this map, if he gets any more involved, Team Ricochet could find themselves very easily on a kind of mini reverse right here.
Oh, now only trailing by 1. However, Ricochet will get first blood. Is he going to open the door? Peekaboo.
Oh,
Divil just catches a fair few bullets straight to the dome there. That's Divil. Down he falls. 3 versus 3. The bomb is down over towards that side now. So Katana Gaming, at least now they know what they're working with, Pablo. They know they just need to try and keep the man off the bomb.
Big moment for Fudzy here, though. Is he going to check his corners? Because right now he's facing down an Aroma battle. And that's a beautiful jump shot there. Prone blocked for Gabe. And Fudzy's going to make that a little bit of an advantage at 3v2. As we see, Divil did still fall, and we've got Ross and Fudzy. Ross J gonna get bombed. Chakster with some windy shots, gets punished for it. It's gonna be Ross J, and it's gonna be a 3v4. And what a beautiful response right there from Team Ricochet. and in particular on the back of a great piece of a reaction play right there from Fudzy as he bodies Aroma towards the back, and he manages to back that up with a two-piece right there going top granny. So nice play from Team Ricochet, put themselves on the precipice of bringing this match and this series back to parity, Major. But it's still, I would still suggest, you know, Katana Gamer have still got something in the tank. I think they can still potentially produce an upset right now.
Yeah. And now 1 round away from tying it up. So Katana gonna have to compose themselves a little bit here. What is the play call going to be? Jaxter's got bomb, but he is on his lonesome over towards the B site. Again, a rather split approach here from Katana. Just trying to feel out where these Ricochet players might be. Nader's going to come over the back, and it lands right next to Keza. So info does come through for the boys in purple, but at the moment we're just waiting for that first blood. Where is it going to occur from first? You can see that Brezzy having a couple of engagements, and the nade there from Keza is absolutely pinpoint onto Divil. As soon as he peeks the corner, Gabe's going to get a pick as well. So now 2 versus 4. Ross and Jokka have got to try and retake this bomb site again. It's not going to be easy with the 2 of them though. Are they going to try and stick the diffuser? There's 2 players inside. He's going to say hello to both of them.
Oh, and they're both
There's
alive.
now Jokka 1 versus 4. This is not easy.
No, I think after being in a round where he was 1v3 and now he's in 1v4, this is just so difficult. And with so little time remaining to do it, I think he's potentially got to go more than huge right now. He finally gets dealt with what was got to be a 1 in a million situation if you're going to pull that off. And that's going to be 5-4. Katana still looking pretty strong. Team Ricochet still 1 off, bringing this series back to 1-1. And in the end, it is going to be Keza 10-6. The young man hits double figures, and Katana still looking pretty strong. But Team Ricochet only need 1 aggressive round, I think, where they get fortunate with the trades to put this to bed. But right now, the question, Major, is are their nerves going to hold in this situation? Have they got the ice in the veins?
Yeah, and a quick shout out to Rapids for the raid. Thank you very much, buddy. And bringing over the people from one of the other streams for some of the other games. Thank you very much for your help and support, buddy. So now Ricochet, oh my goodness, the aggression is going to pay off maybe again for them. Ross just goes straight towards Granny's, and there's another one for Fudzy. So now Jaxter and Aroma, they're in a really awkward spot. Oh, Jaxter just absolutely fries Fudzy there. I thought he was dead to rights. He isn't. So now it is a 2 versus 3. They still need to try and play for picks now. And Ross is just tucked away in the corner. Oh, he spots Aroma. This might be the final nail in the coffin, maybe. Because now Jaxter's alive. All alone. 1 versus 3 required from Jaxter. If anyone can do it, it's going to be him. Oh, Ross J spots him, though. Ross J cleans him out. And Team Ricochet hold on the search, Pablo. And they tie up the series.
Yeah, I mean, they looked solid for that from about round 3 onwards, where they managed to get themselves into that 2-1 position. Did think it was going to potentially be a banana skin for them as they got to 4-3, but in the end they're able to see it out, and a great performance from them across the board. You got to look at Fudzy 10-7, Ross J though 9-8 across the board. Actually, only Divil really still continues to struggle. Again, you feel that if Divil starts to warm up and play well, that this could potentially go Team Ricochet's way. We do head into a Tuscan control though, and this could go either way really. I know the boys from Katana have had hit and miss performances on it, and we know that the boys from Team Ricochet looking very solid in the more strategic game mode. So this again, it's going to be difficult to pick. I'm definitely not going to be planting any flags anytime soon. But that because S&D was so back and forth at times, but you just felt that if Jaxter was able to get into the game a lot earlier on, I think that would have been a completely different game. If obviously Brezzy was able to get the support that he was given to the rest of the team a lot earlier, that's a different match for Katana. But 1-1 probably seems about right now in terms of the capabilities of the 2 teams. And as we head into Tuscan control, again, not really that much to put between them.
Yeah, I was going to say there's not really much separating these guys at all, whether from what we've kind of observed in the game, but also the scores as well. Obviously, if you guys did miss map 1, 250 to 241 to Katana Gaming, 6-4 to Ricochet in the search now sees us tied back up again. And we go to a map, Pablo, where 3-2s are pretty much the bread and butter on a Tuscan. So it's going to kind of come down to potentially whichever team can either make the break on the attacking side, or obviously whoever can get that most progress done at B. We've seen it a few times where teams, just from hitting B off the start, get that maybe 1 or 2 ticks that is the difference maker and puts them on the defensive side. So we're going to have to keep an eye on how these boys try and take this approach, whether they just try and get their ticks done right off the rip, because we've seen a couple of times where teams have gone B, it's not gone well, and then they've really struggled to even get the A point done, sometimes not at all. So it'll be a big marker here, especially in this opening round, especially if one team can maybe rob that first round on the attacking side.
Yeah, I think, you know, for a team without you know, maximum slaying power. If they've got a disadvantage, maybe send one to B, hope that they can win that one gunfight and get some time, but obviously use it as a distraction. If they win the gunfight, it's going to pull people from A to try and defend that B point. So that is a nice one. Again, though, if you have got like ultimate slaying power, if your team is so proficient at killing, then a B stack is a reasonably good idea, because obviously you're going to get that one kill and you're going to be able to triple stack the kills. So a couple of options open to you. Again, don't be surprised if Katana on the attacking round do start with that strong B push, but again, it's about psychology. This very first round is probably the most important one in terms of settling your psychology. Are you going to go for the easy option, try and get control of A, get that done, and then have that kind of belligerent war that we see over towards B time and time again? That's the big question. For Team Ricochet, I just think it's going to come down to complete strategy. Like, they're not going to be able to massively hang with the entirety of Katana gaming in terms of gun skill and in terms of raw aggression. So this is going to come down to how they strategize, and right now it is going to be Katana on that attack, and they go for kind of more standard A push, try and get that A zone done and try and get themselves settled psychologically and get a bit of a foot in the game early doors.
Yeah, Divil going on a really quick pinch here. There's a couple of players that turned around at the worst time though. Aroma, he will fall, and now here comes the pinch. There's one for Divil, there's two for Divil, mopping up the pieces. There's still going to be another man in Keza around the corner, but Keza holds strong. He has been very good for the side of Katana Gaming so far. The first tick's done, the second tick is now pending. Just going to put a couple of bullets into Joker as those players push through. Surely the call that one man has managed to slip through into you is going to get picked up. The contest, though, from Ross will be there. We still wait. You can see, though, on the minimap that Divil, he's nowhere near any of the action at the moment. So this site, although he's going to be blocking anyone from pushing down that side of the map over towards B, they are going to find themselves a little bit outnumbered. There's the two-man kill feed, maybe three. Yeah, Jackster, nade, and shots alike combined for a couple. And now Katana going to get that A point done pretty much shortly, it seems.
Yeah, it looks like A is going to go the way of the boys in red, and that's going to give them around 2 minutes, just over, to potentially get that B point. And you've got a little bit of control. It looks like they're going to push through top church and try and get across towards radio. You can see there's already some presence, and number 5 is going to find himself with a lot of work to do in Joker. He has got 2 players there, and they're going to have some early control. And obviously, with that kind of attention being paid towards that Keza, great opportunity to get that, but it is going to be Divil drops him on ramp. So again, Team Ricochet just doing enough, and it's a nice setup, but it's still going to be Brezzy just playing his life and just making sure that he can wait, but he gets dealt with in the end. So a nice defense, a major Team Ricochet with an early life lead, 4 lives going into this defensive hold, and, you know, B characteristically very difficult for the attacking team.
Yeah, Divil is just flying at everyone at the moment. He sees a red dot, he runs. He's now 4 in a row. Is it going to be the same outcome? No, Brezzy with some really good shots there, just to fly around the corner and take him down. See Keza just going to try and traverse over mid-map. Oh, thought for a second he might get Joker as well, but clean shots there from Joker means that that's not going to happen. Katana now down to 13, trailing by 5 lives, so they've got to be careful not to let them leak too quickly, as Fuzzy, with some clean shots, grabs another one. And at the moment, it looks as though the slaying is definitely favouring one side more so than the other. Gabe struggling at the moment, currently at 1 and 4. So if they can get a little bit more out of him, Katana might be able to get an opening to get on the B point. Brezzy is now on it, but we know how hard it is to stay alive on this point sometimes. He does have help, though, from Gabe.
Yeah, a little bit of support coming in. Joker's going to be there to just make that support irrelevant, and we can see a team wipe right there as the kill feed goes entirely purple. With 6 lives remaining and only 39 seconds, you would suggest that the next push is potentially the final push, and that's big kill if Keza can get it, but he's going to get taken down. But Aroma is going to be there for the trade on Joker, and it is going to be 5 lives remaining with 27 seconds. This is potentially the last opportunity. You've got to play Eliza. Oh my days, Jackson rolls back the months and gets an absolutely huge pick, and right now the boys from Katana about to swarm. If they're able to get these picks right now, this could be problematic, but it is a 2v9, so they are going to get swarmed, and with 3 full ticks remaining, this is still going to be very difficult. But Aroma can't be taken off, and finally it's going to be left to the French pickup in Brezzy. Paul Brezwinski not able to do it in the end, and Team Ricochet, I mean, you would argue a pretty predictable result in the end, but I mean, Katana pushed it to the wire, and you can see the quality they have got, just putting the boys in purple under pressure.
Yeah, we saw glimpses of it from Katana. It's just the consistency throughout the round that we'll need to see, especially on a Tuscan when you're on that attacking side. You need to just keep it going. Unfortunately for them, they weren't able to. But Team Ricochet holds strong on their respective defensive ends, so now it's going to be up to these boys to see if they can work something on the attacking side themselves. And it looks as though, again, a couple of players going over towards there. Keza, though, punishes Divil just for even peeking the corner for a split second. Gabe with a clean nade right off the rip. Ross has got himself into bottom church, but he has been hit with a stun, so I do believe that Brezzy knows he's down here. Brezzy, good work. Really strong start here from the boys in red, Pablo. They are not allowing Team Ricochet to get anywhere near the point.
Yeah, I think as well, even if they tried to go across towards that B point to the big man himself, Jackster, even though he's on a 4 and 10 right now, did seem to get a few picks towards the end of the latter round. Would have been there, but that's going to be a Roma with a beautiful T-piece, but immediately followed up by Fudzy, who goes 1, 2, 3 and drops 75% of Katana. And nice plays there, just pushes right through the geography, and Fudzy can't be stopped, Major, right now, going absolutely on a tear. Huge plays. He's on a 6 streak, 1 off the glide, and he's going to just dip and think he's just realised how close he is potentially to get what could be a round-winning piece of ordnance.
Yeah, Fudzy, 6 in a row. Looking for that 7th. Just waiting for that next player to potentially pick off. Divil's going to try and just push through for a bit of information. He looks as though he's going to be the bait. We've got to be careful because there might be a few players out the back here. Brezzy being one of them. But now Fudzy, is he just going to play this patiently? It looks as though he is, but Gabe's around the back here. Gabe might get some god timing onto him. There's a huge kill. Gabe spots him, and he takes him off of streak, so it won't be any glide bomb for the side of Team Ricochet. Nothing to be used on this attacking round. That was a big moment there, Pablo. If they got that glide bomb, that would have been huge for them to maybe try and break this B point.
Yeah, and it's, you know, when you think about the quality of the plays they've got to hand, they can utilise that so effectively, push the boys in red out and stack that kill. And, you know, worst case scenario, they get 2 ticks and then it allows them to regain potentially for what would be 2 or 3 more attempts with the remaining 1 minute and 18 lives. So that would have been a big moment, and Aroma does really, really well to potentially remove what would have been quite an embarrassing round. I'm sure Katana don't want to lose a defensive round, but they're doing well right now. They've got the 2-life advantage. Jack's about to get dirty over in spawn, not able to finish the kill, and Fudzy able to do that. Fudzy on a tear right now, playing superbly well. 14 and 6, Major. He's more than double positive, and that's exactly the kind of performance we saw him from at LAN as well. So, you know, good transition between the two formats and maintaining that kind of quality. Ross J a little bit on the struggle bus, 8 and a level. It's good to see, though, Divil managing to back his team up finally. And surprisingly, Major, it's Brezzy and Chaxter dropping the bombs right now. 9 and 12 and 8 and 14. Not able to get into the game and, you know, struggling to get positive.
Oh, this is important now. There's a lot of players on the point. First tick will at least come through, but nades, and more nades. The holy hand grenades just raining from above, and Gabe going to crack down one player, shoots Joker for the second. And now Katana in a strong position to see this round out potentially. Now they've got 3 players, though, Team Ricochet, working their way all the way around the back. They've got to be quick, though. They haven't got a huge amount of time. And Gabe is just watching this push all the way around the back. Fudzy, is he going to check this? No, he's not. He's going to get taken down. 3 will fall. Last man near is going to be Ross. Ross takes down 1. Will get traded out by Kesman with 2 seconds left. Katana Gaming will hold.
Surprising. I thought they probably would have steamed through Church, and they were just a little cautious. I think they were worried about players potentially at the back. But at that point, when you know that you've only got that one opportunity, you do need to throw caution to the wind and just kind of like go to feed the hill, hope for the best, and hope that you get a little bit of, you know, choose the right angle, choose the right place to pre-fire, and hope that you get a couple of picks. Unfortunately, not going to be the case for Team Ricochet. Katana, you know, hold strong in the end, and we do see Chaxter and Brezzy start to edge towards being positive as they go to double figures. So Katana starting to flex a little bit, but still, you know, very, very much a game for Team Ricochet to lose. But Chaxter with that huge jump shot, and we talk about it time and time again, Major. It's going to force these guys in purple all the way around the back. It's a pretty easy read. Number 4 in Keza is going to be looking down that ramp area, so the pre-fire and suppression goes out, and that's going to be 1 tick already towards B. Ross J with a huge kill, though, is that kill feed. You know, if you're a Katana fan, that is a worryingly purple kill feed right there. Aroma last alive, and he finally gets dealt with. But Major, they got that one over towards B, which is more than it's happened at any point in the game so far, and now they're going to be heading towards A.
Yeah, Katana got that 1 tick over B. Team Ricochet did get 1 tick at B in the previous round, so it will pretty much just put them level pegging now, considering that they should probably get the A point eventually. But it looks as though they're still going to throw a lot of players over towards this B site, and now this is the difficulty. This is the one we flagged up before. When players start to push over towards the B point early, if they don't get control of A, it can be difficult because there can be players to pin them back. But a big kill from Brezzy is going to open up the lane, and they're going to go for a 2-2 split here, Pablo. So Team Ricochet, they've got to decide stick or twist.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they just deal with the problem at B because you can kind of accept that you're going to chalk A. You can accept the fact that potentially the attacking team are going to get that A point, but you do need to protect that one tick over towards B at all costs. Your big problem now is going to be that tick, the amount of ticks. Is that going to favour Katana Gaming towards the latter part of this control game, especially if it goes to that game 5? So big moments really to think about right now. You probably do want to try and invest a bit of time into this A so it doesn't get dealt with. It does look like it is going to go eventually the way of Katana, but it's so little time remaining. It's only given them 121. And with 15 lives major left to do, this is a big ask, potentially, but they've got that extra tick, which is something the boys from Team Ricochet, I believe, haven't done so far.
No, they did. Ricochet did get 1 tick. They got 1 tick over towards B in the last round, if memory serves me well.
Super.
So they still need another one if they are going to guarantee themselves that defensive side potentially here. But now Red Arrows around the back. Divil takes down 1. The trade's surely going to be there. It will. Ricochet, they are out the back now, so they are just disrupting a couple of spawns. And Jackster gets 1 kill on the point. They've still got to deal with Ross, though, who's just trying to play his life and wait for help. Brezzy has now managed to accumulate 3 in a row. Ross going to tag him up. Doesn't get the kill. Brezzy still just trying to play his life here, just tickling Ross. Ross finally gets the kill over the line after what felt like an eternity of back and forth between those two. Jackster hunting down some trades. There's 1 for the big man. Can't get any more, though. It's still going to be Team Ricochet patrolling over the front line here, just stopping these players from pushing through. Kez is still waiting for that right moment, that right opening. And Joker, I think, realising that he was probably going to slap his own teammate in the face with a nade there, just throws it out towards the B point. But now it's going to get a little bit messy. 15 seconds left on the clock here. Aroma's on the point. If he can get the picks here, there's 1. There's still a few more players around. Again, another trade, though. It feels ever-present here for Ricochet. But now, how many can Brezzy get? Brezzy with 1. Brezzy with 2. Can he snap onto the third, onto Joker? He can't quite. But his teammate is going to be there. Keza needs to hop on the point, though. He's not got a huge amount of time. Will take Foodsy down. On the point he goes. Can he stay alive for long enough? He's got reinforcements coming through. But with 1.1 seconds left and nades landing from above, can they get this done? Divil contest this through. It's purple. It's more purple, and they're going to get them off the point. It's going to be a round on the board for Team Ricochet, but not for any lack of effort there from Katana. They almost managed to make that one work.
Honestly, that was about as close as it gets to an attacking winning round there. Team Ricochet take it right to the wire for the defense. Unreal plays from Chaxter at times, and Keza so close to being able to get that point delivered for the boys from Katana. Not able to do it. It is going to be 2-1, and again, you would expect potentially this round to go the way of Katana right now, the way things have been swinging back and forth. Great plays across the board. You can see Chaxter still on the struggle bus a little bit, 16 and 24, but he has been getting important kills. Divil again, his form coming from the hard point again in exactly the same position, 16 to 24, and this is largely leading to what is essentially a very, very equal control land. Not a great deal to choose between these two sides. Not one person really taking a grip of this game so far. Keza the kill leader by 1 kill over Joker, so again, maybe if one player can go off, this is going to turn things around, and Roma get to pick on Ross J, and it is going to be again this push towards defending that B. And great plays by Team Ricochet. They're going to be getting slow but sure, steady progress across towards A, very close to ticking that out. If they are able to do it, Major, that's going to give them that solid 220 to try and get that B, and with a 2-life advantage, it's looking very tidy right now for Team Ricochet.
Yeah, there hasn't been a huge amount of kills coming through from both respective sides. 9 in total. Now we see the 10th as Chaxter grabs 1 onto Foodsy. Now, where are the next ones going to lie? Keza just waiting inside church for an inevitable push, and he's going to see a lot of bodies. Divil flies in. There's the first for him. There's still going to be another man. Oh my god! Keza gets the second as well, where he really shouldn't have. How on earth has he won that one? Just breaking the ankles there of Team Ricochet. Manages to get a 2-piece there that was absolutely criminal. I thought he was dead to rights, but he manages to stay alive. Ross has managed to slip through to maybe get on towards the point and maybe get a bit more attention. Gabe going for the trade, though. Will spot Ross. Can he get the pick? Yes, he can. Gabe holding strong and not allowing those boys any sort of progression over towards B.
Brezzy is an absolute beast at times, but Keza with the half moon hip fire right there manages to get that 2-piece, and that's exactly what separated the teams at the time. But Team Ricochet fell off completely since then, and now in an 8-life deficit, make it a 7, and they finally get picks. Chaxter needs to go big here, manages to get that, and he's on a killing spree. So one player who's had a particularly slow start in this control is starting to pick things up. Again, it's going to be a Roma towards that P5 build, and manages to get a couple of picks, but it is going to be Team Ricochet making their way through. Rather worryingly, though, it's going to be the big man in Chaxter coming in behind him. He's going to get a pick, but I think he's going to get taken off that street at 6 on some unfortunate timing. But Keza going to be there to pick things up. And right now, Team Ricochet going to get that extra tick over towards that B zone. And if anything, this is potentially going to give them that opportunity to get that attack and round, the defensive round. Apologies, we do see a teammate go out for Keza, but again, the nades do drop, and it's going to push them off the hill, Major. With 2 ticks gone, though, Team Ricochet definitely with the advantage.
Yeah. And now, as you mentioned, Pablo, the second tick comes through. I'm pretty sure, if the mathematics is correct, that should now be Ricochet on the defensive side. But we'll have to wait and see. And Chaxter just waiting for that inevitable purple arrow push. There's going to be a few of them. Divil first man through. He's going to drop. Rossi's going to drop as well. They're all just kind of jumping into the boiling water down below. Jocka will manage to take Roma down. And Keza going to be ever present there for the trade once again. It looks as though number 3, Chaxter's going to do exactly the same. Divil, 1 versus 9. Not an ideal situation. Manages to clomp Gabe straight round the jaw there with the butt of his gun. He's still got so many players to go through, though. It looks as though they realise. And Katana Gaming, they secure the round, but I believe that now puts them on the attacking side.
Yep, absolutely. So don't be surprised if we see that kind of classic split push. If we see one, sent over to B while the rest go to A to secure that. They've got a kind of odd psychological issue right now. Is do they stack A to consolidate the time and give themselves maximum time to get B, or do they just send that one stray dog to B to potentially cause some problems? It's going to be interesting to see how they push out. Big moment right now for Katana, who potentially, if they go behind and this next hard point is not going to be straightforward. So big moment for them. It is going to be a solid push towards A, but we already see it is going to be Fudzy drops Aroma towards L. All right, now it is going to be a solid contest coming in, but they deal with the rest of the players quite well. It's going to force number 6 out in, Fudzy out of church to try and get into middle. So a good opportunity for the boys from Katana to get a stack onto A, and 1 minute 20 still on the clock. So they do need to deal with this if they want to get the ticks over. More importantly, give themselves a maximum time. Brezzy rolls back the years, Major, with a couple of kills there, and the handgun comes out in the end. And that's going to be huge right there. 2 minutes 20 on the clock. And 27 lives, plays 23. Katana, Major, looks like they're starting to flex at the end of another round again.
Yeah, they need maybe to try and get Brezzy on streaks here, but he's behind quite a few players. He still needs 3, though. If he gets the glide bomb, this could be huge. He's only got 29 bullets, though, in his gun. He might need to try and pick one up. He knows Jocka's there. There's one for him. Ross, though. Is Ross looking for the trade? He's going to try and break a few ankles again. He is going to tag him up, Brezzy. It's going to be the bullets. He's going to get shot in the back as well, so no streaks as of yet for Katana. They don't have a huge amount of control as of yet over towards this point, but that's a big kill from Chaxter. Where's he going to go? Down towards that back alley side. Jocka, though, makes the read, clears him out. It looks as though this first wave has just been faulted just a little bit. Keza, nades and stuns alike going down towards that back alley side. He's just waiting for the players to push, but there are just purple arrows here, there, and everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. They can afford to even keep one player out towards back tank, which is going to be Fudzy, just looking to consolidate that back area to make sure no one pushes through back church, and that's going to force players to push through top church, and already they're back set up in that kind of stairwell area of P5. I've been dealt with, though. Ross J is going to fall, and Keza gets another big kick. Keza, 34 and 28. We talked about one player potentially getting to grips with this game, and it has been Keza so far. The young Scot doing absolutely, awesome work. Actually, Kez, apologies. But huge plays again. Keza with a 2-piece, and he doesn't get dealt with until Ross J finally gets a shot on him. And, Team Ricochet finally bring this back to what is a respectable life deficit, Major. With 44 seconds to go, there's still a lot of work to Katana need to do, and you can see how spread they are. You can see this pincer movement potentially about to come in.
Yeah, they're just waiting for the green light. Chaxter was trying to work his way down that side. There's one for Fudzy. The trade comes through. Can Keza get another? No, he can't. And now time is of the essence now for Katana Gaming. It's looking a little bit bleak. Chaxter's got to try and stay alive. He can't manage it, so this next final push is only going to have 3 men to do it. Fudzy gets info that they're going to try and push through that down ramp side, and there's one for Fudzy looking for another. Keza's on the point. Ross mops him up. Now it's all on Gabe. Aroma with 1. It looks as though he's just going to get shot in the back, though. Number 5, Jocka, just works the route cleanly. Number 3, though, Chaxter, he's still alive, but he's got to stay so close to the ground as there's just bodies everywhere. Nades alike, and there's going to be a nade for Ross. It might be the cherry on the Tuscan cake, and there it is. Team Ricochet take the control. A close one as we expected, Pablo, 3-2.
Yeah, it was really tight in the end, and lives came into it as well. They ended up being a kind of like only 2 versus 3, so huge performance from Team Ricochet just to stay solid. I mean, the pressure they were under at times, huge plays, and we know Keza just tried to take over that map. 39 and 32, 25 non-traded kills. It took a monumental effort across the board from Team Ricochet. You know, 2 players having to go post 30, and yeah, just crazy plays right there. But I mean, well done to Team Ricochet. But we go into Bocage Hardpoint. And again, you know, I'm unwilling to plant a flag. I can't tell you which way this is going to go. Katana could potentially go absolutely off here. But again, they're kind of AR heavy. You know, Chaxter has had, you know, not the best performance in that control. So he carries that form through. This could be problematic, particularly if Divil, you know, this is the one map where most players will put up good numbers. So Divil, who hasn't been a shining light for Team Ricochet so far, this could be his opportunity to shine and really put this series to bed.
Yeah, and obviously there's a lot of games still to go in this one. There's a long old day of Call of Duty ahead, and we will just show you guys the bracket for anyone who is just jumping on board with us. So we're obviously covering that game that is just in the blue between Katana Gaming and Team Ricochet. And whoever comes out on top of this goes through to face a brand new day in that winners final. And meanwhile, the losers bracket, Iconic versus XC Nations, and Adept Club versus Incentive. And whoever loses this game will drop down in towards that game 57 to play either Adept Club or Incentive. So the Passion Pit brewing nice and carefully, Pablo, for this one.
Absolutely.
And we've had a really good series so far. We're only just over the halfway point on this one, but we've had some really good maps already.
Yeah, it's been, you know, tight as well. The important thing is it's been super competitive. It didn't, you know, we didn't want to get into a position where potentially, you know, Katana, you know, with the players they've got, just steamroller through right to the final. They're being put to the sword right now and pressure applied to the throat. So they've got to go huge in this Bocage Hardpoint to get this to a game 5, or they've potentially got a very difficult run, you know, and I'm sure Katana, Heffy, fingers crossed, is going to be, you know, praying these guys get there. He's put a lot of time and effort and money into the Katana brand, and they want to be there. They're here to take that bag home with them. So right now, this is a big problem for them. I'm sure Kieran, the Pride of Wales, right now is laughing, but it's not over yet. And a Bocage Hardpoint, this is the realm of the Chaxter. This is where he likes to hunt and likes to put up big numbers. So this is a great opportunity for him to potentially bring this to a game 5. Do not be surprised if we see a 40-plus scoreline from the big man. And again, we expect to see, you know, stalwarts like Prezi and Aroma to do well as well. But Team Ricochet right now, between Fudzy, between Joker, and they just look really good. Ross J's provided some big moments as well. Real question is, can Divil come to the fore? I think if he plays well in this, it's 3-1.
I swear you said Prezi instead of Prezi. Maybe just my. I was going to say if Katana had got Prezi, I love you much, buddy, but they're going to be screwed if that's the case. But it's yeah, unfortunately now for the boys of Katana, they can't drop any more maps, otherwise they will drop into the losers bracket. So we are going to now load into the mixiest one of the lot in the Bocage Hardpoint, and Slaying Power, Pablo. It took a while for them to get going in the first one, didn't it, in that Berlin Hardpoint? So you're hoping now Katana, especially on a map like Bocage, they hit the ground running here, because if they don't early doors, it can start to run away.
Absolutely, and they've got a good opportunity coming from that kind of tin side straight into P1. They are going to see some players from Team Ricochet start to make their way around that back mid area. They are going to get dealt with. It is going to be number 2 in Brezzy, just picking up an opportunity to get back over towards Trench. So big moment right there. Joker wins that fight though, and that's huge. That's going to give them a little bit more coverage over towards the side and potentially give them an opportunity to get picks. And that's another big kill right there. Mike Joker going huge right now, and he's unstoppable form, 4-0, and that's going to give them back spawns, especially if he wins his next fight. And you can see how important the boys from Katana really take that threat from Joker there, forcing themselves back to try and maintain spawns for P2. Right now, Team Ricochet doing a fine job of collecting time, the available time on P1, but it is going to be advantage Katana as they spawn towards back tin.
Yeah, and Chaxter. Oh, down to 2 HP. The stun almost cleared him out. He will now regen, and this is a really good start here for P2. They just need to make sure that they keep pushing out these lanes, and Keza, a forefront player at the moment. He might spot 2 players that have just managed to slip through the back. Surely Keza going to make a bit of a U-turn there. And now he's going to try and help these players out on the point. He needs 3 more potentially for streaks. There's one for them. Keza now on a 5 will get traded though. And Team Ricochet doing what we're so used to seeing them do, Pablo, just punch their way into the hill. And now they're in a good position to hold a decent chunk of time.
Yeah, despite the kills that Keza got, you've got to kind of, you know, question the rationale of being over towards that kind of like P5 area and then having to come through barn. Again, not providing a good deal of support to any on-Russian players, so his team get wiped out and he finds himself in a bit of a no-man's land and gets dealt with. That allows Team Ricochet to get back onto the point, but again, this is now such a heavily contested kill that it's really difficult for anyone to take time. Team Ricochet do well to take a little bit of scrap time, but again, it is going to give the boys in red the opportunity to hold and get set up onto this P3. But Major, one thing they haven't done effectively so far in this barrage is you know, really hold the points. We do see a 3-piece go out for them, so 75% of Ricochet do fall. And this is the first opportunity to get a solid chunk of free time. 15 seconds turns into 20 before the boys can even get a contest in from Team Ricochet. Huge plays across from them. Ross J tries to get the shots in, but Breezy goes on a 3-piece right there. Unbelievable from the Frenchman. Looks like he's enjoying this game altogether. Said he's not played it that much. Said he hasn't got the experience. But right now he is the joint kill leader. In fact, he's just behind Jock at 10 and 9.
Yeah, and at the moment, Jocker and Keza are going back and forth here for who can put up the biggest numbers. At the moment, Jocker double positive, Keza just over double positive. And there's another one. There's another freebie onto Ross. So Keza at the moment is just roaming around the map, gunning people left, right, and center. Katana obviously prioritizing this next rotation game. He's going to get tagged up a little bit by a few shots. And Keza, meanwhile, has now managed to work himself onto a 5-street. The pre-fire, though, into Ross isn't going to be enough. Unfortunately, was a little bit too weak now. So Katana slowly edging this lead out little by little. They do have barn control, but how many times do we say, Pablo, this hill is so difficult. You need eyes absolutely everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you already see how important it is to push out. We know Keza likes to be aggressive and take up good geography, but he pushes straight into Granny's, gets a pick, backs up, allows number 3 and Jax there to do exactly the same, and this is going to be a problem. Number 7, though, Ross J managed to make his way through, but they get dealt with, so Katana stringing 2 very impressive kills together. They managed to take the first initial 30 seconds, and it looks like they're good for the last part of that, so a big hill coming out of that barn for Katana Gaming, and what is probably the most difficult kill to hold. So huge moments right there. Chaxter 14 and 7. We said that he enjoys because he's likely to put up good numbers. Question is, if they're able to chain hills so effectively like this, I don't think he's going to get the chance to put up big numbers if they keep taking, you know, 50-second hills. It is going to be Team Ricochet looking to get set up, but look at those red arrows right the way across the board. They are ready to absolutely destroy.
Look at the combined streak, 13 on the side of Katana. Team Ricochet have just hit a wall in terms of slaying. They can't get anything going. Chaxter now, he's one away from streak. Gabe, though, the nade's going to take him out, so he won't get anything to work with, potentially. And now Chaxter just going to roam around. Where is this 7th kill going to lie? Oh, he's just going to manage to get away by the skin of his teeth as he gets tagged up so profusely there with bullets. He's now going to try and get in towards the point. Surely there's going to be one for him. Yep, there's 7 now for Chaxter. Streaks ready to be used. Glide bomb is now ready. Not necessarily the easiest map to use it on, Pablo, but I suppose they won't really mind at the moment because it's now a 100-point difference as Team Ricochet, they have just not got their foot through the door in this map.
No, completely blown away. You know, Bocage is the realm of Chaxter with the kind of capability and legacy that Brezzy brings to it. Again, putting up huge numbers when you've got Keza firing on all cylinders on 19 across the board. This has been somewhat of a slaughter for Team Ricochet. You haven't been able to put a foot on a hill in the last 3 or 4 hills. Eventually managed to get a team wipe, so this is going to be their first opportunity to get their foot on a hill in the last 3. So P1 on the second rotation goes the way of Team Ricochet, but Major, they're going to need a flawless performance over the next 2 or 3 hills to even consider bringing this back. And not just a flawless performance, they're going to require 3 players in Brezzy, Chaxter and Keza to fall off dramatically in terms of kills. And already we see Chaxter with a double piece, double positive. He gets a 2-piece. Keza's going to add to his score. Between them, they've got like 86 seconds. So you add that to the 1 minute and 19 kills of Brezzy. Really good performance. So no matter what Team Ricochet do, Major, there is nothing that they can really do to bounce back. They need to go absolutely off right now.
Yeah, Keza is just chewing through players now. He's got streaks as well. So they've got 2 glide bombs now, Katana. They've got a 100-point difference in their favor as well, as it is just red, and more Brezzy. Red. There's another kill that comes through. And still a position now where Team Ricochet find themselves struggling to even get a man on the point. It is just so heavily one-sided in terms of kills. Keza at the moment, 29 and 13 on a Bocage is not an easy thing to do. They will finally take Gabe off the hill. No, the trades again are going to be there for Katana. Brezzy with an important pick. Kez is just waiting, just soaking up the time, forcing those players over towards him. He is going to get some shots into Ross, and Ross is going to get the pick, so the kill feed finally goes in favour, it feels, though, for the boys of Team Ricochet, but is it too little too late?
I mean, they're well past what we would call like that golden ratio where, you know, Katana can take time off subsequent hills. They need to get scrap time. They need to be ready for the break in the next hill, which is, again, they're not really ready. They have got the spawns, though, and it's going to take a tiny amount of scrap time to Katana, but every single piece of scrap is going to be a nail in the coffin of Team Ricochet on this blockage. They are set up quite nicely, though, towards Granny, so they are potentially going to be able to see themselves finally past the 100-second mark, which is unthinkable when you consider how close the previous games have been, and Keza just adds to his tally. He's such a pain to deal with the SMG. Look at him. If he gets that kill, I'll eat my own brain. Unbelievable performance out of him. He's double positive at 30 kills. Add to that 31. He goes post positive with nearly a minute on the kill. This has been an MVP performance out of Keza and Katana Gaming, looking very, very good so far for their time.
Oh, Brezzy shots in. Can't get the kill. But who can? Mr. Kez. There's another one for him. 5 in a row. He's an absolute menace on the map at the moment. I believe that is a glitch, though, because Glide Bomb is now out. He's just going to try and maybe section a couple of these players off, and he actually manages to land it in the back pocket of Jocker up in towards the top of Barnes. So that just sums up Kez's map at the moment. He is not missing. I don't believe this is correct. I think this is a glitch because he did die, I'm pretty sure. So he's not on an ace streak currently. But my God, he is leaving his mark on this map. There's another one potentially up top into Divil. If he won that one, that would have been absolutely outrageous. But Katana Gaming now, they want this one done. Team Ricochet, they have been absolutely battered on this Bocage hardpoint. They haven't got anything going at any moment. It feels as though Brezzy in the back. Katana still fighting for every single second of every single hill. Jocker's going to have to go huge. Takes down one man. He does have reinforcements nearby as well. Gabe will fall. Katana, they just need one more clean push.
Yeah, and 1 off 40 for Keza. Unbelievable performance. Team Ricochet not choking this, not giving up whatsoever. But Shaxter's going to be there with that incredible SMG that he just absolutely dominates that middle barn area. And then Keza spawns back out. He's got the 40 kills just on the 249, and that's going to be an absolute dominating performance for Katana Gaming as they put Team Ricochet into a body bag and throw them into the freezer. 250 to 119. Unreal performance, Major.
Oh man, I mean, we flagged up Keza. Chaxter double positive as well, 32 and 16. He's had an absolutely menacing map, and just when you look at the kills and deaths on the side of Team Ricochet, it's just so lackluster, which was incredibly surprising considering the hard point that we saw right off the start, Pablo. We did not expect a blowout like that, but either way, we get a cheeky game 5.
Mate, Keza, I think, has just put up the second most non-traded kills I've ever seen. 30 non-traded kills. I mean, you expect big numbers in a Bocage, but I think I've seen a player with 37. I can't remember back in the day, but you just look at, like, the kill-to-hill time, 4.44 for Keza. That is, like, we cast over some challenger teams, so they'll drop, like, 3.3, 3.4 kill-to-hill time. Keza's just put up a 4.4. That is an unreal performance to bring it back to 2-all. So we're going to hit that Berlin search and destroy him. My oh my, this is going to be a game.
Well, Katana had success on the Berlin. Team Ricochet had success in the search, so you can make a case for either of these boys. One thing I would say though, Team Ricochet, historically, very good search and destroy team. They've looked very, very accomplished whenever we've cast them in search and destroy, and it's normally what has pushed them through in towards the later stages of some of these brackets and some of these tournaments that we have casted. But Katana Gaming at the moment, off the back of that one, Pablo, that is morale in their pocket that they will definitely take. It was an absolutely incredible performance across the board, pretty much. I mean, Gabe was quiet in that one just because everyone else around him was just doing their job. All he had to do was watch a couple of lanes, sit in the hill, and his boys were just absolutely smashing it out the park. So good map from that team combined. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, you've got to consider that you need that for kind of like AR to sit at the back and potentially just get those picks. I mean, in terms of statistics, Aroma 20 and 22, but he gets himself 38 seconds, so able almost to put his feet up, but I guarantee 20 of those kills are going to be opening shots to allow the SMGs to get inside, allow Chaxter and Keza to go that double positive the way they did. So huge performance across the board from Katana, but again, they're going to need all their wits about them for this S&D, and obviously Team Ricochet probably going to be, you know, have that slight edge in terms of that, the more cohesive unit, the fact that they played together a lot longer. And although Divil comes into the side, you've got to argue that Fudzy and Divil and Ross J played together so many times before, and particularly on Vanguard as well, that this isn't going to be too much of an issue for them. So
feeling a little bit French. Vanguard.
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 Challenge you to a duel.
Oh, it's going to be a long day, isn't it? Oh, man. So, yeah, last map, Berlin, Search and Destroy. And we're just waiting on the lads to get this one underway. I mean, in terms of calling it, Pablo, I ask you to plant your flag quite considerably a lot of the time. I'm going to ask you to do it now because I can't separate these two at the moment. Into going into this one, you could make a strong case for either or. So, who are you going to go for? You think Ricochet are going to kind of fall back to norm and look good on the Search, or do you think Katana after that map might have something in surprise?
I mean, Katana are on a roll right now. They're firing, you know, they're not missing, but I just feel there's something about that Team Ricochet side right now. I think S&D suits them perfectly. I'm going to go with Team Ricochet. Going to go with the underdog. I think Katana have got like the bigger names, but I just think Team Ricochet have just got that better cohesion. But again, this is a 50.6 against a, you know, a 49.4 kind of decision. So yeah, it's a tricky one.
Yeah. So in we go into Berlin. And apologies when the stream gets choppy, guys. When the old pre-match stuff is loading, it's because the game is loading in the background, and Vanguard doesn't like loading very cleanly. So we are now in towards our 5th and final map here in winners semi-final. And the stakes, Pablo, couldn't really be higher at the moment. Obviously, $3,000 on the line on this one. And as we mentioned, whichever team comes out on top of this goes through to face Brand New Day in that winners final. And I'm sure whoever comes through is going to be very much relieved that they don't have to play even more COD leading up to that one.
Yeah, I mean, and going in, I mean, regardless of where you go right now, the quality of the teams is immense. We already see a first blood as Keza just looks to continue that form. Dirty boy, if he gets that 3-piece, I'm going. Unreal performance. It's going to put them in a 1v3. Joker again in an awkward position. He's going to get himself one pick and look to transition major as he hit that 1 minute mark. Brezzy and Aroma with a ton of work to do, but Joker on the hunt right now.
Yep. Still got to go through 2 more Katana Gaming players. They are split though, but Gabe is all the way out the back. I don't know if he's got info. He does now. There you go. He's got more than info. He's got the bullets to match as well. So Katana Gaming, first round on the board. Keza straight out the gates, absolutely flying. He definitely seems like the X factor in this team, Pablo. When he's absolutely up and flying, his team definitely seem to be a lot more relaxed and composed when it comes to these certain game modes. He's been lights out, especially obviously Matt Pryor and this one as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's brought that form straight the way over. Gets 2 early picks, and then that support coming in from Aroma towards the end. And Katana just look really strong, and I think Team Ricochet need to compose themselves right now because, again, Ice is definitely going to be in the veins of the Katana side, and you can just feel almost the will and desire in Aroma right now to just see this out. But he's going to get some stray shots over towards that B point, but it's going to be about information more than anything else. As you see those purple arrows start to descend, but it is going to be Aroma with that first blood, and it's going to put them major into a 3v4.
So bombs down as well. Ross did get tagged up by the nade. You can see they're going to have to try and get their way out towards the back warehouse. Gabe is here, spots the head of Joker. And meanwhile, while they try and get control of this, Chaxter is just chilling inside the bomb site. Divil just waiting for the right time. Opens the window. Peekaboo. Chaxter's there. Never mind. They actually get the kills. So now, can they manage to clear the man off the bomb? Ross is on the defuse here. They got to check this, and they got to check it quickly. Gabe, shots have to be clean. Can he take the man off the bomb? Oh, did he get it? Yes, he did. But now Divil's going to try and stick it. It's going to be the same result for him. Aroma gets both, and Katana Gaming take the round. Just about, though. That got close.
Yeah, it just shows you what a power position planting a bomb in that area is. It's so difficult to try and dig these ARs out from back warehouse, and especially if you've got an SMG with the insanity of Keza just rocking around the side of you. Really nice plays from Katana, and again, Team Ricochet, no real answer to that setup, despite having all the information. Fudzy got that information fairly early on, but it just shows you once you get that bomb down and get set up, how difficult it can be. So we're going to see, again, this kind of like heavy stack towards, and it looks like there's going to be a change in transition. It looked like they were going to A. They've decided to try and push through this mid, and already Katana have read this beautifully.
Yeah. First blood for Chakstar. Joker, though, replies instantly with a kill himself. They will need to try and retrieve the bomb. Team Ricochet, because it has been dropped. They will now pick it up. And now, where are they going to decide to go here? They've got a couple of players over towards both sites, and Joker opens up a lane for them to try and get this bomb down at A. Obviously, they don't know that the remaining two players from Katana are over towards the B site. And Brezzy just going up towards the top of third, just to see if he can get any info on any players pushing through. Looks as though that's not going to be the case, but he might get some good timing here. Oh, he spots them. He spots them. Surely the call out to Aroma is going to be there. But this is happening over here. There's one for him. Brezzy with one. Can't get the second, so now it's all on Aroma. The bomb did get dropped. And Aroma surely knows that. He's on 4 in a row as well. This is a big moment here in the game. There's one. There's Ross. Can he get the second? No, Joker gets the kill. I thought for a second he was going to get that one as well. But Ricochet, big round for those boys, Pablo. If that goes 3-0, it starts to look a little bit worrying.
Joker goes huge. Big Mike Joker there manages to get the pick, and that's going to be an enormous round for them. You feel if that goes to a 3-0 right there, that is an absolute blow to confidence for Team Ricochet. They managed to get one on the board, and more importantly, managed to get Joker onto that 3 streak. So again, I feel Fudzy, the one player you would suggest in an S&D for Team Ricochet, would go huge right now on the struggle bus. I think if he can get involved with this, is a totally different set of circumstances, but it's starting to shape up very similar to the Bocage S&D that we saw earlier on. Right now, though, Team Ricochet are going to set up for an A defense, and it is a nice read, but they've got 2 players out towards B, so good opportunity potentially for Katana, but Joker continues that form, gets onto the 4th street. Katana get the bomb planted, but they are down to 1-man defending that, and you can see those red arrows. But Major, more importantly, look at Divil. Big opportunity for him to make amends with a few ropey maps.
Yeah, he's going all the way around the back. He's still got a little bit of a journey, though, before he does finally make an impact. Gabe on the steps, surely dead to rights. There's one for him. They're starting to collapse now, and it's all on Chakstar. He's only got 20 seconds left to work with, though. If he can get the man off the bomb and get away, this is huge. Spots one. Chakstar with 1. Chakstar with 2. Chakstar with 3! And the big man has arrived. Katana Gaming, courtesy of Chakstar, with a huge round.
Cal goes absolutely off, not 1, not 2, but gets the 3rd, and a huge kill right there. And that is the kind of performance you want from your big name, big personality players right there. Chakstar with the 3-piece. We said that at any given time you can just take over a map. Well, there you can see 6 and 3 on a 4 streak. More importantly, takes Joker off his streak. And 3-1 to Katana Gaming, looking very solid right now. And again, you've got to look to Fudzy and Ross J. They need to get involved if they want to see this through. Unbelievable performance. The aggression coming out of Katana in defense right there. There is going to be those 2 purple arrows pushing through mid. I think that's been read, though. Number 8 in Keza has seen that. So we're going to see a little bit of more of attrition. We can see the transition as the players try and get set up. But again, no real bomb site control, Major, as we hit the 1-minute mark. Team Ricochet not really done themselves any favours. No first blood so far.
Yeah, they've managed to get themselves up the map, but they are scattered absolutely everywhere at the moment, Ricochet. It looks as though they're just trying to bait out Katana for a pick, but Katana are not biting. Just checking all their respective corners. Oh, Keza. There's one here. Keza's all the way in the back here. He's got help as well. But now Keza gets the pick. Ross is desperately hunting for a trade. And Keza gets the second as well. It's another big moment this time from Keza. And now Joker and Fudzy have it all to do. Fudzy still has bomb. Is he going to check the corner? Chakstar's here. Chakstar's waiting. And Chakstar gets yet another kill. 5 in a row. Now leaves Fudzy last man up. He will fall. And Katana Gaming are just stomping through Team Ricochet in this map 5.
Well, a distinct lack of imagination coming out of the team in purple. They get middle. I mean, you can't call it control. They get up the map, but not a great deal of control. They get set up in a corner, and there's not a great deal they can do. The other two players are spread so far and wide that when the bomb man does fall, the bomb is just in an incredibly awkward position. And unreal performance from Katana. They wait patiently. And again, I just think it's a crazy strategy to try and outweight a team that will sit back map and just, watch angles and watch lanes, particularly a Roma who's got like such a solid AR presence. It just seems completely insane. Again, Major, this mid-map push coming out of 3 and 4. We can see Ross J and Divil pushing right the way up. Pays dividends though as they drop Chaxton. More importantly, they get him off that streak. Brezzy is going to have a response though as we hit the 1 minute mark. Ross J with a big opportunity potentially. He gets the pride in, but Ken doesn't finish the kill off, and that's going to be huge. Ross J finally deals with Brezzy. And Major, it is going to be a Roma now in a 1v4.
Yeah, much better round here.
1v3.
Much better round here from Team Ricochet, and a much needed one. If this goes 5-1, it's not impossible, but it's literally the second worst thing from a full sale that they would require. So Roma is just trying to see if anyone is lurking around for a free pick to maybe make it a little bit easier. As you mentioned, 1 versus 3 required. Can he lower the numbers? Jocker on that outer gun. Is he going to spot him? Or did he spot Divil up top? They surely spot him. Yeah, Gabe is incredibly pincered there, and he's going to fall, which means the Team Ricochet take a much needed round. Pablo, if that goes 5-1, you could probably call that one curtains, but 4-2, still doable.
Yeah, I think there's a good opportunity for Team Ricochet, especially they've been lucky in the sense that when they push mid-map so strong, they managed to get one pick on one player, and that gave them that slight advantage. That's not going to happen all the time, so I think they need to have a variety of strategies going into the next couple of rounds if they want to see this out. They haven't been particularly strong on the attacking side, so this is a good opportunity for them potentially to just try and push and get that B-side control. Again, they have got the rather laser-like performance of a Roma, just watching down. He's got that little bit of information, so I can guarantee those comms are going out right now, and you can see those red arrows starting to pincer through, and that's a big kill from Chaxton on Ross J.
Yep.
Despite Ross J having the advantage there, it's going to be huge, and fires back. Divil manages to drop Brezzy, so it's going to be a 3v3 Major.
Oh, and Jocker was just watching round the back. Keza was trying to work a lane. Chaxton's going to try and do the same here to clear these players out back warehouse. This next pick is going to be important. Is he going to get it? There's one, but now Chaxton, last man up, needs to go for a few more. Jocker's just locked in position in that back warehouse. I think he knows that he's still there, Chaxton, but with 16 seconds remaining, it's looking pretty bleak. Currently sitting at 9 and 4. Is he going to get the pick? All round and round they go. He won't get the defuse. Team Ricochet, grab another round, Pablo. So, hello, squeaky bum time.
Absolutely. Katana just taking the foot off the gas, and it's allowed Team Ricochet to, and they've played so much more strategically. They've paid, and I mean, it's kind of more vanilla kind of way of playing. They've just pushed over to B. They've got themselves set up. They've managed to get in without getting shot by a Roma, and it's worked effectively for them. It's exactly what Katana did to them on their attacking rounds, and it's just reciprocation right there. But again, Fudzy and Ross J, despite going, particularly poor performances, they've been dragged through this series by Jocker and Divil. So, we did say one big thing would be if Divil could have a good game, this could potentially go Team Ricochet's way. Well, he's having that good game, but right now, his team captains in Fudzy and Ross J just not really giving him that support. The bomb is going to go down towards that A-bomb site, and Shax is going to be there, and that ever-present Keza towards the side. A big fight for Ross J about to go down.
Yeah. Fudzy's round the back as well, and they're just cleaning out players that are just getting caught out of position. And then again, it's now going to see Chax was the last man up. They spot him. He can't hide around that pillar. And it's going to be another round on the board for Ricochet. This has completely swung the other way. Now, Ricochet, all the momentum is with them after the heroics of Chaxter and the rounds that they have accumulated. That lead has completely disintegrated. We're now back to 4-all. And this, Pablo, stinks of round 11.
Yeah, it does, absolutely. Nostrils filled with the smell of an 11th round. But again, I mean, you're saying that the momentum's with Team Ricochet right now. Katana need to strike back because they have been bodied the last 2 rounds. They fell off almost completely. And now we're starting to see Ross J and Fudzy get into the game. So this is going to be absolutely huge for them right now. I think Team Ricochet, again, would be handy if someone collected bomb. That would be a start, but looks like they're going to try and TDM this one out. No one really It's a really bizarre play, but again, they go to this middle section and they're going to get bodied because of it. Really odd choice. It's not done them any favors previously, and they've decided to do it again. They only got one player dropped, but that information is going to go out, and it's almost the same setup,
Yeah.
Major, as we saw it in that round 6, I think it was, or round 5.
Yeah, this was the one that just went very, very downhill for them when they tried this. Ross in this position, you can see kind of that Keza is just checking every single time down this lane, so it feels as though whenever he tries to push it, he's probably going to be dead to rights unless he maybe wraps through fire. They are going to try and work their way in, but who's waiting other than Shaxter? Just laying prone. Ross will get one pick, and now is that the green light they need? Shaxter needs to go big inside the hill again. There's one for him. He needs to stay alive in the site. Fudzy trades him out. Now 2 versus 2. Brezzy, can he make the big brain play to make the pinch here? He's going to get shot in the back, and now it's all on Gabe. A round that was looking bleak for Ricochet now sees Aroma, last man up. Checking bomb, doesn't see anything. Fuzzy's in the corner. He knows they're both here. There's one for Gabe. There's 2 for Gabe. And Aroma with a huge couple of kills for Katana Gaming as they get another round on the board. 5-4 up, they lead.
That is unreal plays from the player who's been so hard on himself over the last few weeks. And it looks like that practice finally pays off as he gets a monumental 2-piece. When you consider what's at stake, Major, 3K on the line, that 2-piece could be absolutely everything to Katana Game. And he puts himself in a 7-5 position and drags his team potentially to that round 6. So right now, match point for Katana. It's all on Team Ricochet. They have been solid in defense, though. So again, can they read this right? We can see this B stack going towards that dock side, and it's going to be a straight push. That heavy presence, though, not favouring as Keza drops Fudzy, and that's going to be huge. We can see those purple arrows start to push out, but Major number 6 in Brezzy right over to the other side is going to get some pretty easy reads across that middle point.
Oh no, it's all on Ross. They have just fallen apart, Ricochet, in this round. Ross falls. Katana get it done in the game 5, courtesy of some huge moments, some huge individual plays, and they see it out 6-4, and they will be the team that progresses through to place up against Brand New Day in that winners final.
Unreal. I mean, Brand New Day are going to be some team. Oh, my days have done task manager instead of print screen. They're going to be some team. I was so confused. My headset went off halfway through the monologue, and I was like, gone. But unreal performance from Katana Gaming towards the end there. Now again, you've got to doff your cap to Chaxter and to Aroma and Brezzy and that for going off so big in that last game. But again, 6-4 really doesn't do justice to that game at all. But again, just I mean, monumental stuff. But they go in against the Brand New Day side, who are unbelievable. So that is going to be some game.
Yeah, so our next game isn't going to be the winners final, guys. It's going to be losers round 6. So I'll try and quickly show you guys the graphic of which game we are taking. Let me just quickly press the right button. There you go. So I believe, let me just quickly check the schedule. So it is losers of it. Yeah, so it's the one. So our next game is actually going to be the Team Ricochet one versus either Adept Club or Incentive Esports, I believe, by the looks of it.
That's PT and Kelsey, isn't it? PT versus Kelsey.
Yep, that is correct. I believe that's the right one. So I will just double check. But anyways, guys, that is our first game done of the day. It's been an absolute clanger of a game. It's just been action-packed. I'll tell you what, it was all over the place at times. It was one way it looked as though Ricochet were going to get it done, then Katana, then Ricochet. But it is going to be Katana that pushed themselves through. So we are going to quickly cut to a short break, guys, while we get our next games ready. And we will be back again with losers round 6 very shortly. Grab your food, grab your drink, guys. COD is here all day. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here once again for our ACCL VibePay Spring Invitational. We're back in the losers bracket this time, Pablo. We're now down to a Judgment Day, I suppose you would call it, and now we're in the bottom half of the bracket where whoever loses, unfortunately, does go home. But again, another banger of a series, Pablo. We saw Ricochet up against Katana, where they've now fallen down into the losers bracket. And now they've got a difficult obstacle up against them in Incentive Esports, and we know a lot about what these players are about themselves. So it's going to be a difficult game nonetheless for both respective teams again.
This is the reason why you don't want to go into losers bracket, because there is so many quality teams still left in this that anything can happen. I mean, look across the board there. Some of the best the challengers can offer. We've got Kelsey Genesis, Naf, New, and then Dizzy, who's been absolutely flying so far, coming back off the back of a T3. Not the worst performance in the elites, just really not being able to see out maps has totally kind of let them down. They could so easily have done so much better if they were able to just power through the final few maps in the elites. They are up against Team Ricochet though, and Ross, Fudzy and Jocker and Divil probably going to be kicking themselves after that Katana game 3-2. So close. And in the end, just a little bit too strong. Chaxter decided to go ham in the Bocage S&D, so in the Bale and S&D, sorry. So yeah, it was just, you know, a riveting game, probably the game of the tournament so far. Yeah. But potentially this could be equally as close. But yeah, there's a lot on the line right now, because you lose this and your chance of 3K just disappears right away.
Yeah, so obviously for any of you guys who are interested in looking at the bracket, obviously when we're in games and that kind of stuff, you can use the command !bracket, and then that'll come up for you. But we'll show you the visual of what we've got. So Katana Gaming versus Brand New Day. That will be our game after this one, I do believe. So that will be up there in that winners bracket to confirm who will be going through to that grand final. And down in the losers bracket, we can see this is our set of games. Team Ricochet versus Incentive, and Mistaken Esports versus XC Nation. So we're not short of top tier teams, Pablo. We spoke about it before. Some of them were eliminated. Obviously, Adept Club dropping that one to Incentive. For anyone who did miss it, it was a 6-1 in the game 5 to Incentive Esports on a Tuscan search. So yeah, it's going to be interesting in this one potentially, Pablo, because when we look at our maps, they are very mixy ones, and we've got a Tuscan search in there. So it's a map set where making predictions is very risky.
Yeah, I think this is the thing. We've getting to that game 5 for this is going to be the tricky one. I think, you know, two Bocages, I think the boys from Team Ricochet haven't had the more difficult game, and that going to a game 5 is going to be, you know, give them potentially the slight advantage. But right now Dizzy is frying, so it wouldn't surprise me if the boys and girls from Incentive are able to just power through. Tuscan Control, another odd one though. So again, we saw how difficult it was to Team Ricochet to see that series out. So again, and a good opportunity for Incentive to put them under some pressure. But really, that Bocage S&D is going to be the one that sets the cat among the pigeons, just because it's so mixy and anything can happen.
Yeah, so double Bocage right off the rip. The guys are now just selecting their respective sides that they would like. So we haven't seen a huge amount of the Incentive Esports roster coming through this one. We've obviously seen quite a lot of Ricochet over the past few months. But to get to this stage, Pablo, they're not going to be a pushover. Obviously, they've got Queen Kels on the team as well, rallying up the troops. Yeah. We know what Genesis gives to a team. We haven't really seen much of Nifnaf or Sketchy, but from what I can tell already, he's a very accomplished player. I think I saw him briefly in a bit in Cold War. I haven't seen him much on Vanguard at all. Apologies if I have actually cast over Nifnaf. I think it might have been maybe once or twice. But yeah, it's a roster that you don't want to sleep on. At this point, any kind of roster that's got to this stage has the capability to knock out any of the other teams if they're caught napping.
Yeah, 100%. This is the thing. Everything's so damn tight now that there isn't really going to be like a huge surprise. Katana have carried on through in the winners bracket. They come against Brand New Day, who would just flawless performances so far, and the thing is, you cannot give them any information. Brand New Day will turn that into an advantage for themselves, so big opportunities for them to just carry on. And again, the thing for Katana they've got to be careful about now is if they do end up slipping up against Brand New Day, they can come up potentially against either of these two teams. If it's Team Ricochet, they will have garnered so much information about them, and then going into that could become, I mean, the permutations major are just endless essentially. Yeah. But there is so many different routes and alternate possibilities. It's going to be really nice to see how this unfolds throughout the day.
Yeah, and I think as well for Katana, potentially if they do drop and they do come against Team Ricochet, that series was incredibly close at stages. We had a really close map one on the Berlin hardpoint, 250 to 241, so that one could have gone either way. We had a control that was 3-2, and both search and destroys were 6-4. So potentially on another day, Team Ricochet could be the team up against Brand New Day. So I think Katana, ideally, if they are going to drop into the bracket after potentially losing to Brand New Day, if that is the case, then they're not really going to want to come up against Team Ricochet again, because it was a game of very, very fine margins, as I would anticipate quite a lot of these games will be at this stage, because we've seen there's been quite a lot of 3-2s from the bracket today. I believe 3 out of the 5 have been 3-2s, so it's just business end of the tournament. You come to expect kind of these close series. Obviously, on the when we were in Sheffield, the first set of games, there was quite a lot of sweeps. Obviously, they were best of 3s to get through the games, but we saw a lot of 2-0s, a lot of 3-0s in those games that did manage to get the best of 5 sorted. But now we're entering a stage where we're slowly starting to kind of bottleneck down these top tier teams, and 3-2s are pretty much the norm at this stage. If we do get a 3-0 at this point, I think it will be more than a shock than anything.
Yeah, I think, and that's the thing. The shock factor though today, I think, is going to be ready and waiting, Major, because I think the possibilities are pretty endless. But right now, I think there's not a lot going to be able to call between these two teams. I think again, this is going to be another very tight map. I think these double blockages, though, I mean, it's a tricky one. You can get lucky. That's the thing. This could go either way, but it could potentially, you see one player go off the way we saw Keza go off in the previous round and take control early on, then this could be a problem. And right now, Ross J looking to get things started. But a quick pick on Dizzy. Now, one player, Major, to look out for, I think, is Dizzy himself. He's an absolutely fire the last few weeks, and one player who can really put up big numbers. Right now, though, it is kill feed almost entirely purple. If you're incentive, that is not where you want to be right now.
Yeah, and a man to keep an eye on this one is going to be Nifnaf. So if he can bring anything additional to the team, we know what Dizzy's about. We've seen Kels and Genesis kind of as a duo for large parts of Vanguard anyway. So they will know what each other are about at this point. And Genesis going to clear out a couple of players to get ready for the next hill. Team Ricochet, though, 20 seconds on P1 is nothing to scoff at. And it's actually going to be a nade from Sketchy that lands right in the back pocket of Genesis, so that's not going to be ideal, but they do have the rotation towards the next hill. Pabs and Nifnaf out the back, big brain plays, just getting ready to stop anyone from extending through the back.
Yeah, really good control. You can see that support right away as well. Genesis and Sketchy there just trying to provide support for the guys to get onto the kill. It is going to be Genesis who does take up most of the time. Already only 40 seconds remain, and that's going to tie things up. And early on in this first rotation, you can see Team Ricochet trying to push from the front. They're going to try and get a few kills around, and that's big. We see the team wipe go in, and that is huge right there. With more than 30 seconds remaining, that is a good push on. You can see how far Incentive Esports have spawned out towards that kind of back road. So that's been a really big, important push from Team Ricochet to get an early lead, but not just that, they're going to potentially take the majority of that time. And look at those two players, Major, 6 and 8. It's going to be Fudzy and Divil making their way round to try and get control. They're already going to get a lucky bit of COD time in there on number 4 in Genesis as he gets dropped. And again, some more beautiful timing as Fudzy just waits and drops Sketchy as well. So big plays right there from Team Ricochet, who Major are starting to get a bit of a foothold in this blockage.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's starting to get a little bit pushed out now. This is starting to get maybe a little bit worrying in the early stages for Incentive. There's still a lot more of blockage to be had, though, but they are spawning them out the back, and you can see the Joker now 6 in a row for Joker. Really strong start from him at 9 and 2. And now potentially Kelsey might be that 7th kill that he needs. When is she going to peek it? Oh, there you go. Absolutely wigs her in that one. Nice shots again as he makes it 8 in a row. And Joker really starting to arrive to this map. They're going to have to try and keep him quiet, Pablo, because when he gets going, he is a very, very pivotal player to this Team Ricochet team.
Yeah, Big Mike going absolutely ham again. He dropped some huge numbers against Katana again. It wasn't enough, but able to body Incentive Esports. And right now, that's an enormous lead. 70 seconds going the way of the team in purple. And with that being more than a full kill rotation, it's going to take a lot of work from Incentive to be able to bring this. And stringing this together from this point is going to be really critical. But Barnhill is not a friend to doing that. And we see the trades go out. It's exactly what we expect to see from this hill. Is tons of trades. We see Kels manage to drop Joker. It wouldn't surprise me if there is a return and reciprocation. The Devil gets a 2-piece. And it is going to be, again, Major, this heavily contested Barnhill. And it's not going to go particularly one way or the other, although Team Ricochet managed to get a few kills. And you can see they pushed out Ross J to try and catch any stragglers pushing across.
Yeah, they're looking good at the moment, Team Ricochet. This lead is being pushed out close to 100 points. It was a good start from Incentive, but at the moment, Team Ricochet look as though they're really finding their stride as Divil cuts through 2 players. Kels and Sketchy are both going to drop, and now next rotation is going to be important here for the yellow arrows of Incentive. Divil shots into one. Kelsey going to be there for the trade, though. But you can see already the bodies of both teams are over towards the next hill. Can Ross get some good timing here? Maybe through this tunnel. They've still got to deal with Nifnaf out the back, who is refusing to move. He will get a pick. Is the trade going to be there? Yeah, Ross really quick to react to that one. They are now on the hill and spawning close, Pablo. This is getting really, really dangerous here for Incentive. If they don't manage to get a decent chunk of time on this hill, this game might almost be done before it's really got started.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think obviously these guys from Incentive have played together, you know, over the last few weeks at the very least. But again, when they're up against a team Ricochet with the cohesion and chemistry that these guys have got, everyone positive at the minute, the streaks across the board for every player. So right now, Team Ricochet looking at very solid. And Major, you'd suggest they've already passed that kind of golden line where they don't need to really get a lot of time off the remaining hills. They're at that 180 point. Only 70 seconds remain, and if they manage to get like 20 seconds off the next handful of hills, it's just going to be really difficult for Incentive. And right now, it's taken Sketchy to go big for them to even get some geography in and around P5. And mate, this is wild when you consider that we're only just heading into the second rotation.
Yeah, this is not the start that Incentive Esports will have wanted in this map or in this series, to be fair. It just feels as though every single time they get a pick, Team Ricochet are so reactive. They are there instantly. And on a Bocage, with how fast-paced it is so, so brutal if you're just not getting kills. And there's another one for Fuzzy, and he's going to light up the body of Dizzy to go along with it. So Dizzy not going to want to watch that one back. And a man that we've seen perform so, so well, Pablo, alongside the likes of Genesis, who we know can be such a consistent performer. They are really, really struggling just to even keep tabs of Ricochet. They just feel as though they are absolutely everywhere, and Joker has been a forefront of that. Is he getting another? Oh my god. Joker is just absolutely destroying.
9 streak across the board, 2 4s between Joker and Fuzzy. Fuzzy is going to fall, though, leaving Joker just on his own with the potential for a glide. He is going to play his life as he gets pressured from the back, but again, they're just going to push it out. He decides to invest the glide at really random time. That's not going to do him any favors, but at 2-3-1 to 34, I guess, more than anything else, just kind of speculating that he might be able to pick someone up. Kelsey is going to push through Barn, though, but again, we're just starting to get, you know, kind of like a flavor of what the Incentive guys kind of behave like on a Saturday 2K. They tend to just be so inconsistent at times, play unreal Call of Duty 1 minute and then completely slip off, and consistency just seems to be an enemy of Incentive right now. They haven't had a single foot on a hill uncontested for 6 or 7 rounds, and Major 250 to 34. That is an absolute bodying right there.
I think that is probably one of the most one-sided Bocages we have seen, especially in a long-ass time. That was an absolute blowout from Team Ricochet, and a roster that we know has got it in their arsenal for going absolutely enormous, Pablo. I mean, you look at Joker. I mean, Ross went even. The rest of the game, feet up. His boys were just absolutely destroying everywhere around the map, and that is one hell of a start there for the boys in purple.
And you think that Ross J had a particularly quiet game, 14 and 14 with 1 minute 15. That still puts him ahead of 2 players in Incentive. With Kels and Nifnaf only plays breaching 15 kills, and the time is just abysmal. Dizzy with 1 second. Sketchy with 6 seconds, Kels with 2 seconds. This is just not the way you want to be playing Call of Duty against a team like Team Ricochet, who was so motivated and so ready. But at the end of the day, Major, what have we seen time and time again in this game? And I'm going to let you call it because you know what's going to come up next.
Well, one thing I have seen is that Incentive Esports Game 5 was very good in the search. I'm not sure what the Game 2 was against Adept Club in the search. But it wouldn't surprise me if they looked good on that as well. That search was very, very clean from Incentive. So I think they look as though they're a team that do prefer kind of slowing the game down. Because Team Ricochet, even their assault rifle players, I mean, we've seen time after time how many times those ARs of Ricochet just throw themselves at players all the time. And they just kind of, they had their way with them in that map. It just felt as though everything felt as like it was on Ricochet's level. They set the pace for the game. Incentive just couldn't seem to match it for any single stage of it. They couldn't even slow it down to rotate to the next hill and try and dig their feet in for one hill just by chalking another one. It just got out of hand so quickly, and then the snowballing just occurred. But I'm hoping that Incentive, especially for their sakes in this map, will look a lot better and a lot more composed, so that they can get their structure in place in the search. They can kind of communicate what they're going to do, when they're going to do it, reduce that Ricochet kind of frantic pace down, and then try and take the map, because this is going to be an important map for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they just need to erase map 1 completely from their minds and just, you know, settle back down and get back to the way that they would normally play if it was a 2K. Just get the strategy on point and just make sure they're getting their picks more than anything else. And they've got to start by getting the kills. Bocage Surge and Destroy is definitely the place to do it. Nice close quarter combat, so good opportunity for them. But right now, Team Ricochet just looks so strong, and we know how good TR are at Bocage S&D. So again, not going to be the easiest opportunity for Incentive to do this. They're going to come up against a 4-piece who are very comfortable in and around the tank field, in and around grannies. They really do look after that A-bomb site really well. We saw it as they took up against Katana. So
yeah,
a good opportunity would suggest for Team Ricochet to go 2-0 up again, and that they do need to see this series out if they get into that position, because I fear if they, you know, we've seen this with Dizzy's teams before. They do tend to start off quite slowly, and if they're able to get to a game 3 and start doing well in control, it could go the other way.
Yeah, so a really quick start and a very aggressive start from Incentive. Genesis kind of ran frantically straight down middle map, and it now means that Kels and Nifnaf left in a position where they need to clutch up. Kelsey gets absolutely fried. There's another kill that comes through for Ricochet. Can the trades come through? No, they can't. And you mentioned it, Pablo. They looked very good the last time we saw these boys up against Katana. They obviously just about got that one over the line, 6-4, but a really clean start here for the lads in purple.
Absolutely. Set up perfectly. They've got a little bit of experience today playing it, so it's fresh in their mindset, and they just look comfortable. And especially if you're going to get aggressive, I still think you need to kind of like take up a bit of the geography you want to take up, and then still peak. You can't just rush out exposed into the middle. That was a little hyper aggressive from Incentive, and the support just wasn't there. So again, no trades available when the players go down, and it's going to be tricky for them. And Team Ricochet already looks solid in the setup. Less aggression, more caution, looking to get the picks.
Yeah, so Divil up in towards the top of Granny's here. Windows open. Looks as though Genesis is going to maybe cook him up something special. Ned goes up. He does manage to get into Granny's though, and they don't know he's here. So there's a freebie for Genesis. Potentially going to look for some more, as Ross is still over towards where the old ace site was. Genesis, is he going to peek the corner at the right time? Stun comes out. Genesis gets the pick. It's another pick for Genesis, looking for the third. He's not going to get it, but he will get bombed down potentially any second now, as Kels takes Fudzy down. And now all of a sudden, it's going to be Magic Mike left in the 1 versus 4. There's one from Kels. Still needs to go through 3 more players though. Incentive, you would anticipate with this spread that this is surely not going to go in favour of Joker here, but we've seen him before, Pablo. You never want to really count him out.
No, I mean, this is a difficult one. The spread is reasonably wide, and obviously getting reads on players is going to be key right now. I think they've got the information on Joker, and he's going to last about another second. A nice response from Incentive Esports, but a lot of work needed to be done by Genesis, who makes that middle map push, gets into lower grannies, and we saw a transition. You know, I think that's what's not helped Team Ricochet there. Once he got that first pick, there was a transition within lower grannies where the player moved from central to kind of the A bomb site, and that just allowed Genesis to just get reposition and get a few easy kills, and Incentive really walk away with a really kind of straightforward round, and that could have really gone Team Ricochet's way, but in 1-1 parity restored, and it's nice to see the team get everyone on the board. There's a kill for everyone, and right now Incentive back in the driving seat almost.
Yeah. A site looks as though it's going to be the call. And Nifnaf is going to manage to get the first blood. Dizzy's going to reply with 1 as well. Onto Fudzy. Divil does grab 1 back for Ricochet, but another clean round. Looking as though Kels spots Ross, who's incredibly weak. There's only 1 place he can go, and he is trapped, stuck between a rock and a hard place. And a very important round for Incentive, but a very strong one as well, Pablo. 2 very clean rounds back to back. The first one was a bit of a blowout, but at the moment they look as though they've managed to structure themselves a little bit more, and they're just efficiently positioning themselves to get these picks.
Yeah, I mean, more than anything else, they actually look really solid now. Incentive, who were so fragile in the hard point, they're very deliberate S&D strategies, which you would expect from, you know, players with the caliber of Kels and with the caliber of Dizzy. You know, you would expect them to start putting figures on the board. But yeah, Dizzy definitely leading the charge right now, and Team Ricochet with a bit of work to do to come back. And right now, Incentive making a game of it. Fudzy, though, manages to drop, and it's going to be Fudzy Ross J show right now, as we see Kels and Dizzy both fall, leaving it sketchy and Genesis, Nif Naf New in a 2v4 major.
So Genesis has bomb, but where's he going to take it? There are so many Ricochet players in and around him in grannies, and his teammates just dropped. So now 40, there you go. Well, that was a quick shutout of that round. They didn't even drop a life, Team Ricochet. And although Incentive looked clean on those previous 2 rounds, Team Ricochet, they do exactly the same. They don't even drop a life in that one. And another round goes on the board for the boys in purple. A little bit of back and forth, Pablo. Just early stages of the waft.
Yeah, just starting to get that little hint in the nostrils that this could be going to around 11. Still early doors, though. Still plenty of opportunity for one player to take over right now. Fudzy 4-2, Dizzy 4-2. So they're leading the charge in terms of getting this Ricard by the scruff of the neck. But it is still opportunities for other players. We're going to see Kels just try and nade out, get a piece of information. I'm sure that's going to tag up the on-rushing hordes of Team Ricochet arrows as they push through to B. And again, Kelsey stunned is going to get a pick, though. We see 3 falling quick succession. Ross J with an answer back, though, but Major, he's in a 1v3 already.
Run, Ross, run. He's being absolutely sprinted at by a few players, or I think they heard that. Dizzy surely heard him. Yep, so Ross is probably got about 3/4 of a magazine up his backside because he's somehow managing to still get away. I'm pretty sure he's still being tracked by Dizzy, who finally drops him. So after a marathon run around Bocage, he finally gets taken down and Incentive take the lead again.
Unreal. How did he find a route from tunnel to tin? That is incredible play there. As he waddles through the entire map, finally gets taken down. Plenty of information gathered, and Incentive take the advantage. Unreal plays 3-2. That's incredible. But one thing we talked about was a player potentially to watch out for was Dizzy. He's someone who can take control of a map. He's an incredible player at times, and right now 6-2, and just giving Incentive the edge as we speak. But everyone really pulling the weight. There's only really Joker right now, Big Mike, who's 1-3, and again, you've just got to ask the question if he gets involved in this game a little bit more. Is Team Ricochet going to start to lead the charge? And again, big shots need to go down. Fudzy drops Genesis towards back tank. Major, as we hit that 1 minute marker, didn't even get to hand it over to you. Team Ricochet with a team wipe, and they're going to bring this back to parity. 3-all with an impressive display right there.
Yeah, both sides just seem to repeatedly showing us a really, really good round in Bocage, and then the other team just claps back and does exactly the same. So we're now back to tied at 3 rounds apiece. And it's going to be the boys of Ricochet back on the attacking side again. We'll see what Incentive decide to set up as on this one. See what the split of players is likely to be. Sketchy is going to go over towards that back tank side just to watch over the A-bomb. Already some initial gunfights going down as nades and tacticals are being thrown. Genesis has got to be careful here because you might catch one straight to the face. He will get weakened up, but Divil is going to manage to take him down with the double nade there. So good coordination again coming through from Team Ricochet. They've got Ross over towards this B site now. And you feel this next pick really, if Incentive want to take this round, has to go in their favour.
Yeah, I think 3v4 right now, and the majority of the boys from and girls from Incentive backed up into grannies. You can see number 7. Well, then it's going to be Fudzy with another big pick on Dizzy. Fudzy having a really good game so far, 6-3. Tends to the kill leader in the lobby so far with the highest KD. Ross J going to get a pretty easy pick, and it's going to leave Kelsa Rooney on her own. She is top grannies right now, and she's going to get taken down pretty easily. Team Ricochet just showing what they can do when they take it a bit more patiently, but more importantly, Major, they've taken the lead for the first time since the first round in this series on Bocage S&D.
Yeah, they've had a couple of rounds now that have looked very, very clean. And Ricochet finally finding their stride. Maybe they've just adapted to kind of the approach that Incentive have tried to take here in this map too. If you guys did miss map 1 and you are just joining us, Team Ricochet managed to take it on the Bocage hardpoint 250 to 34. One of the biggest score differences that we have seen for a long, long time on a Bocage hardpoint. Dizzy is going to get some shots into Devil, who politely just shuts the window and has absolutely nothing more to do with that. So Now, again, it looks as though they're going to try and get this bomb down A. Genesis this time, not going to hesitate. Bomb will go down. And now Ricochet going to have to try and work a retake.
Yeah, it's looking very difficult, though. You just got to consider how well spread the boys from Ricochet were. They're going to make that pincer movement into barn number 7. Nifnaf knew with a big job to do is he's going to come straight into contention with Joker. Does that work? Really nice defense there from Incentive Esports, but 2 kills from Dibble as he drops Kelson, drops Dizzy. Genesis fires back. Genesis? I'm thinking about alcohol way too much. Genesis and Sketchy left, and they've got sight over bomb. Incentive managed to get the defense in real plays. I was so baffled for a second there. Team Ricochet was so kind of like static, and the setup from Incentive was actually quite beautiful. And what a slap back to bring the game back to parity, Major. And again, you cannot put paper between these two sides. At times, it looks like someone's got to grips with the game, and then from nowhere, they just absolutely body the boys from Team Ricochet.
Yeah, a little bit of Genesis and tonic. So Incentive tie it back up again, 4 apiece. And a really, really big map hit for Incentive. You feel after that first respawn, they're going to have to maybe lean on their search. Genesis is going to get a couple of shots in. Ross is going to throw a nade back at him. And Ross is going to get the pick as well. So another good-looking round so far from Team Ricochet. Very decisive. They're getting control of the A site on that platform. Nifnaf will take Foodsy down, though, with some really clean shots. So an important pick. He might maybe get another one here onto Divil. No, he won't. Divil wins the gunfight. I thought he was dead to rights on that one, but now Kelsey, can she manage to work some magic? There's one pick for her. And Bomb will go down in a really awkward spot. Or Bomb will be dropped, apologies, in a really awkward spot. They know where she is, though. Oh, she's going to get tagged up. Shot in the back. Team Ricochet, another round on the board. And now Pablo, 1 round away from going 2-0.
Yeah, I think Kelsey in the end was struggling, but the information was had. She re-peaked as well, so that gave the opportunity for Team Ricochet to get a player into top granny, and then that covered kind of both their escape routes. So in the end, Kelsey kind of pointlessly tries to escape, gets killed, and it's 5-4. I mean, match point, and this is a good opportunity because they are on the defense, and, you know, Footsy's been enjoying his AR from the back, so Incentive gonna have to go big, and a repeat performance, you would suggest, of Game 8, where they got bombed down and did a brilliant job of getting set up. Footsy gonna take a much more aggressive approach, though, and you can see, I think the aim assist coming in there for Dizzy. I don't know whether he's seen that player there. He gets shots in, and it's gonna be pushed out from the side. Footsy getting aggressive, though, with that AR as he looks to try and push players out, and Sketchy manages to kill Footsy and Divil with a straight trade, and Major at the 1 minute mark, it's 3v3.
Yep. Incentive, they can't drop this round, so this next pick, you feel, has to go in their favour. And Genesis will leave the bomb with him on his body over towards the A site. Ross has just tucked himself away, and he's got Divil commanding over the top of him. I think Divil did get backed up there with a couple of shots coming through in his general direction. Kelsey is going to look to try and edge her way up ever so slightly, but it might not pay off as Ross gets another pick, and he just about gets away with his life. And oh my goodness, has he worked a perfect angle there, Ross? The trade comes through. Last man standing, Nifnaf, he can't do it. Ricochet take the search and now lead the series 2-0.
Oh, that was a really good performance at the end from Team Ricochet. Very static, very cautious, allowing Incentive to come to them. And that was an easy pick. In the end, they got pretty easy kills for Divil in mid. Pretty easy kill for Ross J on Kel. So when you've got that happening, Ross J in the end looked like the player that took over. But Divil 11-5, Ross J 10-6. Really, really awesome performance coming out of Team Ricochet. But again, one thing you would say, coming out of that first game where Incentive were absolutely bodied, a much better performance from them. You would hope that now they can go one step further and potentially take the Tuscan control in order to make a game of this. Otherwise, this is going to be potentially their last involvement in the ACCL VibePay Spring Invitational. So big game coming up for Incentive, and if you are indeed an Incentive fan or a member of the Incentive org, this is about as important as it gets this Saturday.
Yeah, this is a big moment now. Incentive, they need that infamous reverse sweep, and against these lads it is not going to be an easy job. And we saw map 1 Pablo slaying was the thing that kind of eluded them in that one, so they're going to have to really look to some of these big hitters on their squad to really kind of pull their finger out and just try and keep up with the pacing that we know Team Ricochet can bring.
Yeah, I mean, this is... I think they need someone like Dizzy to start to lead the charge. They need a player to just take the game by the scruff of the neck, get themselves a nice three-piece, start to work some geography in the game, and just really give them that kind of motivation, a little bit of spirit. Definitely need to put the other 2 games, they've got to go out their minds now, just concentrate fully on a one game, you know, series. Just that's all they've got to take it now, 1 game at a time. Get them won and get to that game 5, because right now Team Ricochet are just apt. I mean, they've taken over the series. They look very confident. Their shots aren't missing. You know, you go back to the previous series where Divil was struggling. Well, Divil's flying right now, and that is not what you want to see if you're an Incentive fan. So big job for them to do, the biggest mountain to climb against possibly the largest cliff to fall off if you don't win. So quite a lot of things to think about for Incentive, but they just need to win this map.
Yeah, so obviously this one will be determining whether or not Incentive are going to get dumped out in a fairly emphatic style. If this one ends one-sided as well, you just got to tip your hat to Team Ricochet, because they've looked very, very good in this one. Incentive obviously blown out the water, 250 to 34 in map 1. If you guys missed it, they put up a better fight in map 2. It only ended 6-4, but now we go in towards the Tuscan control, and it is going to be Incentive on the attacking side first. So we're looking again kind of to the positional plays. Pablo, off the rip, are they going to go B? Are they going to try and go to A first, or maybe try and mix it up a little bit, because attacking rounds so important. If they don't get the ticks, then obviously they've got to take that attacking side. So it'll be interesting to see kind of what approach they're going to bring in first.
Yeah, I'm going to be intrigued. If Incentive start on that attacking side, which they have done, it's going to be intriguing to see how much of a stack they're going to give. And it looks very much like it's going to be a huge B stack, Major. Unless they dip through mid, we can see number 4 in Genesis just looking to maybe create a distraction. If they get this kill, though, it's time to get on the kill as quickly as possible. They cannot afford to mess around. Get that kill stacked if you're going to make it to B. Otherwise, it could be problematic. And Major, that is the problem right there. Just that lack of cohesion and lack of communication. It is going to be a restart, but
yeah, Jocker didn't spawn in. I don't know if you noticed. He was unfortunately.
I was watching the yellow so bad. I literally very rarely take my eyes off the bottom mini map, so I was just like yellow arrows all the way. I was like, stack the hill, god damn it.
There's only 3 of them, go. And oh, Rice with the sub, thank you very much, brother. Hope you're well. Thank you very much, man, for the support. But yeah, only 3 players on that one, so it made it a little bit easier for them to work their way through to the B point. But one slight disadvantage in that, Pablo, is now that Ricochet are thinking, right, okay, they tried a B push. What do we do? So they might maybe try and tweak their approach a little bit for that one.
It's possible, yeah. I mean, even the B push was dealt with rather effectively by a 3-man. It just gives you an idea of how difficult it is to deal with a defensive team well set up who can get to B quite quickly.
Yeah.
And Incentive, despite the fact that they had the 1-man advantage, still relatively got bodied. But again, they didn't stack it as effectively. But again, it doesn't matter. I mean, if I'm Incentive, I'll probably take the same approach. You know, you play the double psychology and just say, yeah, just do the same thing. They'll probably only send 1-man to B and just deal with it. And if they don't, we just end up restacking A. And you know, the problem they've got is, I mean, well, it's not a problem. They're on the attacking round. They're not favoured to win it. So experiment it. You can chalk that B if you get done and restack A. You're not generally expected to win that defensive round. Just try and get the ticks, if anything. You know for a fact that if you can get 1 tick at B and then make your way around to A and get that A zone done, there's 4 ticks. You go into your defensive round, try and play that as accurately and as as well as possible.
Yeah.
And you get to your 5th round and you've suddenly got defensive advantage. So there are a number of ways to approach it, just to see, this is going to talk about the ice in the veins. This is where we're going to see how Incentive approach that.
Yeah, so just getting lobbied up again, and hopefully this time, apparently Jocker disappeared, so he's now back and he's ready to go. So we should pretty much get started. I'll just let the boys and gals know. So yeah, this is make or break for Incentive. We've seen more crazy things though, Pablo. It's just a case of that map 1 was, say, Bocage. We don't normally see a blowout by that margin. I'm pretty sure that is probably up there for the biggest blowout we've seen, especially at this level anyways. There's normally, usually, a 100-point club is a shock. 34 was brutal. So, again, respawn numbers going to be important. We know what Genesis can bring in respawns. He's been very, very consistent, putting up some big numbers. Obviously, Sketchy, haven't really seen a huge amount of him But what we've seen, he's seemed decent. Kelsey as well, she can play very hot or cold. Some games she can come in and she can absolutely fry, and then other games she goes missing for others. So they're going to need to, as a 4, kind of combine together, because they've got Dizzy on the team. So we've seen Dizzy time after time take over maps. It's just a case of kind of knitting these 4 players together to kind of, because it feels like they're going to need to be firing off all cylinders if they're even going to push Ricochet the distance in a respawn, because it took a lot for even Katana to get it over the line.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they can't rest on the laurel of one shoulder. You know, they cannot do that. They can't rest on one man's shoulders or one girl's shoulders and try and get through this. They need to work as a team. I do think they can take inspiration from one player potentially taking over the map, and then that will motivate themselves to do better. But again, I mean, where's it going to come from? Dizzy potentially, Genesis potentially, you know, Kelsey Rooney as well can put up numbers. But Team Ricochet looking very, very strong right now, and I guess if they go in with the same attitude that they have done in the previous 2 maps, this is going to be incredibly difficult for Incentive. And with that kind of insight into how they're going to play that first kill, that first zone, that could be interesting to see. It would be beautiful to see Team Ricochet stack a B defense and then just push A. That would be very interesting. It looks like it's a very confused push through middle. I think they're going to try and get some charge control very early on. It's going to get a few early picks, and that's a beautiful push from Dizzy. We said we wanted to see Dizzy take the charge. He manages to get a 2-piece, but who's there, Major? The other big pickup of the day, Dibble, who manages to get a 2-piece.
Yeah. Kels has got herself in towards Church. Meanwhile, her team is doing quite a decent amount of work over towards A, so A progression coming through quite quickly for Incentive. Kels will join on the A point eventually after just wrapping round and manages to get a pick there onto Ross. And the progression now very, very close to being done. It looks as though Team Ricochet, they're going to say, okay, fair enough, you can have that. We'll just dig our heels in at B. So Devil in Church should come across a couple of them. Does manage to take down Dizzy with him being incredibly one-shot. And Joker out the back. Looking for more. Genesis takes him down with a Tommy gun. So we'll have to keep an eye on him for this one. We have seen it pop up a couple of times, Pablo, this weapon. But normally, the MP40, with how good it is, it just seems to be the gun that isn't going to get shifted anytime soon. So we'll have to see how that one works out for him.
Yeah, maybe just a change of weapon just to see if you can get a little bit better hit reg or just a little bit better aim assist, because sometimes obviously they can play havoc, and with everyone coming through with these stories of accounts that just feel different, it could be just a ploy to try and shake things up, and you might see him back on the MP40 anytime soon. Right now though, it is going to be 20 lives plays 19, so Incentive doing a great job of getting A. They've still got to try and get onto this B point, and you know, one tick might do the job in terms of that game 5. So right now Team Ricochet need to go big. We saw how difficult they made it for themselves against Katana though, Major. So even with the edge they had in lives, they still went straight to the wire, right down to the wire. That is going to be a big kill for Footsy with the handgun. Goes full agent on everyone and manages to drop Sketchy. So 18 lives plays, 16 lives plays 17 apologies at the 1 minute mark.
Whenever we see Footsy kind of with this much aggression, it usually pays off more often than not for him. And currently 3 in a row now for him. You can see on your minimap, Ross, though, all the way over towards the old A point. Footsy is going to get some shots in, but Kelsey absolutely batters him there. Nades and Tactical's going to try and fend off that section, but now this is the moment where Ross is going to try and work a flank here. There are 4 players all the way through the door. Ross has got to mop them up here. There's one for Ross. How many more can he get? It's only going to be 1, but they will trade out the remaining players with Footsy at the back, just watching over towards that top plat, and that's a clean, nice wipe there from Team Ricochet. And with 25 seconds left on the clock here, Pablo, Incentive, they've probably got one last go at this.
I mean, even if they get one last go of it, it's going to be really difficult. 8 lives remain, and Ross J decides to pick up a 2-piece mid-map. And it's going to be less than 1 with 13 seconds again. They're not going to have that kind of personnel. They're not going to have that presence or coverage. And when you've got Team Ricochet just absolutely bodying kids left, right, and centre throughout the map, it is going to be Team Ricochet, who predictably they've got the defensive side go 1-0 up.
Yeah, so Incentive didn't manage to get a tick on that B point. So we'll have to keep tabs and for our little brains calculators out for that one, just to make sure that we keep an eye on how many ticks are there for the respective sides. But Team Ricochet now on that offensive side. Now let's see what these boys decide to try and do. We saw it in the last game, Pablo, against Katana Gaming. They went kind of for almost like a 2-2 split, or the lone man over to B to almost kind of force the team to kind of pull players back and forth. But at the moment, when you look at that mini-map, it looks like it's all guns ahead for B, boys.
Yeah, absolutely, man. That's it. straight aggression, a nice split. They're going to try and get control. It's almost played it the exact same way, and when you've got two players doing that, potentially one player turning to try and get a pick. They have got to deal with Dizzy, though, and Dizzy's not going to be any slouch. He does get dealt with, and the question you've got to raise now is, with that one tick towards B and the potential for a very easy tick towards A, is this going to be problems for Incentive Esports, as 2 ticks are on the cards, and that's going to be the second tick down. This is not looking good for Incentive, as we see the further 10% going towards B and Major. This is going to be a problem if you're a fan of Incentive Esports, because right now they are being jockeyed left, right, and center.
Yeah, and one good positive thing that they will have is that Ross and Divil did not get streaks. They got very, very close. I believe it was Divil that was 1 kill Ray Was. Ray? Jonathan Was.
Jonathan Was?
Ross was very close to getting it as well, but he didn't get it either. And shots being exchanged here. Divil, see the aggression already getting in towards bottom church. There are going to be a couple of players nearby looking to try and trade him out, but he just absolutely fries Nif Naf straight to the head. Doesn't miss a bullet on him in the dome there with the MP40. Dizzy is still going to try and work a lane, but nope, not going to happen. And now with 24 lives, 23 at that, and now 21, as they actually managed to get a team wipe. I was going to say lives going to potentially be a bit of an issue here, Pablo, because they've got a lot of time and they're down to half.
Yeah, 15 live space, 21 is a tricky situation, but Kels decides to get aggressive, gets a pick. It is going to force one other player to spawn out, but when you only need 1 tick towards B, the question remains, like, they can potentially win this attacking round regardless. They've got like a solid life lead, over 8 lives, 9 lives now. Even if they lose this, they've managed to get 6 ticks or 5 ticks, apologies. So even if they hit that game 5, they've got that advantage. So right now it's looking very, very bleak. And Team Ricochet, Major, that is an absolute destruction. That is the kind of performance we saw in the Bocage S&D. I don't think ticks are going to come into play at all in this game, Major.
Yeah, this is looking very, very familiar to the hard point. It is all Team Ricochet at the moment, and now they've won that attacking round, so all they've got to do is hold on here on this defensive side. Again, just the struggles across the board for Incentive are really, really apparent now when you've got Divil almost quadruple positive. He's been doing a really good job. He's now on a 4 streak again, so another potential opportunity. Genesis, though, right out the gates. 2 kills go on the board for Incentive. Divil over towards the B point. He's going to have 2 players to deal with. Meanwhile, his teammate in Joker is also going to have a couple of engagements. How many can he grab? Divil only able to grab 1, and now an opportunity arises for them to get on the point. They are just hesitating a little bit. Kelsey just opting to stay by plat rather than bounce onto the point. And they might have been able to get that first tick done, Pablo, if they just reacted just that little bit quicker to hop the point.
Yeah, again, I think that there has been a little bit of kind of a very overcautious approach at times. We've seen this from Incentive, where they just haven't taken advantage of a situation, just potentially being a little bit too careful to check corners and obviously play live. So I think it's cost them, and you can see just how little Team Ricochet think about that. They don't decide to drain, and number 3, and Dizzy has thought, I'm going to try and hit that B point again. Well, it looks like he's gone for church control just to aid his team to try and get some picks towards A. They're going to need that A point done desperately soon, because they're hitting the 1 minute mark, Major, and time was going to slowly but surely become a factor, particularly as if they don't get this A point done very soon. 21 lives plays 19, so it's good for Incentive to finally be in the lead, and Major, we're starting to see that kill feed go their way as well, as Kels manages to get one, and we see Sketchy and If Not New get one. So big plays right now for Incentive. They get that point secured, and it's going to be 1 minute 40 on the clock. Yeah. The boys and girls from Incentive Esports.
Yeah, can't forget Queen Kels.
Not going to do that.
So Dizzy get in the doghouse if you're not careful. So now Ross up top is going to potentially provide a bit of a problem. He is just going to actually reposition, and Jocker's going to be forced to back up in this spawn. If not going for the chow, and the shots though from Jocker again, ever present like we're used to seeing. And we're still waiting for when that push will be. Kills. Oh, it's all purple. It's all purple right when they didn't really need it to. They got everyone in a position to potentially collapse on the hill, but Team Ricochet just do what they are so renowned for doing, which is just bodying people in large volumes. And now 13 lives plays 16. They're being pinned back just a little bit in towards their spawn. Divil has got himself in towards P5. The wallbang is coming through. It's not going to tag him up. Genesis going to look for a chow. They are going to clean him out collectively as a group, which is good to see. But one thing they've got to be careful of I was going to say, is that flank from Ross, but Nifnath, big brains, makes the read, gets the kill. And they've still got an opportunity to push through here, Pabs, but they just need a few more picks.
Yeah, I think this is an interesting moment for them. They really do need to get not just the picks, but I think they've done that. They need to get onto the hill. This is the problem they've had time and time again, is they just aren't able to stack it. And obviously they need control, but right now number 7 in Ross J has managed to just usurp, and that's all Ross J. You dirty, dirty boy. He manages to get a 2-piece. Finally gets dealt with by Genesis, but again, it is going to be Genesis all on his lonesome over towards that P5 building. He manages to get dealt with. And again, incentive down to 5 lives. It is 5 lives to play 7, but with 5 seconds on the board, this is going to be very, very difficult. They need the player to get on the hill right now, and it's not going to be enough. And Team Ricochet win the control 3-0, and they win the series 3-0 as well. And Incentive Esports Major are going to be going home empty-handed today.
Yeah, unfortunately, there has to be a loser in these loser bracket games. And on this occasion, it is going to be Incentive that get dropped out in rather emphatic style, it must be said. Credit where it's due to Ricochet, Pablo. They're looking very, very strong. One of arguably the stronger teams left in this one, especially in that losers bracket. Anyone who comes up against them is not going to be happy that they've come up against it. But I mean, you look across those 3 maps, the Search and Destroy was close, but it was all Ricochet in that one. You can't take anything away from that performance. They needed to do the business, and they did.
Yeah, 100%. They did the business as well. We just look at that. I mean, just look at the stats from the Bocage S&D. You've got Fudzy 22 and 14. I mean, they couldn't get above 22 kills because they won that in basically prior. I think it went to P2 on the 2nd rotation. I think they won it off barn. So it's crazy, crazy plays in that sense. But you've got to look then at that control round, and unreal performance in control. 3-0, 20 kills for Ross, 20 kills for Divil. Crazy plays.
Yeah, so I will try and sort out, because there is another game currently going on between XC Nation. I'll quite quickly just throw up the replays for you guys. So that is going to be confirmation of Team Ricochet progressing through the bracket. And what we'll do, guys, is we're just going to cut it to a quick break, because our other game in that losers bracket, which is currently going on between XC Nation and Mistaken to determine who is going to come out against Team Ricochet, is currently going on. We're going to be showing, I believe, that winners final now between Katana Gaming and Brand New Day. So we'll quickly cut it to a short break, but while the break is going, I will quickly try and sort out to get that Charlie stream up on the screen for you guys, so you can keep tabs on how it's going. But we are just going to cut to a quick break, guys, and we will shortly bring you our winners final game between Katana and Brand New Day, and that is going to be an absolute slapper of a series, so you guys are not going to want to miss that. But we'll be back very, very shortly.
Love a slapper.
Why are you like this? Ladies and gentle beans, welcome back. We're here once again, this time with winners final for the ACCL VibePay Spring Invitational. And now we've got the chunky boys, Pabs, up in this one, in this winners final. It's going to be a very, very good game, I think, this one, for all to watch with the players that we've got on broadcast for this one.
This is going to be the game. I know we want the final to be as amazing as possible, but A, this wouldn't surprise me if this was going to be the final, and B, I think this could be the game of the tournament so far. We've obviously got, you know, the big names. We've got Big Gabe in Aroma. We've got Shaxter, Keza, and Brezzy. You know, I mean, if we're talking high tier quality capable players, Brezzy has been there and done absolutely everything. Brand New Day, I mean, these are the roster that are just so solid. They're just absolutely awesome as a team. They've absolutely dominated most teams over the last month or 6 weeks. Since we've got JC Wiley, we've got Pac, who went absolutely huge at LAN, Ali and Isaac as well. So this is just gonna, I mean, it's shaping up to be really exciting game, this.
And one thing that is another interesting talking point is our map set. Again, I think they really want me to order McDonald's, to be honest, because we've got another Big Mac. It's a Berlin and Bocage Big Mac this time, with Berlin serving as the nice bread and Bocage in between. So interesting map set on this one. It's just going to be one again that it goes from very quick pace, obviously in Search and Destroy slightly slower, but I think it's a map set where, again, there's not really going to be many blowouts. I think in this one we know kind of what both teams have to offer, even in the big maps like the Berlin. I think any sort of map set, I think we were going to get a close series here, so it wouldn't surprise me if we end up going all the way through the gates to that Berlin Search and Destroy.
Yeah, I think, you know, outside of maybe, you know, Brand New Day just completely surprising Katana Gaming with a you know, a optimal performance. This is going to the wire, absolutely going to the wire. Berlin, hard point. I mean, we've seen both teams do well on this map. Going into a Bocage S&D, I mean, that is anyone's game right there. So I don't even know how to call this. The cohesion and chemistry again from Brand New Day with some unbelievable plays. I think we saw Pac go on a 13 streak in an S&D on LAN, so we just know how capable this team can be. But then Katana, and then Brezzy says that he's not feeling the game at 100% yet, and if he's not feeling 100% and he's still putting the numbers that he's been putting up, then God knows what he's going to be like when he's starting to feel himself. So no final form yet for Katana Gaming, but they're going to have to go big if they want to, you know, try and deal with this exemplary Brand New Day side.
Yeah, so we are off and running here, guys, for our winners final here in this ACCL VibePay Spring Invitational. We're slowly whittling down our teams, and we are now down to 4. So Brand New Day up against Katana here. It's going to be the boys of Katana straight in towards the hill, locking down their lanes, and we've seen this man go off time after time, Pablo. The Brand New Day roster in general, obviously with Ali as well, we know what Ali brings to the table, obviously kind of as a more last-minute fill-in on the team, but we know what he brings, and this is going to be one hell of a clash of the Titans.
Oh, 100%. And we know P1, Katana got the preferred side, and they've managed to hold it really well. And already you can see Keza making his way around to try and deal with potential problems that the boys from Brand New Day might be able to bring. Not a great setup from them so far, and you can see already Keza set up beautifully if he wants to deal with any of those players trying to push around the back. And they're a great example as he manages to body Isaac. And there's going to be JC on the kill, and then Keza just absolutely destroys both those players. And that's been a beautiful start for Katana Gaming. You know, they're potentially going to need this start major as well, especially if we see Brand New Day start to put up some good numbers and start to get a little bit of rhythm in this game.
Yeah, and JC Wiley in the hill he goes, but Keza again, the immovable object, just refuses to die at the best of times. Gabe's actually just going to put a couple of bullets in the back of his own teammate. In checks with the pistol, though, that time he puts them in the face of the enemy, and he will take Isaac down. So Katana Gaming really starting to put a big, sizable chunk of time in through the door here at the opening stages of this map. One out off the top rope is going to be Gabe. Gabe takes down one. There's still going to be JC in the corner. Gabe looking for the second. He's going to run out of ammunition. A little bit of an awkward silence between the two as they both switch and reload respectively. But Katana Gaming, sizable lead, Pablo. They've got the rotation to the next hill as well. So Brand New Day, their main focus now is just to try and get Pac on a kill because he's really struggling.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the players we highlighted at the start of being, you know, an absolutely phenomenal player, especially on LAN. Well, it looks like he's just fell off a little bit, and he's 1 in 7 and manages to get himself a kill. Otherwise, he was going to start getting into agent stakes. Another big kill for him as he reads that quite effectively. But again, still a few more players to deal with. He is going to get pushed. He finally gets dealt with by Keza. Keza is absolutely flying right now. 9 and 5 with a good chunk of time to his name as well. And Major, that kill feed has been ominously read time and time again.
Oh man, they need to get going here, Brand New Day, because they are being left behind in Berlin. And it's just going to be another set of kills. Keza at the moment. He is running riot on the map alongside Chaxter. These two are causing absolute havoc on the sides of Brand New Day. They are struggling to get any sort of momentum going. And Brezzy is already at the new hill. I don't think they know he's here. Ali definitely does now. The trade will come through. And they actually trade each other out, which is a rare sight on this game. But my God, Pablo, 120 to 16. We might see what we saw in that previous Pokage hardpoint on a Berlin. Brand New Day are finally going to get their foot in the door, it feels like, in one of their first hills, but they're already 3 hills down and trailing.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to ask questions about where their heads are at. This is a team that normally countenance really good sides with the greatest of ease, and right now they are getting a lesson in Berlin. Chaxter just strolls through the middle of the hill and gets a kill, and that's something you don't want to be seeing if you're a Brand New Day fan. Right now, not one of their players has hit double figures as we approach the final round, or final kill or two of this first rotation, and Keza has been an absolute pain. You follow that up with Chaxter starting to put up big numbers as well, 12 and 7. That is, you know, incredible prowess. You've got to, you know, look at the setup as well. Roman and Brezzy with those ARs just causing, you know, great support for the 2 SMGs to allow them to roam so effectively. And Brand New Day have been kept so quiet. They've managed to bypass that quite appalling 34 from Incentive Esports. But again, 46, it's not much of a difference right now. No kill time has been, you know, gained at all, Major, in maybe the last 20 seconds, though. So as the teams just try and feel each other out and get settled a little bit, it's still a monumental lead.
Yeah, and still a sizable chunk. You can see Chaxter already. He's going to be making the play to go round towards the next hill. We will have a gunfight actually very close up against Ali, who does manage to hold strong. But again, Keza, ever present once again. Oh, nice shots there for the 2-piece as well from Keza. That's really good work there from him. And it's going to be another set of kills that goes in their favour. And still nobody currently on the hill, though. We know how difficult this hill can be at times to get a decent chunk of change on it. Ali is already in P1, so he's probably going to be playing that careful role. Surely going to give away his position. Oh, I think he's going to get shot in the back surely any second now. Gabe, whoa, Windies, okay, no, gets it over the line for a second then. I thought it might be one the Gabe might not want to watch back. JC, though, going to be there very, very quickly for the trade. Chaxter, likewise, though, doing the same for his team. And at the moment, it is currently the Keza party, Pablo, 18 and 9, and they need to try and slow him down, Brand New Day, if they're going to get back in this one.
Yeah, I think this is going to go very, very quickly. Keza finally gets dealt with by Ali after an absolutely phenomenal 2-piece. And again, she's double positive. He's got nearly a minute on the kill. This has been definitely the Keza show. And in many ways, they just haven't been able to contain him. The fact that the boys with the ARs doing so very well themselves, getting themselves, you know, 80, you know, or more 90 seconds in time, supporting those SMGs and allowing them to roam. Finally, Brand New Day. You would say one thing, though, started to sneak slowly but surely up from what was a 100-second deficit. We're now talking about 40 seconds and less, and that is creeping slowly but surely the way of Brand New Day. Now we do know just how effective they can be once they start firing, Major, and right now Katana Gaming just starting to go off the boil a little bit. Yeah,
and Ali's got info that there's going to be 2 players. I think Keza maybe tried to jump off the map to get a closer spawn, but I think he just ended up spawning exactly at the same place. So interesting play call there from him. Isn't going to pay off. And now the battles in towards the hill are now going to unfold. Isaac's in. Chaxter's there too, though. And Chaxter destroys him up close and personal. Surely going to jump on the time very, very shortly. There are going to be a few players now from Brand New Day trying to push through this P5 side. Keza, though, out the back. Can they move him? No, they can't. He's going to get yet another kill. His 22nd of the hard point so far. Katana going to look to try and push this lead out once again. Bates shot from Pack. Good work from him. Looking for another. His teammates are going to try and help him out for the time being. It's actually going to be his own teammate, Ali, that takes him down as they still battle in and around the hill. Isaac will be up top to maybe pinch the remaining scrap type. Big kill onto Keza. There's still a few more red arrows around him and can't quite get the second one. I thought for a minute there he might maybe do something absolutely disgusting. He's going to work a really good route, though. Here is Pack to help secure his team the remaining 10 seconds. And Pablo, they've got the rotation. They have completely changed this game.
Yeah, 100%. It was a nice performance over towards P2 in the second rotation, but this is the one that separates everyone that transitioned into P3 and been able to maintain right now. There is going to be a huge push on Isaac as players start pincing in through fire. You can see that two-man push about to occur. I think they're actually going to try and go outside and try and get this control of that long dock area. They have done that. They've dropped Pack, which is a huge kill, and those red arrows are going to start to fence it in. A little bit of support coming through right now from JC Wiley. He's got a lot of work to do, and he's got to kill 2 players. He gets dropped almost immediately, Major. They brought that back to around 20 seconds, but this is going to be a huge gift to Katana if they're not able to contest and get back onto the hill. Katana still providing enough firepower really to stay in the lead, as you see Aroma and Keza both team up, and again this has become something of a belligerent war towards this kill, and it is going to be Katana who finally come out on top, and Major Chaxter already making his way to try and cause some problems towards the new kill.
Yeah, and it feels as though every single time that I switch to Keza, it's just 2 kills. It's just 1 kill followed by another kill. And at the moment, Katana, they are leaning on him a little bit, just in terms of raw slaying ability. But Brand New Day, they're back in this one now, only trailing by 30. Keza going to try and beat the force to punch through again. Off the top he goes. He's not going to win that one. You can see, though, JC has been spotted in tower, so Gabe, with some clean shots, cleans him out. But Ali still soaking up the time, just allowing his teammates to do the work around him. There's one that comes through for Isaac before he's swiftly traded out. JC going to look to try and pick off another player, and now this is looking very, very dangerous here for Katana Gaming, Pablo. We're obviously going to go to a P5, which can get a little bit scrappy, a little bit messy, but at the moment, the boys of Brand New Day, they now have the lead after they were down 100 points.
Yeah, this is incredible comeback so far from Brand New Day. They've completely dominated the latter few hills. The second rotation going almost exclusively their way. Unfortunately, they are going to fall to a really nice piece of play from number 8, Kezard again. 31 kills, Major. What is that kid been doing? 1 minute and 7 on the hill. Almost a hardpoint player on his own right there. Incredible performance, but he manages to come through, and he did deal with that player who was kind of top 3rd on P5, but it's been an enormous fight back from Brand New Day, and they are back onto this P5, getting time that they probably should not be getting. And you can see the patience out of Isaac as well, finally dealt with again by Breezy, where am I going? Brezzy, who's 22 and 22 again. Solid performance with 1 minute on the hill, but it is going to go to this next rotation, and this has been an absolute performance. We wanted it to be close, but a Major, this could not be any tighter. 207 to 202 as I speak.
Yeah, slim margins between these guys. Is Ali going to check his close left corner? No, he's not. And there's the 34th kill for Keza as his team gets some important scrap time. And now they're pretty much ready to go for P1. They've got a lot of bodies in the hill. Isaac is going to be pinching from that P3 side. Keza has got a bit of an odd spawn, and I think that's going to probably be Isaac throwing his controller at the wall, because he will now get taken down, and all their attention now focuses towards the front of the hill where Pack is going to be. He's only able to clear out 1, and now this is looking dangerous for Brand New Day. They've done such a good job of working their way in. JC with a really quick snap there to clean out 1 man. Brezzy's going to be busy, though. 1 kill on him. There's going to be another man behind him here. Is he going to break some ankles? And Brezzy looking for the 3rd. Pistol out. Ali can't quite get it onto him. But now the damage potentially is done. Keza's in the hill. He's been so difficult to budge all map long. Can Ali do it to take him down? No, he can't. There's one for Keza. Is he going to get the 2nd? Pack's in. He dies. It's getting dangerous now. Brand New Day, they've got one last go at this. Isaac needs to check the right corners. Gabe's going to get taken down. 1 man in the front. Brezzy, last man standing. Katana, they got it close, Pablo, but they just about get it done.
Yeah, they definitely took the foot off the gas towards the start of that second rotation, and it nearly cost them huge as Brand New Day started to bring that back. But in the end, it's going to be the Keza show that sees it through. And obviously, fittingly, the best play comes from young Keza. 34 kills or more. Unreal performance. We're just going to make sure that we grab those stats. 36 kills in the end. Pack trying his best to come through with that performance, but it's not going to be enough. And Katana Gaming go absolutely huge in that game to bring that to 1-0 Berlin hardpoint. Major, we hit into a Bocage S&D though, and again, we cannot call this either way. It definitely wasn't 250 to 34, 250 to 13 to KG right there, and an awesome performance across the board from the team.
Yeah, so Katana, they draw first blood in the more structured map of Berlin hardpoint, and now we go to kick bollock scramble, kind of, on Bocage, search and destroy. But the one thing, Pablo, that I would say, Keza had a very, very good map in that one. And Brand New Day, they had such a slow start that they were down, what, 100 points? They managed to obviously just lose by 37. So they had a phase in that game when they woke up a little bit where they did look quite dangerous. That's one thing I would flag up for any Katana fans, is that when this brand new day roster gets going, it's very, very hard to stop. And I think that slow start, just unfortunately, they just gave themselves way too much of a mountain to go, especially against the caliber of player that Katana Gaming have got. It's very, very unlikely that they're going to give a lead away that big over that space of time.
I think the large problem there is that Pac started off so slow. 0-7 really does not help the cause whatsoever. No. He ends up being the lobby leader for Brand New Day with 31 and 29. He got 22 untraded kills. When you compare that to Keza, it's so close. Keza's 36 and 21 with 25 untraded kills, so they ended up almost being very similar kind of KD and a very similar non-traded kind of count. But in the end, it largely comes down to the fact that they allowed Katana Gaming to get such an emphatic lead that when they got to that second rotation, it wasn't enough, and in the end, it's going to be Katana Gaming going one up. Brand New Day now realise that they can't afford to start that slow. They are up against guys who will punish them at any turn.
Yeah, so we're just going to get lobbied up and ready to go for our next game. So Katana 1-0 up here in winners final, and just a shout out, there is currently another game going on at the moment in the losers bracket, which is Mistaken Esports up against Team Ricochet. That's on the Bravo stream, which is twitch.tv/the ACCL Bravo, I think, or is it the ACCL official Bravo? Let me just double check. No, it's the ACCL Bravo, all one word. So if you guys are interested in that one and you do want to go and give it a watch, feel free to do so. And 4 teams left, Pablo. Anyone is more than worthy of taking it. Obviously, the team, whoever comes out on top of this one, is going to be that little bit better because they're just going to be in a position where they only have to go and do the business in the grand final, and whoever comes through that losers bracket has got to take 2 best of 5s. When it comes to kind of this caliber of team, it's very, very rare that you see them drop a double or 2 best of 5s unless the other team is absolutely beaming.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this is going to be this entire series now is going to be incredibly tight. Every team is going to be incredibly focused on getting that money. Obviously, it's going to alleviate some of the stress on some of the teams traveling to Toronto, and for some of the teams, it's going to mean everything in terms of accommodation and travel. So it's a huge boost to any of the teams to win, and the pressure's on right now. But every team, I mean, ultimately, there's not a great deal to call between them. You've got obviously Katana as favourites. They've got probably the most storied player in remaining in the ACCL in Brezzy, and then they've got obviously some of the best challenger players around, and across the board, everyone again just a really high level. So this could go either way. I mean, not just this game, but any of the games right now, and that wouldn't surprise me at all if we end up seeing that double bracket go to that game 10 round 11. Do not be surprised if we're here at 9 o'clock this evening screaming about a 2-piece in the round 11 to win 3k, because that is going to be the defining moment of the day. And
the lads have hit the special magic green button, and we are now loading in towards our Bocage Search and Destroy. Obviously, we saw this one before, Pablo, didn't we, with Team Ricochet up against Katana Gaming. Katana Gaming didn't win it. 6-4, they dropped that one. And Brand New Day, especially a team that they seem very consistent across all game modes. Brand New Day, I don't think we could particularly say they're very good at one game mode and then not so good at another. They always seem to be in with a fight of pretty much every single map they play. So it wouldn't surprise me here if Katana again are going to get put through their paces here by these boys.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, Bocage lends itself to kind of removing any skill disparity anyway. But when you've got 2 teams who've got none to start with, then this is going to be an interesting matchup, and Bocage is going to lend itself to seeing, you know, who's got the greater gun skill, and not a lot of strategy really. We're going to see Keza just get the AR out this time and look to try and get some early picks. Again, a little bit of caution coming out of Katana. We usually see that bomb carrier straight up to that edge of Granny's, but he is going to be playing the back of bomb. It is going to be Keza with bomb. Normally we do see the big man himself, Chax, there with the bomb, but it's going to be a push through to Granny's, and that first blood is going to go the way of Ali FSA as he drops Chax there, and that's going to be a 2-piece right there. So it's going to be a 4v2 as we get to that post-minute mark.
And Brezzy and Keza. Oh, Brezzy got to be careful. He has been spotted and he is going to be forced to back up. Has Pac spotted him? I believe he has. Brezzy surely dead to rights. Yes, so now it's all on Keza. Can he work some wonders once again here for Katana Gaming? He goes. Oh, there's going to be Ali straight up above him and he's going to fall. So unfortunately, they're not going to be able to grab the kill. So maybe work the 1 versus 3. So brand new day. First round on the board. Pretty comfortable one there for the boys in blue, Pablo. They looked very structured on that one. Quick trades and quick decision making when they knew where those players were.
Yeah, nice passive information. Clear the lines of communication are crystal clear, and they were able to utilize it. Nice plays from Pack again, a player who does appear to love S&D, and really nice plays across the board from Brand New Day, and obviously they only had Isaac drop in that round, so strong. And it's all going to come down to how they do on this attacking round, how aggressive they're going to be. You can see that wide push from JC Wiley. Traxter gets the first blood as he bodies Pack. That's an important kill, Major. As Pack, probably the most kind of capable S&D player on the Brand New Day roster, puts them at a straight disadvantage.
Yeah, and then the nade of JC Wiley there is going to land pucker on the head of Kez. So he is just going to, again, trundle back to a similar position that he was at last time, making sure that nobody can get up close and personal. Keza takes down JC Wiley, so now Isaac surely spots Traxter through that? No, maybe he doesn't. Isaac doesn't spot him. Well, he spots Brezzy as he comes charging through the front door. And Katana Gaming going to tie it back up 1 apiece now.
Yeah, I mean, a nice defensive round. Good caution coming out to Katana as well, and obviously allowing... I mean, they're basically allowing the boys from Brand New Day to kind of come to them, and it's going to make life a little bit easier. Nice setup, pretty standard defensive position, and some big kills to come. I mean, once you drop Pack, once you drop Ali, I mean, they're the 2 big hitters on that side for S&D. Obviously, we expect JC Wiley to be heavy respawn player. So Katana Gaming looking good. Aroma not getting involved as much, but this is definitely Traxter's map. So Brand New Day need to pick things up a little bit. I think they're going to need to win an attacking round if they want to see themselves take parity back in this this series.
Yeah. So JC Wiley going to be all the way out the back tank. Is Gabe going to spot him? No, just going to reposition. So he's not going to have an engagement as of yet. Brezzy just playing it patiently. He has managed to get in, but now they've got the problem potentially of Pack. He is in Granny's. But he just needs to check the right place at the right time. He's just going to back out the window there, and the first blood's going to come through, but the bomb will go down. Ali takes the man, Traxter, off the bomb. Now all they've got to do is try and just defend it from that barn side. Can they manage to do it? They've got a couple of bodies in and around it. Kez is going to get some shots in. Ali's going to be forced to react. He's going to fall. And now a pick comes through from Pack as well. So it's now 2 versus 3. And the nade, the stun check, gives them a lot of information. And Gabe's been spotting a mid-map here. He's going to fly out here. And JC going to take down 1. So now it's all on Aroma. 1 versus 3 required. Isaac spots him. Gabe unfortunately can't get the kill. They will get the defuse courtesy of JC Wiley, and Brand New Day going to take the lead again.
A really nice setup from them as well. Really strong in Grannies. They get that first pick, and then the bomb goes down. But despite that, they're able to use their information, nearly actually letting things go when the trade didn't quite go the way of Brand New Day. You can see here Isaac finally gets the pick, but very close to being a banana skin round there for Brand New Day, but they managed to do it, and they managed to take the lead 2-1. And again, Katana, just a little unfortunate, but you've got to look at Roma 0-2 right now. The one player in the lobby who hasn't got a pick so far, and for a player with the caliber and consistency of Gabe, he's got to be disappointed in himself. It is only 2-1 though, Major. Still plenty to play for. Aroma with the pre-fires down mid. So you hit that 120 mark again. First blood goes the way of Katana. The trades go straight out, Major. It's going to be a 2v3.
Yeah, that was a very, very quick start to the round there. And there's going to be another gunfight which Jax is able to win. So in the blink of an eye, JC Wiley finds himself as the last man up, and he's in the corner of the map where he's got to be careful not to get pinned. There's going to be players absolutely everywhere around him, and it's going to be another round on the board for Katana Gaming. They're just kind of trading rounds back and forth at the moment, Pablo. We haven't really seen one team start to pull away as of yet as we enter the middle portion of this one. So both teams holding their respective sides.
Yeah, really strong defense from each team, and no one as yet breaking the puzzle that is that attacking round. And again, I just think the first team to really do it are going to be the ones that are going to, as you say, break serve, and that's going to give them that advantage, and we're potentially going to see that 2-round deficit then, and that's when things start to get tricky. And you got to maybe potentially look at Katana. Obviously, they've got a Roma on an 0-2, and despite Keza being the kill leader and the heroics, how long can that last for? Well, we know He went powered right the way through hardpoint without any real problems. So this should be, you know, again, is this going to be a Keza map? Right there, he starts Brezzy with a big kill again on Pack. You know, the play that you would expect to see go big in this match. And major, that is a disgusting kill from Jackster there.
Wow. Okay, well, Katana just took the brooms out and started sweeping left, right, and centre because they just cleaned everyone off the board there from Brand New Day. A very, very convincing round there for the lads in red. Brezzy getting that final kill there to help secure that round. And they didn't even drop a life, I believe, in that one. So a good adaptation there from Katana. And that's the first time, I believe, that we've seen 2 rounds in succession from either of these 2 teams. Brezzy looking more than at home on this roster, Pablo. He was obviously brought in very last minute. But, I mean, a man of his talent, unsurprisingly, seeing him at the top of the leaderboard, it doesn't shock you at all, really.
Mate, I've cast over him a few times, and he's just so consistent. He's got such a cod brain. It's remarkable. He's obviously got impeccable gun skill, which players at his level all have got impeccable gun skill. But he's just got such a god brain, and he very rarely finds himself negative KD. He very rarely finds himself on a loser's team. It still surprised me again that Paris dropped him, because he's such a committed player and a good in-game leader as well. So we do see that first blood, though. I mean, we're well behind first blood. This Brand New Day get entirely bodied. Katana May just starting to look starting to flex a little bit now.
Yeah.
And they've broke that and managed to get that diffusion, and that's going to give them that 2-round deficit.
Yeah, that's 3 rounds on the board now in a row for these boys. And again, Brezzy finds himself mopping up that final player. So Brand New Day just going to have to try and be careful now. You feel this next round is going to be pivotal for them. But when Brezzy is doing this kind of stuff, he is very, very difficult to stop. 5 in a row now for him. If he gets another 2, obviously Glide Bomb is going to be available. Not necessarily the easiest map to use it on, saying that, though, Pablo. A lot of the time when we do see it, especially in the Search and Destroy, it's usually just to try and force those players inside rather than actually get the kill.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just entirely about that geographical control, about getting map control, and about getting the bomb down. I mean, don't get me wrong, you'll take a kill or 2 in the process, but obviously with plenty of time to kind of get indoors, it really is about control. 4-2 right now, and that's another big kill there. As Jackster drops Pack, who's having something of a shocking game so far, and they've got to really start to regain in this map as soon as possible, because if they go 2-0 down, Katana Gaming on a control and no slouches, and Keza is going to be there to get that, and it is going to be Chax that gets the bomb planted. And Katana in a 4v2, make that a 4v3, Major.
So 4 versus 1 here. JC Wiley has got to work something incredible here. Gets 1 pick. They know roughly where he is. Keza's all the way out in the back. Oh, there's a couple. JC. Oh, I can't get away, though. Quick enough, Katana Gaming. They have really taken this map by the scruff of the neck. 5-2 up now. After they were 2-1 down. It is all red in this Search and Destroy. And as you mentioned, Pablo, they're now 1 round away. If they go 2 up in this one, they're going to be looking very, very happy going into that Berlin control.
I tell you what, it's interesting that if Brand New Day, you know, we go into the control, if they do end up getting beat 3-0, they've got the potential to drop down to face Mistaken for the 3rd time in what can only be considered as a really big game. They played them in the final of the Toronto Ultra, to Toronto Open. They've played them in LAN already, so, and Brand New Day put Mistaken into that losers bracket. So this could be an big moment, especially in terms of the psychology of Brand New Day. No first blood as of yet in this round 8, and it is going to be Ali with bomb. But again, these guys need to get their picks, and again, Brezzy just gets dropped. He peeks out the window. Pack with an important kill. He goes 4 and 5, and that's going to give them that impetus. I think they need potentially 1 more kill, but it is going to be a roamer at the back. Manages to drop JC, and Chaxter manages to assist in there, and Chaxter Major is on a 5 spree, and that's 8 spree right there. Each streak for Katana Gaming, and it's going to be a 2v2 as we approach the 45-second mark.
Yeah, Pack with a really important kill. That might be a map-defining kill. Now leaves them 2 versus 2. Gabe just still playing his life around the tank while Chaxter... There's a kill for Gabe. Nice work by Gabe. Spots Ali up top as well, so the info's there. Chaxter, when's he going to try and maybe pounce? He's got to be careful, because Ali is right underneath him, and Chaxter gets caught out in the corner. So now 1 versus 1. Ali versus Aroma. Is Ali going to try and get this bomb down? Aroma is just going to reposition here, and oh, they're just going to miss each other. Looks as though Ali's going to try and get this bomb down now. Now would be a perfect time to do it, so Gabe is going to have to try and work a kill and a defuse as well. He's just holding the angle. Gabe gets the info. Does Ali spot him? I don't think he does. Surely now this is the moment. Oh, Gabe doesn't check the right corner. And it's going to be a round on the board for Brand New Day. They keep their head above the water just about. Unfortunately, their Roma just didn't check the right corner.
Well, he just completely bypassed it. I mean, if you're going to go into that doorway, at least just give a cursory glance to that corner first. Tries to preempt a kitchen pushing and just gets bodied in the end. And it's going to be one round on the board, and 5-3 is a completely different scenario, but it's still a lot of work to do for the boys from Brand New Day. They're going to have to play these rounds almost perfectly, and Bocage S&T does not lend itself to that kind of luck. You do need, a small dollop of luck to get through this right now. Brand New Day with a huge job, and when you've got players with the aggression of Katana, you can see already trying to pre-fire that top ground he's building. Is he going to get the kills? It's just that kind of caution, Major, is going to cost you. He manages to get a pick. Ali drops Chaxa, and that's huge. Chaxa on 7 and 4, and that's one of the big players out of this round 9.
Yeah. So now the other thing is that he's fumbled bomb down by the A site. They're going to be forced to try and retrieve it. Oh, nice shots though from Brezzy. Good reads. Weakens one man up with the nade. Pushes round to clear out the other one as he backs up. But now Brezzy and Keza. Not a bad duo to have in this situation. 2 versus 3. Now what can they work here? Oh, does he spot Isaac with the head? Isaac's been literally just sticking over the top, and now Keza, 1 versus 3, takes down 1. He knows where the other man is. He's just going to reposition. He's going to try and fly at Isaac. They have absolutely nothing more to do with that. Brand New Day. They put another round on the board. They're down, but they are most certainly not out just yet.
Yeah, they've got a really tricky task now of trying to win an attacking round. It's something that's essentially eluded them for large portions of this S&D, and this is where it really shows. They're going to need to be cautious. They're going to need to play for a pick now in order to get this bomb down and get control of the bomb site. So a big moment right now for Brand New Day. I think this is great. Potentially, this could make or break their series. If they don't win this, obviously they lose the S&D, but they go into control with 0 momentum out of 2 games, and that's not a position we've seen Brand New Day in before.
No, it's definitely not. So playing it cautiously, just feeling each other out. There are gunfights going down pretty much at both sides of the map there. You can see that Brezzy, just for back tank, the nade won't tag him up, and Ali gets info. Enough info for him to realise probably now is not the best time to plant, and with Keza still lurking in and around kitchen and tools, Ali does reply with 1 kill, so it is now 3 versus 3.
Keza's so aggressive, man. He's incredible with that MP40. And he's always going to get a kill in every single round. So he's one player that you do definitely need to deal with. It is going to be 3v3. Ali still got bombed. They have played this rather cautiously, but again, a lot of information still needed to be gathered. Isaac in mid, relatively exposed position. You can see those red arrows starting to try and reform and reposition. That's going to be a big kill, though. Ali gets one on Keza. Keza drops. It's going to be a 2v3. Brezza and Aroma make it a 2v2 as Brezza uses that experience. He's 10 and 6 now, Major.
Oh.
It's going to be JC with bomb, and now he is all alone, and he's tagged up as well.
Jeez, well, there you go. That's how you finish it off. Katana Gaming. It got a little bit questionable towards the end, but Brezzy with some big moments there. 3 kills in that final round sees his team now go 2-0 up in this one, Pablo. And Brand New Day, we talk about the talent on that roster. They're going to need all of it now because they just struggle to keep some of these players quiet. Brezzy with a huge map there for Katana.
Yeah, absolutely enormous performance from the Frenchman. And back over in Europe, he's been living in America for the last year or so, I believe. Brezzy goes 12 and 6, 6 non-traded kills as well. So a huge performance, and he ends the game coming out of the top rope with the handgun. And that's going to put Katana 2-0 up right now. Katana Heavy got to be potentially happy with that result, and Berlin control. That is going to be a very difficult game for Brand New Day. But, Major, we know how good these guys are. They've got to this position. They are no slouches. They put away some big names already, including Mistaken, who in that losers bracket game, I think they are literally playing their first game against Team Ricochet right now. But huge, moment for these guys from Brand New Day. And how many times, Major, have we seen these best of fives turn on their head during one of these controls? And Berlin control still not completely played out. It's still not completely, the tactics are still open. The strategies are still potentially quite new, so a lot of work right there. Team Ricochet looking very good for this game one, though. 2-4-5-1. currently on the struggle bus, 45 seconds with only, you know, potentially a 0.6, 0.7 KD there. So problems all around for Mistaken, but no more so than the problems the Brand New Day face, Major, going into this Berlin Control. And what a Berlin Control it shapes up to be, because they don't really want to get back down in that mix, because if Mistaken get through, they're certainly not going to want to play them again. And if Team Ricochet get through on the form that they've been playing right now, I mean, Brand New Day could be in the mix-up.
Yeah, so we're just waiting. One sec, let me... I'll just get an invite because they have closed.
If you any odd sounds, my wife will be singing in the same.
That's all right. Sometimes we get the old when mid sentence, you know, when you hold the old inhale. But yeah, we're just waiting on the lads to send us an invite here for map 3. But Berlin Control, Pablo, is very, very hit or miss, it feels as though, for some of these teams. We've seen it so many times where one team looks incredibly good at this game mode and map, and other teams look as though they've not really kind of got the grips of it. It's obviously one that we haven't seen a huge amount of, but there is definitely a distinguishable difference between teams that are very good at it and teams that are not very good at it. So I'm intrigued to see what kind of Katana Gaming we get on this map. I think if they're very accomplished at this map, then Brand New Day are really going to have their work cut out for them for sure, because the first 2 maps, they could have gone either way, arguably, but Katana Gaming, they just seem to have that little bit extra to see it over the edge.
Yeah, just experience, I think, more than anything else. Obviously, they're playing and scrimming these kind of maps against what is effectively the best players in Europe, and occasionally getting to play some of the best players from around the world. So the kind of experience that they get at that level is just, you just can't put a price on it. And then they're coming up against a team that potentially doesn't often get to scrim at that kind of level. So Brand New Day, big learning curve about to be unlocked in their achievement cabinet. But right now they've got a good opportunity. Berlin, again, it's an open book as a map and a mode, and it's, you know, obviously only just come into the rotation, so a good opportunity for them potentially to do something different. Again, we argue, Major, how many times send a player to B, stop the clock, potentially get a tick while you send the rest of the team stacked over to A, and you can prosper. But again, the other problem with that is it's easy reads as well. If you do that 2 split push, you can tend to defend quite effectively. So I mean, this is going to be interesting, Major. Again, I wouldn't like to call it. Brand New Day do seem to be just warming up, and we have seen them do the reverse before now.
Yeah, I mean, even if they say drop to that losers bracket, you wouldn't put it past them to get a bit of momentum going, and then all of a sudden you see them in that grand final. So whoever drops out of this one is obviously going to drop in towards that losers final, so they will have the opportunity again to try and see a little bit more momentum, because especially in the hard point, I mean, the first 100 seconds, it looked as though they really just picked up the pads for the day. They were obviously struggling towards it, and then towards the end of it, we just saw glimpses of what we know they can bring on this game. So it would surprise me here if we do see a complete blowout, but when you've got Brezzy and Keza playing on this team, playing well, Gabe and Chaxter doing what we come to expect of them, they're just, as a team of 4, they just look absolutely stacked currently, and Brand New Day are going to have to find every single ounce of talent that they've got to try and clean them out on this one.
Yeah, and already you can see that kind of half caution coming out of Brand New Day as they just try and preempt a potential push towards B. Well, it's not going to happen, and we're potentially going to see some big fights go down. There is going to be number 2 Aroma who gets dealt with rather easily over towards that dock side, and the push comes in, and it is going to be Brand New Day who managed to get an effective defense straight in, and already they've got quite a bit of geography. I wouldn't go as far as a spawn trap, but they are penning this team as far back as possible, and especially if this number 8 is able to get any kills. JC Wiley managing to body 1, and it's going to force them back. But again, number 3 in Chaxter is going to make his way towards the top bulk part. He manages to drop down, and it is going to be back over towards this A point, which they've kind of made a meal of. But again, Major, number 2 in a rover decides to try and stretch the play out, and that's going to be advantage Katana Gaming.
Yeah, and Gabe actually managed to clear, I believe, 3 players out, 2 with bullets and 1 with a stun, and now around the back, Chaxter chewing through players as well. This is getting very out of hand very quickly. They haven't got that A point completed yet, but they have still got such a big split of players, and Chaxter's just waiting for that perfect opportunity, and there you go. Chaxter with 1, Chaxter with 2. Oh, can't quite grab the 3rd, but the damage looks as though it's already done as Keza gets back in the hill. Ali going to try and work a bit of a trade potentially, and he will just about help his team get that one done. But you can see, Pablo, 3 ticks now done at A, and now all their priorities can focus on B.
Yeah, I mean, this is the long game. This is what we talk about. This is the long game. They've got 5 ticks down. Even if they don't win this, it's already putting them towards that game 5 advantage. So Katana absolutely bodying Brand New Day so far. And again, they've got a 7 life advantage. Make it an 8 life advantage. Make it a 9. Make it a 10 life advantage. I don't even know where to keep up at this pace. Unreal plays from Katana Gaming, who just seem to have just peaked and hit final form just at the right moment. And Major, they're just getting that drain back to 2, but right now it is looking very bleak for Brand New Day.
Yeah, 8 lives remaining. You can see the route that Gabe is taking all the way round the back, number 2. Keep an eye on him, because he's probably going to be the man that tries to pincer in on these people that are going towards the hill. Gabe is now going to look to try and progress up. Can he manage to take Ali down? There's a freebie for him. He's going to try and turn around onto the second, onto Pack, and good work there from Aroma. He clears out the bodies, and I think that is probably going to be all she wrote in this round. His teammates are now double stacking the point. Brezzy and Keza get it done, and good patient play there from Katana Gaming sees them take that attacking round.
God, Katana, these boys have got family to take care of. Brand New Day absolutely put into the bin by Katana Gaming in round 1. You do not want to lose that defensive round first to such a solid attacking performance going into that. I had 5 ticks written down on my notepad, and it just had to be scrapped because they go 1 up and Bressy 10 and 4. What a pickup he has been. Literally one of the finest players to come out of Europe, and he's going to be absolutely bodying poor Pack and Ali, Isaac and JC with an absolute monumental task ahead of them. They are potentially facing down the battle of a 2-0 right now. And listen, right now, Brezzy just decides to take out and roll back the years, mate. He's on a 6. We've got Aroma on a 3. 1 off the glide. Katana Gaming in the driving seat.
Yeah, Brezzy just showing that he can do it. Any sort of continent, give him a controller, he'll be fine. He has been absolutely incredible so far. And there's the 7th. So fully streaked out now is Brezzy. Glide bomb ready to be used. Just waiting to see if there's another man. And there will be Pack waiting for him. So Pack finally takes him down. But Isaac, meanwhile, trying to get some progression in towards this point. Gabe will manage to take Ali down. There's still going to be a few more players. And Jack's off the top rope. Off he goes. And it's actually going to be his teammate Gabe that helps him out. And while they're doing all that, they are slowly starting to pin these lads back, Pablo. We've seen on Berlin Control, if you get pinned back, it can be so difficult to get out of that spawn trap.
Oh, this has been brutal so far for Brand New Day. Getting a lesson in how to play a challenger level. Well, they want to be here with the big boys, and they are getting shown exactly what the big boys are capable of. Mr. Hemshaw there just tagging up Isaac. It's going to be 21 lives, plays 18, so only a slender life lead. But again, they're just finding it so difficult to get any that complete that time over towards A. And that is the factor right now, Major, that even if they do complete that, it's only gives them that 142 in order to get that B point. And this is going to be probably the most difficult B point catcher of their early careers. Already the boys in red, look at that split. They've got nearly all 4 corners of the map cornered. It is going to be Pack getting a pick on Keza towards that B-bomb site, so huge fights are going to go down. That is going to be the team in blue looking to push through fire and towards those mid stairs, so we're going to see a pincer movement coming out of the team in red. They are 2 big kills though, Major. Roman and Keza teaming up to basically put any ambitions of that early 1-minute 10 push to bed, and Katana Gaming again in the driving seat.
Yeah, and at the moment, it feels as though Brand New Day are running out of ideas here to take this point. They are pinned back. They just need to try and work some picks off first, just to try and progress up the map. That's a lot better. Brezzy and Gabe are going to fall, but Chaxter, he's going to reply potentially with 2 of his own, and there they are. Ali is going to trade him finally. But again, it just feels as though there's always a red arrow nearby. And more importantly, there's always a red arrow nearby that normally gets 1, if not 2 players at a time. Ali's going to desperately try and get his way up this left side of the map. Off the top rope is Brezzy, and nice shots there beautiful from Ali for the second. So good, patient play. I thought Jackson was going to go for something outrageous then, but he wasn't. He just decides to shoot him in the back. Ali is still tucked away in this corner here. He might be catching a few nades for his troubles, though, if they don't check this corner. Keza's going to transition over and look at the bodies. The bait and switch, absolutely impeccable from Katana Gaming. They look like an immovable object on this map at the moment as Brand New Day. They are just down to 2 lives. JC's going to fall. Isaac now 1 versus 10 against these boys. I do not envy this position now. He's going to try at least maybe to touch the point. He's just going to get shot in the back. Surely dead to rights now. Yep, and those boys get him cleaned out.
It's when you start needing to play the Benny Hill music and he's just running around aimlessly trying to avoid getting shot, trying to chase one player down. Well, Katana Gaming again flexing those muscles and they bring this to a 2-0. And honestly, going into this attacking round, Brand New Day have got to put all this to one side now and just try and regain right now. Isaac 6 and 16, a 10 life deficit there. JC Wiley 8 and 15. This has not been a good performance in terms of slaying power. They have been absolutely punished by Katana, and they're just not missing shots. And it's going to be Brezzy with that opening kill in what could potentially be the final round for the winners bracket for Brand New Day. They will fall into the losers bracket, so opportunity still does knock for these boys. But again, they've just got to deal effectively now. They could just do it one good solid round just to get a bit of confidence and learn a little bit more about this Katana. Ali decides against taking that player out, and then the decision making sometimes a little spurious there. He doesn't take the shot, he gets dealt with, and that's going to allow Katana Gaming back onto the hill on this A, and at 1 minute that could potentially give them the full 2 minutes if they're able to see this off.
Yeah, first ticks in. Where are Brand New Day going to try and push it? They're going to try and push it down the right-hand side, but who's here? Brezzy. So good luck with that one, boys. He is just cutting down players willy-nilly at the moment. Isaac, there's another one in the blender. Brezzy beams him. Is it going to be the same for Ali as well? It's only, I think, the fact that he zoomed out of his gun on that occasion. Ali will get a couple of kills, actually. You would anticipate the trade would be very close by Chaxter, and it will. It comes pretty much instantly. And now an opportunity for Brand New Day where they can maybe disrupt a couple of spawns, but nice shots again from Gabe. A much better map here from Aroma Pablo. He's been a bit quiet today, but at the moment he is really starting to cut these boys down at the moment. 23 and 11 from him is a performance that you love to see.
Yeah, I mean, we particularly wanted to see Aroma go big. He's been very hard on himself on Twitter. He just said he's not feeling he should be performing as well as he is, bearing in mind how much Call of Duty the boy does actually play. So right now, this kind of form is exactly what we wanted to see. And, you know, if Katana do end up taking the whole tournament, you've got to say hats off to Gabe. He's put the hours in, he's put the time in, and £3,000 well deserved. Kez is always another player, though. Is he going to be stopped? Keza with the two-piece finally dealt with by Pac, who's been on the... I mean, Brand New Day have got the keys to the struggle bus major, and again, they are driving around Berlin and just getting picked up absolutely constantly by Katana. It does look like they finally got themselves settled into a defensive pattern. And they're on rushing, and it's a beautiful two-piece right there. Nice. And Major the kill feed finally going the way of Brand New Day. They brought that down to a 3-life deficit, and with only 57 seconds remaining, we could finally see a little bit of light in what has been 2 or 3 games of complete darkness for these boys.
Yeah, and Brezzy wants it done. In tickets, the glide bomb goes. It won't get the pick. But Chaxter, again, just still being a nuisance, lurking around fire. It's going to force a couple of those players just to make a U-turn to take him down. Isaac and Ali will combine for 2, but the lives now, this is where they've got to be careful. They've got to try and bite back here, and they do that, as they now only trail by 2 lives. Pac just going to be watching over towards this deep right side. Gabe is just slowly edging his way up alongside 2 other teammates. Nice shots, though, from Pac, but it's not going to be enough. So JC Wiley going to be tucked away in the corner. He needs a bit of help because Brezzy's going to be nearby as well, and him and Aroma going to try and cut them down. They've got no more respawns now. This is it here for Brand New Day. This is do or die. Pistol out from Gabe, and another engagement that he's able to win. 27 and 15 currently now as he falls to the shots of Pac. And that round, geez, time is going to save them, Pabs.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think. I just keep picturing Al Pacino in the Any Given Sunday, just inch by inch. Right now, Brand New Day. That's all they can do is take each inch and just make it into a game, because they have got the very precipice of defeat going into the losers bracket, and it's not a place they want to be. They don't want to have to go and mix it with potentially Mistaken or Team Ricochet. They're not going to be easy ties, especially with the information that Mistaken have gathered about them over the previous 3 encounters. So big moment right now. And if Brand New Day can do something magical here, are we about to see one of the best, reverse sweeps likely to be? But we'll see what happens. It is going to be Chaxter with first blood, though, and Katana with the aggression coming into that B point again. It's very similar, Major, to that first round strategy where they absolutely blew Brand New Day out the water.
Yeah, they're going once again to try and get so many gunfight engagement wins. It's just been the theme all day long as Gabe again gets another win. Brezzy's going on a bit of a pincher. Is he going to check the corner at the right time? Yes, he is. Absolutely fries Pac there. Nothing he can really do about that one. JC Wiley is still lurking over towards the point. again, Keza. Oh, no, not
Oh, he's
that
done
time.
it.
Not going to check the right time. So he will get on the B point, and he will now grab a little bit off, but Pack's just going to bonk Jackster around the back of the head with the butt of his gun. As Brezzy looks to try and mop up some remaining players, it looks as though number 8, JC Wiley, is going to be the priority here. And the nade cleans him out. Katana opting to try and allow the boys, maybe, of Brand New Day to get that A point done. But more importantly, they will at least hold the B one.
Yeah, they need I think they need a third presence to get this A point done. It's only going to give them 1 minute 36. They're down to a 2-life deficit. It is only 22 to 20 though, so still plenty of lives to play with. But you can see already those 3 arrows starting to converge. Just when you think you've got those 2 ticks over, Keza is going to come and ruin your party right there with a beautiful 2-piece. And you do not need him flying around top balcony. He gets dealt with in the end by Pac, who potentially is going to be able to see this out. I think he's going to need some support fairly early on because those red arrows are still reasonably close. Keza going to provide some support, and again that unerring accuracy coming out of the young man with the MP40 as he bodies Isaac, and there's still not 1 tick over towards the side, and that is disgusting, Major. That is truly disgusting play from Keza as he just makes a shambles of what should have been a shot to the back.
Yeah, oh my god, I think that just sums it up. Keza at the moment, he's just absolutely electrifying. He's all over the place. It feels like he's everywhere on the map at any one time. Good luck to anyone trying to keep tabs on him. It's hard enough to do it in Codcaster, let alone when you're playing against him. And now Gabe is watching down this right-hand lane. Pack is going to spot him. The shots, though, absolutely clean there. 2 will fall, and now opportunity arises. But down this right-hand side is going to be Kes and Brezzy. Is he going to make the most of the advantage of these players all pushing in at once? How many can he get? There's one for Brezzy. It's actually going to be a team nade that slaps him straight around the side of the face as the kill feed lights up a little bit blue, a little bit red. Keza outside, waiting for the right time to push him potentially, and nice work there by Brand New Day. They're on the point. They've got 2 players stacking this. It's now down to Katana Gaming to try and make the break. The second tick has now come through. They've only got Isaac and JC here for now, but the blue arrows, they're looking to try and reinforce here. Katana Gaming desperately trying to push their way in, but Brand New Day, they will not let go of this one. Brezzy, is he going to check the right corner? Yes, he will. Pack, though, they're still in the point, and they will get that done.
That is absolutely huge right there. 2-all from a position where they look like they were going to the losers bracket. We said it at the start. Brand New Day have got the capability. They've got the tenacity. They've got the determination to bring this through. And we are at a game 5. Now, don't get me wrong. Katana probably going to have the defense having, potentially, being able to do the business in terms of that first round, getting all 6 ticks. But my God, Brand New Day have made this as difficult as possible. And Major, we could be on to see a potential reverse, the beginning of one right now.
Oh, now. If this does work out for them, this is going to be a hell of an accomplishment. Ali's in the point, over towards B. Isn't going to check the right corner, though. Brezzy again, just somehow, at times where it looks like he's going to die, he just seems to get kills, and there's another one for him there. They will clean out everyone on the side of Brand New Day, so the first wave of pushes over towards B is not going to be successful. Chaxter going all the way down dockside. How many players can they take down in this point? There is going to be a few in here. Ooh, check the right corner. There's one. Takes down Pack. There's still another man above him. Ali's just ready and waiting, and there's a second there for Chaxter as they now lead by a 5-life advantage. It looks as though, Pablo, they've managed to hit a bit of a regain here because this is a very strong start, and Brezzy's on a 5. Chaxter gets 3 in a row before he eventually falls, and at the moment, Brand New Day, they just need a bit of composure, and they need some kills to go with it.
Yeah, absolutely. 26 lives to 18. Ooh. They just seem to have fell off in terms of the slays. And it is Isaac with a huge kill right there, but they just need to compose themselves a little bit and make sure that they're able to get the picks when they need them. And it's plays like that, ego challenges like that aren't going to help them whatsoever. And that is going to be Ali with some big kills again, but Chaxter straight in. Can he get the pick? No, he cannot. It is going to be Pac who manages to bring that, but it's a 7-life disadvantage to Brand New Day right now. We know they can have solid ends to rounds, but right now this has just been an absolute blowout, and Katana want this done, and they want it done now, but they've still got an absolute ton of work to do, and we can see right now that A point is about to be secured. So good plays by Brand New Day, but they've got the absolute monumental battle of trying to get this B point secured, and I don't think Pac's seen that player, and just the timing does not go his way. And who is it again, Major? But it is Brezzy. He's 1 off of 40.
He will drop there. No 40 bomb just yet for Brezzy. His teammate there in Chaxter on that occasion helps him out. 1 minute 10 on the clock here. Brand New Day, 11 lives. They've got 2, maybe 3 good pushes at this one. But Chaxter's now gotten himself into a position where he can just kind of be a nuisance, try and pick off players one at a time. There's another one for him. Chaxter just roaming around, mopping everyone up. You can see that Gabe has been at this back corner for so long, and what it's done, it's just completely caused the boys a brand new day. Just to prioritise him, and through all that madness of them trying to get rid of him, Chaxter has now managed to work himself onto a 5 streak. 8 lives remain now for Brand New Day. This hit has got to be perfect, but again, another kill from Chaxter. 6 in a row. Is he going to check the right corner onto Isaac? He's not going to, so he won't get a glide bomb to work with, but it looks as though the damage might already be done.
Yeah, they've probably got one big push with only 7 lives remaining in 26 seconds. Not only are they going to be able to have to breach into this area, they're also going to need to hold it, and this is going to be so difficult when you've got Keza with that AR. He does get dealt with. That's 2 kills, though. We see Isaac and Ali get those, and they're going to be on the kill.
No.
With only 1 player pushing through. If they're able to get this pick onto number 3 in Chaxter, who's managed to break in, that's another big kill. Progress is going down, and it's going down rapid. They're about to hit 2, and you can see those red arrows starting to push in. The nades come out. Keza's trying to break in, but it's another big pick for the boys from Brand New Day.
Man.
The contest is in. I can't believe that they're still fighting. It's going to be JC Wiley in the back, and are they going to do it? Pack last alive with only a handful of seconds. JC Wiley is going to be on the kill, and the contest is going to go in with 7 seconds remaining. Rachel, I think they haven't got the time now, and Katana Gaming see out the series 3-0 and see out that game 3-2, and that was so very, very close to a Brand New Day.
I tell you what, that got squeaky bum time towards the end there. It got very, very messy inside that B site, but unfortunately at the end of it, Brand New Day weren't able to do it. Brezzy dropping 41. Chaxter as well. A big shout out to him, Pablo, in that round. He had a moment where he was going on an absolute tear in and around middle map, and those kills at the end, they definitely seemed to pay off in the grander scheme of things for those boys.
I mean, you've got to look 36 and 30, 26 non-traded kills. And you look at Brezzy, 41 and 28 with 31 non-traded kills. Are you messing me? And across the board from the boys on Brand New Day, they put up a monumental battle against what is ultimately the favourites for this tournament, but they couldn't have taken it any closer. Huge performance to them, and realistically, if you're one of the teams in that losers bracket, knowing that you're going to face a team with that kind of capability, then this is a worrying time right now if you're Team Ricochet or Mistaken Esports.
Yeah, so guys, that is going to be our winners final completed. So Katana Gaming, they are going through to the grand final. Brand New Day, they are going to drop down into that losers bracket, and I will quickly try and sort out to see if those boys are currently in a map. They're not currently, so what I will do, guys, is I will throw it to a quick break, because that Mistaken game is currently going on the Bravo stream. I will bring it back on screen for you guys as and when they're in the map, and we'll have a little chat about it while that one goes down. But for the time being, guys, we will just cut it to a very, very short break, and I'll throw up the highlights of that series if you did miss any of it, because you're probably going to want to go back and watch that one. It was a hell of a map. We'll be back very shortly, guys, hopefully with our next game up and running, and obviously we will bring that Mistaken game on the screen for you guys to keep tabs on, as well as and when they load in towards their next map. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back in just a second. Ladies and gentle beans, welcome back once again to the ACCL VibePay Spring Invitational. We are now here in the later stages of our tournament. We are down to just 3 teams and our 2 teams here in losers final, Pablo. Another Goliath battle here between Team Ricochet and Brand New Day. Both, we've kind of been split down the middle, us two, with these lot, haven't we? We've obviously had a little chat off camera about these guys, and we can't quite make our minds up which way we think this one is going to go.
No, I mean, even with the map set that they've chosen, it's still kind of just almost impossible to put something between them. I mean, you can't really take any information from the brand new Katana game because they would, you know, whether they were overawed or lack of ice or whatever, the Katana just played so very well. But at points we saw the Brand New Day was so used to seeing where they can put up big numbers. They work so well as a team and trade so effectively. But Team Ricochet have just been... I don't know. There's something about Team Ricochet today. They just got into a momentum and into a role, and they just haven't looked back. You know, since that completely insane incentive hardpoint where they kept them to 34. They just have not looked back, and at times look relatively scary. So I just don't know which way this one's going to go. This is a crazy losers final.
Yeah, so for anyone who is interested, this is what our maps is saying for us for this one. We start off with a nice slow-paced Bocage hardpoint, and then we have Berlin Search, Tuscan Control, Berlin hardpoint, and then Tuscan Search and Destroy. So we get straight into the mix of Pablo. We see kind of where the pacing of both teams are. We obviously flagged up Brand New Day a little bit slow coming out against Katana. Obviously, it was their first game of the whole day, pretty much. As they were the ones waiting in that winners final. So now this is the series that you're looking to them to be like, right, okay, you've had your warm-up, boys. Now let's get into some action.
Absolutely, they need to be firing again on all cylinders straight from the outset, because Team Ricochet they start at 80 miles an hour and only get faster. So the thing for Brand New Day is to try and match pace, and we know they can do it. They are a team that've got that capability, but it's just whether they're going to do it from the very outset, and P1 is going to let us know exactly where they stand. Team Ricochet on a roll and have got the momentum behind them, but can the quality of Brand New Day stand out? Are we going to see a resurgent pack, a player that they rely on so heavily? And again, you know, we've seen in previous incarnations with Dizzy, and we know what a big player Dizzy can be. So the lack of that kind of firepower and fundamental knowledge of the game, has that impacted on them coming into this like kind of second part of this what was the LAN and now is the online portion of this game. So we don't know what kind of effect that potentially could have had on the cohesion of this team. But right now, again, nothing to put between them. We are going to find out exactly where these boys stand in a relatively short amount of time, though.
Yeah, so here we are, boys and girls. We are now here at the almost the pinnacle of our tournament, of our ACCL VibePay Spring Invitational. Remember, 3 bags on the lines for these guys. £3,000 they are playing for. First place is going to take home £2,500. Second place, 500. So the loser of this one is not going to go home with any change whatsoever. So a huge series again. We can't stress the importance of this one for both of these teams. And already, the boys of Team Ricochet Pablo, very hot out the gate. So too our Brand New Day. A little bit of typical P1, close exchanges, and not a huge amount of time for either team.
Yeah, it's all about that P2 positioning. Right now, you can see Brand New Day making it very much a priority to try and hold that P2 area. We can see it just coming to life now as the 10-second mark is reached on P1. It is going to be those players from Brand New Day over towards the back. JC Wiley going to be kind of out towards back, and that's allowed Pac to kind of stay in that middle area and get that. But indeed, we do see Joker with some big shots pushing from the front. It's not a tactic we see very often, but it is one that we see to fruition for some teams. And Joker goes absolutely huge, goes with the pre-fire to the corner of barrels and nearly drops the player over there, and that's going to be another big kill. Right now, Team Ricochet Major starting to flex their muscles a little bit. Very hot respawn team, and again, not to be written off in the S&D. It's only a slender lead, and Brand New Day going to give themselves a little bit of an opportunity to bring that back and eventually potentially take that lead themselves.
Yeah, and Pac just patrolling around. Nice shots there to take out one man. Divil will get on the point, and his teammate there, Foodsy and Jocker, both lending him a helping hand. Already, rotations towards the New Hill are now commencing. You can see on your minimap, number 6 and number 3. Isaac has managed to slip through, but likewise has Ross. So there's a freebie to take down one. There's still a couple of players just waiting around him, as he is just going to wait for help. But the help should come very shortly. There's going to be one man trying to climb up the ladder there, and I think he will manage to stay alive up top. He does have a lot of teammates in and around him. JC out the back, though, going to have a gunfight against Fudzy, which he's not able to win. And Fudzy and the boys looking to try and collapse those players in the hill. And this is looking like a very, very strong start here. They will still be spawning out, though, over towards middle map here. Ross going to try and drop on potentially a couple of players here as he flies straight into the bonds of Isaac. Isaac wins the gunfight. The trades, though, looking close. And no, never mind. Kill feed. Very, very blue. Pack's going to clear out Divil with a nade. And that was a big kill as well, because Divil was working on streaks.
Yeah, I thought the boys from Team Ricochet really had that zone up. They got those back spawns. They managed to be patient in getting them, but they just seem to be cutting through Brand New Day with ease onto the kill, and that's just largely kept them about 40 seconds clear. It is going to be the boys in blue who are going to be set up for this barn hill, and you can see there JC Wiley out towards the back. He is going to take that wall heady and just watch down mid, so anyone cutting through or deciding to take a shortcut is potentially going to get cut down. In fact, he decides to back even further up and just watch in case anyone pushes through that long trench kind of side. So Fudzy going to have a bit of a job on his hands here. Question is he going to check out? That's a great bit of transitional play from JC as he takes Fudzy down, and that's been beautiful for Brand New Day. You've managed to cut down the lead to around and about 40 seconds again, and that's just big plays by big Mike Jocker as he manages to help Team Ricochet get control of Barn around the 30-second mark.
Yeah, Brand New Day get in, and they do clear out those remaining players, so even the kills of Jocker, unfortunately, weren't going to be enough as Pack and the lads get in. Fudzy will trade out Pack as they try and progress up the map. Another gunfight goes in favour, though, of Team Ricochet, and it's actually going to be the stun that clears out Divil in the end, so only just a peanut away from dying. And 10 seconds going to be soaked up by Ali, but you can already see again JC round the back he goes. Divil has managed to get himself in towards that back tower, so he's going to be a bit of a nuisance and difficult to budge, and Ross just forces his way straight round the back to say no chance of a rotation there, no spawns for you boys. And at the moment, nice work from Ross again. He is really doing some God's work here out the back, just not allowing Brand New Day to get anywhere near securing those back spawns.
I even think he probably overestimated just how far up they were, because he launches his nade and they were nowhere near getting even close to being dealt with by that. So Ross J does absolute work there. He got himself onto a round and about to 4 streak, but not able to see that out. Again, no Major, we have this conversation time and time again. Despite the slaying power of the boys from Team Ricochet, it's not a massive lead. It's still around 40 seconds, and at no point have they really been able to stretch it out, despite what appears to be a dominant piece of gun skill. Ali FSA going absolutely huge, and Isaac is going to respond with a 75% kill feed right there. Pack with a few speculative shots. It is going to cost him his life, though, and these boys already set up for P1. You can see those predatory purple arrows looking to get in and around and make sure that they maintain not only that presence on P1, but potentially the chess playing already being thought about for P2. So big moment right there. Again, Major, it is back and forth though with the kills, and Ross J still causing trouble out to lower grannies.
Yeah, and Ross just pushing out a lot of these lanes, looking to try and get as much time out of this P1 as possible. See if they can drain maybe 20 to 25 seconds on this Team Ricochet. If they can, it will be a big plus for them, as they still lead by about 40 points. JC Wiley, though, going to do a good bit of work to take one man off the hill. Ross, though, still free roaming as of yet, and you can see kind of the job that he's doing, Pablo. He's only got 4 seconds on the hill, Ross, but he just seems to be that ever-present man who's just working the spawns, working the plays, working the flanks, and when it works, it really works for Ross.
Well, he's essentially making it very difficult for the boys from Brand New Day to get a cohesive attack on any hill. When he's cutting down 2 players, it just absolutely shatters any possibility of having any greater numbers pushing onto the relevant hill. And right now, P1, which is normally heavily contested, has been an absolute money hill for the boys from Team Ricochet. And we've started to see them finally push out to that 50-second mark. So it is going to be big points. And Ross J still causing problems, finally dealt with by Ali. The trade does go out as Jocker is going to be there to support, and Divil just strolls onto the hill, and largely unnoticed, it is the kill leader right there. 22 and 15 on a 3 streak. A Major 1 minute 31. It's a boot as well. Divil controlling Bocage right now.
Yeah, he's having his way with the boys of Brand New Day. Ricochet, we know how good they are on respawn, and they're demonstrating it once again here on the Bocage. Ali picks one man off. Fudzy still waiting for some help from his teammates. Never mind, doesn't necessarily need it as Fudzy cleans off another couple of players. And the auto shots from Fudzy clean as per usual, as we come to expect from him. But 15 seconds worth of scrap time. This middle portion of the game has gone completely in favour of Team Ricochet. Brand New Day, they really need to try and look towards this next hill to get a huge chunk of time from it, because it is now a case of they will be trailing by close to 100 points. And Ross in the top of Barn, on the top of Granny's, apologies. Just waiting for the right time to drop on a few of these players. Flies in, can't win that one. Ali's got help from teammates, just looking to try and combine for shots, but the boys in purple are in again, Pablo. It feels as though every single time they work their way in the hill, it just seems inevitable that they get the kills to boot.
Oh, yeah, just every time they pick a corner, there's a player there. They're never really wrong on them 50-50s. It's really, really good play so far, and Divil is just about to continue absolutely oh, my days, Divil, what are you doing, you naughty boy? 5 streak, 1 minute 36, 28 and 18. And again, Major, it's looking very much like this could potentially be another second rotation win for the boys from Team Ricochet, because right now they are just unstoppable, 214 to 103. You've got to ask the question, Major, from Brand New Day's perspective, they must have seen that Incentive Esports game and just thought, you know what, that won't happen to us. Well, right now it is not as bad, but it is pretty dismal. 226 to 103. They've got complete control of that hill, and their purple arrows are going to swarm towards this hill. And it, again, the responsibility to lie out back and try and get these mid-map picks is down to JC Wiley. He's got a lot of work to do, and at the minute being relatively effective. Still not within the realms of impossibility for the boys from Brand New Day to turn this round, no, Major. Plenty of time, and Bokars is all about rhythm. The question is, can they do that within 15 seconds?
Yeah, it's just another example of Team Ricochet punching in. Divil has been an absolute menace on this map as he looks for more. Divil with 33, 34, 35. And that might be the final nail in the coffin for map number 1. Divil has just taken over this map. They're desperately trying to flood in, but they're just going into the Divil blender, and map 1 goes in favor of Team Ricochet.
You'll dig yourselves out of that one, boys. Brand New Day with a very poor start. Team Ricochet into the blender. They put them, they've ground them up, and they've drank them solid, because 250 to 110 at a winner and losers final is a disgusting scoreline by any standard. Huge plays from Divil, huge plays across the board, to be perfectly honest, as the boys from Team Ricochet just continue to just move on with what can only be described as a, I mean, it's almost feels inevitable that they're going to get to this point. It's crazy just how good they are. I've completely
Did you miss the
screenshotted the wrong thing. I'm just gonna laugh my head off. It's meant to get the statistics, but unfortunately I managed to screenshot all the team names, so it is what it is. But we know that Divil put like 36 I think in the end, so huge plays from that young man, and just started to dominate. Now the great thing for Team Ricochet, Major, was that Ross J had a really good start to that first rotation, Bokars, and Divil just, you know, he took the baton and ran with it, and that is a huge result for them right there.
Yeah, I say the only stat that we need to know is that one at the top, 250 to 110. And I mean, I don't want to say, Pablo, I got it right, but I did say to you, Team Ricochet at the moment look very good in respawn, and they have literally just demonstrated that.
Yeah, absolutely, hands up. We had the conversation beforehand, and I was kind of like, I don't know, you know, Brand New Day, if they turn up and play the way they have been playing, I mean, it could go their way. I mean, we're still very early into the game, but Team Ricochet momentum right there. And again, you've got to ask the question, Major. This game is largely won outside with the map choices and the kind of psychology, you know, the games that you can play with players. But you've got to ask the question, what would Brand New Day thinking about popping a Bokars hard pointers number 1 map? I mean, you've just seen what Team Ricochet did to a team with Dizzy, Kels, Genesis, and Sketchy, and you've got to ask the question, I mean, what is the thought process there? They're one down largely because of a spurious map choice.
Yeah, and we go in towards a Berlin search and destroy. Ricochet did drop this map to Katana, 6-4 in that winners final. Oh, maybe I'm tripping. No, sorry, winners semi-final. The first one that we casted. So
yeah, winners semi. Yeah.
So Team Ricochet obviously dropped that one this time. We're obviously getting ready for a Berlin search and destroy for this one, and the pacing of this Team Ricochet team just seems to be 110% all the time. So I think if Brand New Day are looking at this map, they are saying, right, okay, pace of this one's going to be a little bit slower. We can look to try and coordinate our ARs, get them in positions without the likes of Divil just throwing themselves at you, because it just feels as though Team Ricochet, they're just happy to go toe-to-toe with any roster with just raw gunfight pace and ability. And more often than not, it does pay off for them. So it's going to be a brutal one. And Kelsey's politely asked that we don't talk about her Bokars map for her team, because it was a bit of a battering. But yeah. If I speak, I'm in trouble.
Yeah, listen, we've well made it. We've got no more barrage hard points in this map, so we can put it to one side. One thing we can talk about, though, is the fact that Team Ricochet very aggressive in the previous Bale and S&D that they dropped, and a couple of times, maybe 3 times, they pushed mid-map, like quite high up into the kind of outside fire, outside stairs area, and they just weren't able to do anything with it. It's kind of it got them a lot of geography, but they just weren't able to do absolutely anything with it. Katana very cautious, set up in fire, set up out back as well, and set up in that A-bomb site. So you got to ask the question, have they learned anything from that? Are we going to see a very similar push coming out of Team Ricochet? And if they are they going to actually make any use of it? Because largely it cost them 2 whole rounds and they end up losing to 2 rounds. So big moment for Team Ricochet to maybe just regain and just kind of have a little think about their strategies going into this, because one thing we do know is Pack can go big in S&D.
Yeah, so just waiting on the boys to get ready. So if any of you guys did miss that map number 1, it finished 250 to 110 to Team Ricochet at the moment. Their hardpoint game is looking absolutely peak at the moment, and for anyone who is interested in what the bracket is looking like, this is how we've got through the day. Obviously XC Nation, they fell to Mistaken, then fell to Ricochet, who have managed to knock out Incentive along the way as well, and Incentive managing to beat Adept Club. And in the winners bracket we can see there currently Katana Gaming, they are the team that are waiting in that grand final. So plenty a lot of work here, Pablo, out of the 2 teams at the moment. Ricochet look as though they're the more warmed up team, I suppose you would say. Obviously in the Search and Destroy, though, how many times do we talk about a team that gets battered in map 1, regains for map 2, and then in the Control, you never really know. It can be a game mode which swings either way, really, I suppose you could say. But at the moment, brand new day, one thing we do know is that they do need to try and up the pacing of trades, I think, is the main thing. It felt as though every single time they got a pick or a kill or 2, it just didn't feel as though there were bodies around them quick enough for it, which is what we're used to seeing with this roster. They're usually very, very quick and organised with trades. There's never usually a play that they make where one man is on his own and there's no one nearby. So it wouldn't surprise me here if we see a regain.
I'm surprised at how little they've moved as a unit. We're so used to seeing them, you know, when we watch them play Gavutu Hardpoint against Mistaken, they just move as a unit, which is what allows them to trade effectively. They've always got a player nearby. We go into this Bacage Hardpoint, and honestly, we saw how many times did we see Ross J drop a duo, you know, Divil drop 2, and largely it's because they just weren't moving as a unit. So once they drop the player, it's 3 seconds before another player emerges. By that time, Ross J or Divil have had time to regain, compose, and get the second kill. So largely, again, trades just fall in the way of Team Ricochet, and we could see that from the stats if I'd actually bothered to print screen them. But yeah, we would have seen a hell of a lot of non-traded kills going the way of the team in purple. Brand new day, very uncharacteristic from them. I don't know whether they lost to Katana and the way they lost in that Control, because they were so close to getting to that map 4, has just tilted them a little bit, and whether there's been some kind of conversations post map that maybe has just lost a little bit of composure.
But that's half the battle, isn't it? Even at kind of this level, when teams start playing for this kind of amount of money, that regain ability to just chalk a map from the previous one, go into the next one, is a lot easier said than done. A lot of teams, obviously at this level, are very, very good at it, but you still can't kind of ignore what has happened that previous map. You can put it to the back of your mind, but it's still, even if it's just ever so slightly, will just sit there. And I think it's the teams and the players that are more efficient at trying to forget about it and just literally take one map at a time as you go. And then if you're doing well, then by all means take that momentum with you. But if it goes very, very badly, just try and call it off, forget about it, move on to the next one. So we'll have to see if Brand New Day are going to do that in the Berlin Search.
Yeah, well, there is one facet of their game that we thought we had under you know, kind of like statistically under control, was that they were able to kind of adjust mid-game, but right now they haven't done that against Katana, and it looks like they're going to fail to do it in the hard point. So big moment for them to regain. They are going to push largely towards this A, and it's going to be a massive push and very aggressive from Ali FSA. It is going to be down to Joker to potentially protect this. He is going to get dealt with. Beautiful shots coming out of Ali, though, to get that first blood. It is going to be a 2v4 as we see Isaac drop Ross J and make it a 3 Major Divil all on his own now in a 1v4.
Well, there you go. Here's a start to a round that you wanted. Divil probably got one freebie here. There's one for him. Auto in hand. Makes it a little bit easier coming from this step side. Can he manage to get some shots into Isaac as well? He does, but it's not going to be enough to get the kill onto him. So it is now a position where Brand New Day take the lead, and Fairly strong start from the boys in blue, Pablo.
Yeah, really nice as well. Really coordinated, very, very deliberate as well. It's one thing we do know about them is they can be quite deliberate, and it's not, a quirk of fate or some luck that usually gets them into this position. So nice kills across the board. Only JC Wiley, the one who was mid, struggling to get off the mark. But again, Team Ricochet now with a big opportunity to strike back. The attacking side is going to make that a little bit more difficult, and we are going to see kind of a heavy stack towards this S&D, A bomb site, and there's going to be down to Ali again to try and defend this, and he was so very quick at doing so earlier on. A nice position. He's going to get that information, so that is going to get vetted out towards that player in fire, and Fudzy is going to try and throw some support in as he tries to get the shots, and he gets one major, and that's going to be a 2v3 as we hit that 1 minute mark.
Oh man, there's another pick. And now Fudzy, last man up, will take Ali down, but they're hunting for him. He's down in mid-map. There's not really a huge amount he can do. So 2 rounds in very quick succession here for Brand New Day. Very efficient search and destroy play from them so far. The initial picks are there. The trades are there as well. They look to be a bit more efficient. Pablo are kind of trading in and around the bomb site. Ricochet have got bodies there, but it just feels as though they're getting picked off one at a time.
And it feels like just the accuracy coming out of Brand New Day is just a little level above. They're just moving as a unit a lot better. And it's the one thing we criticised them for in that Buckeyes, and they just completely rectified it. So a nice early 2-0 scoreline for them in a little 2-round differential. And there's going to be a push over towards this B site, and there's going to be some suppression options open to Team Ricochet as they try and get as high up to the point as possible. Number 1 there, Pack is going to try and get a better angle. In fact, he decides to dip back into that P2 area. So there's going to be a little jog as Divil gets taken by Ali again. So Ali with the first blood one more time, proving that slight bit of aggression is providing some dividends for the young man. He's 3-1 right now, and it is a 3v4 major as the bomb is down.
Yeah, Jocker's trying to progress his way up towards the back of warehouse. Nate goes through. Will he tag up one? He will tag up the man in the bomb. Ali forced to reposition and try and stay alive here. Fudzy's going to punish him. Takes him down. The nade, unfortunately, takes off a little bit too much health. But now they've got to try and work their way out the back. Jocker's got to try and make the play here, and he's got to do it quickly. Pack is out the back here along with pretty much the whole firing squad, as they now very shortly realise. And Brand New Day, 3 rounds in a row. Team Ricochet just need to try and maybe counter this map control when they get a large section of the map cornered off. It feels as though every single bomb site that Brand New Day are going to, Pablo, they just seem to be watching all the right nades and lanes as well to go with it.
Yeah, absolutely. They've done it perfect so far. They've managed to keep themselves at a reasonable distance and keep complete control of the bomb sites, which is exactly what you want. And that's the benefit, especially going to be, of getting that bomb down early. And again, regardless of what small fortune Team Ricochet have had in terms of getting kills, they just haven't been able to do anything with it. Again, this is going to be a B stack for the boys. And you see the difference right now. That little bit of hesitation major coming out of Team Ricochet has cost them not only the first blood, but now they've got no bomb site control. And eventually they are going to try and push across, but it's going to be a 4v3.
Oh man, he flies in. That's a big kill from Jocker. If he didn't get that kill, this round probably would have been chalked as well. But Pack's the man to keep the eye on here. He's now on a 6 streak, 1 away from a glide bomb. It's not as effective as it's used to being on the Berlin with that roof being patched. The Divil inside the site. He's going to have a lot of stuff chucked at him here. Stun isn't going to clean him out. Isaac, though, they spot him. There's one for Divil. Can he get the second as well? Last man up is going to be Pack. He's still playing for streaks here, Pack. He's got to play this carefully. He needs the glide, if not the round win, but he's not going to get either. And Team Ricochet, they will get a round on the board. And 2 positives there, Pablo. 1 round and no streaks.
That is hugely important in the scheme of things. They get that glide bomb, they get some bomb site control in the next round, and that could potentially see them with that quite unassailable lead. So huge plays from Team Ricochet, and hopefully a bit of a psychological rebound. It's going to build a bit of confidence back into the side, because right now we know Pack's an absolute superstar at S&D, but Team Ricochet as a team just starting slowly to come through. We do expect to see better things from Big Mike Jocker, 1-3 right now. If he can get himself involved in the game a little bit more, this could start to see a turnaround for the team in purple. But again, Fudzy in a position now where as he does get a peak, he's going to need to get those shots out, and unfortunately that is going to be huge kills as Isaac manages to shoot down that long side and get that pick as well. We can see the aggression. Fudzy deciding to push right up. I suppose he's trying to catch them on the fly, and that's going to be shots, but he's going to get dealt with, Major. This is getting very, very difficult for Team Ricochet in a 2v4.
Yeah, they just don't really seem to know how to get these lads out of that back warehouse. Nice kill, though, from Divil. Can't make any more of it, though. And Brand New Day, every single attacking round they take that bomb to be, it just feels inevitable that they're going to manage to keep the man alive, get the bomb down, and then just defend it from this backside of tracks. So, again, another round for the boys in blue. Sees them push that lead out once again to 3 rounds. And now a position
I'll be honest as
for
well.
Ricochet. Oh, go on.
The surprising thing is as well that there's just Brand New Day is so well set up in terms of being able to support each other. So regardless of what player Team Ricochet decides to focus on, they get a couple of shots and they get dealt with by someone else. So not only in terms of trades, but in terms of just a generic defensive setup, once they've got that bomb planted, Brand New Day just look incredible at the minute. Like it's like they've handed the pads to a different team from the hardpoint team that we saw earlier on. It's a Jekyll and Hyde performance right now, and it's something that we've seen time and time again in Vanguard.
JC playing at the back of P3. Playing for info on that A bomb site. Woodsy is the man with bomb, though. He's nowhere near it at the moment. He is going to look to try and transition his way over towards the A site eventually. Still see that JC is the man just watching over it. And every single second that ticks past makes it potentially more inevitable that he's going to see a lot of action over here. Because you can see Pack over towards the B site, sees absolutely nothing. And now gets the info that he needs. Nade out. Can they manage to pick off one? Nice work there. The coordinated nades there from him and his teammate in Isaac means that they are going to clear out yet another man. Fudzy and Jokka now stuck in a 2 versus 3. They are going to plant the bomb. They are going to do it, however, out of sight of Brand New Day. But now they've got to protect it.
And there's a big moment now. Pack is just making that flank along the back. And is it going to be red? It's going to be number 5, Jokka, with the responsibility potentially to try and deal with that person. Obviously, he's got two different ways to worry about: someone pushing stairs and someone potentially pushing long. So a big moment and some COD time. And he's going to get one pick. And again, he isn't probably going to misread that Pack with some incredible time. And unfortunate, potentially, he manages to get the shots in. It is going to be Jokka all alone in a 1v2. Has he read this perfectly? That's one down. Only one more to go. Is that player is going to just decide against?
Oh, he didn't get it. He didn't get it.
It's just not enough time, and that's a really good play from Jokka again. Reminiscent of the earlier series where Jokka again was in the same position and was able to just play his life well enough so they couldn't get the defuse. Team Ricochet again with a huge win, and off the back of what was, largely a very momentous moment for Brand New Day. I think we're starting to see Team Ricochet just pick up the gun in this S&D a little bit more.
Yeah. So good work there from Jokka. Obviously does fault, and Pack is having an incredible game at the moment, but that deficit is down to 2 now with that round win. So let's see what Brand New Day decide to try and do here. Do they try and stick with what worked, or do they switch it up? It looks as though they're going to switch it up. A site is the call, and there's going to be 2 players from Ricochet here. Ross and Divil are ready and waiting inside the site. This first pick's going to be huge. Nades go in. Divil and his teammate Ross, they just back up. They know that the presence is here from the boys in blue. Ali's got to be careful not to try and drop this bomb in a really awkward spot, though, for his team, as they are just exchanging a few bullets for good measure. Waiting for the right person to peek, though. And you can see number 2, Ali. Looks as though they might try and wrap this bomb over to B.
It's just interesting to see number 5. Just obviously no information really being gathered. I think there is going to be number 6 who's going to get a bit of a surprise now. As half the team turns up, he does try and get himself into a position potentially if there is going to be any issues. Ali not happy about that. I think he sees the gun. That's going to be a pretty easy kill, but Fade manages to get one, so it is going to be a 3v3. And Jokka, Ross J and Divil going to be making their way over. Ross J very quick to try and get into that position. That's going to give him a pretty easy one. He tries to get rapid shots into the bomb site. Not able to do it. Is he going to get that turn? He turns and kills as well. And it is going to be Isaac now in a 1v3. And this potentially sees Team Ricochet go back within 1 round. You can see Ross on the defuse. Isaac's bullets don't matter at all. And that's going to be huge. But Ross is still defusing. And that is going to be Team Ricochet bringing that back to 1 round, Major. Huge performance right there for the boys in purple.
Yeah, just smart play there from Ricochet. They shut the door, so they didn't allow Isaac any kind of line of sight on the bomb. Although they got the bomb down, we tend to see some teams try and shoot out the doors, or at least melee them, just so that if the team does try to shut it, they can still get eyes on bomb. They didn't do it, and the boys of Ricochet slammed the door, stuck the defuse, and there wasn't really much Isaac could do about it because he wasn't entirely sure where that bomb was planted. So Ricochet reduce it down just to a 1 round difference now. They're slowly starting to adapt to what Brand New Day seem to be throwing at them, Pablo.
Yeah, I think, that little bit of resilience, but that ability to be able to read and change your game plan has been huge right now. I say that, and Pac goes and nearly gets a two-piece. Divil finally manages to shoot him, but he has got taken some bullets in the process. He is going to try and get this nade out, and he nearly kills himself in the process. Definitely shouldn't be able to use that right hand now, but again, Isaac just going to be pushing through stairs. Pac, I mean, Divil, a very, very lucky boy. 4 and 6, still with bomb. We can see them shots going out.
So many
my
bullets.
days, so many bullets and not one dies. This could be huge for Team Ricochet. They have to take advantage of this right now.
Yeah, they got to be quick here. Ali and Isaac, where are they going to try and push it through? Isaac will get a pick, and that will help them a hell of a lot. Jocker's tucking himself away in the corner. The stun will give away that he's there, and the shots come through, though. He takes down one, and Isaac, he can only take down one before he falls. So Team Ricochet, after being 4-1 down, this is why you don't count this team out. That is now back to 4 rounds apiece. They just seem to be slowly adapting to that patient play of Brand New Day, and their aggression seems a lot more coordinated.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm so glad we didn't have a side bet on this, because I would be absolutely, tearing, sweating bullets right now. But Devil 5 and 6. I mean, across the board, Team Ricochet starting to come good. I mean, Brand New Day largely relying on the firepower of Pac and Isaac. But Team Ricochet across the board just started to pick things up, and this is a worrying time. And again, matey, we've got to ask the question. Brand New Day seemed to lose composure against Katana, and a little bit of ice just seemed to cool in the veins. And whether this is starting to happen again under pressure. Big shots from Fudzy again, not able to get that player over from that angle. So it is going to give them an opportunity to get bomb down and potentially get a little bit of bomb height control. But you can see the aggression coming out of Team Ricochet now. And that all day again with the nade. What is going on with Team Ricochet? Throw the goddamn thing. But it is going to be first blood going the way of Team Brand New Day, but they immediately respond there. Ross J and Isaac both fall.
Yep. There's still 2 players inside the site here. And JC Wiley's trying to stay alive, but they do clear him out the back. And now if they're quick enough, Ricochet, they can work the retake. Pac's in the corner. He gets taken down. And now all of a sudden it's all on Ali. Ali with 1. Can't get the second. And the boys from purple? The boys from purple? The boys from Ricochet in purple, should I say, retake the site. They grab the defuse, and their adaptions towards these bomb retakes, Pablo, are there for all to see. They just clear out the back warehouse a lot quicker, and they're a lot less hesitant.
Yeah, absolute aggression. I think they've realised just how heavy the boys from Brand New Day stacked the bomb site. Now, unfortunately for them, that is going to put them into the driving seat. They're going to have the attacking round. So a big moment right now. And Major, honestly, I think we haven't even mentioned it. I think we were so used to seeing Brand New Day before 1 up there. We have not really started to talk about the potential for a round 11, which is definitely on the cards. Brand New Day have consistently been, a solid defensive side in this S&D. So big moment for them. The question is, if Pac and Isaac drop out of the game early, it does really leave them, regardless of if it's a 2v2 in a terrible situation because of the capabilities across the board. And Fudzy, with the first time I think in this round that he's managed to get a first blood. So that's huge. And Brand New Day composure completely gone.
Yeah, their heads are gone at this point, it seems. This is going to be 5 rounds in a row if Team Ricochet get this done and take this map. This kill, potentially, for JC Wiley. If he can get it on the man above him, it's going to be huge. And now he's all alone. They know where he is. Fudzy, he will take him down eventually. Just about. But you can see the bomb is going down. Divil, a little bit of teabagging to go with it as well. And all they got to do is try and stack this side. Ross spots him mid-map, and that is a huge regain from Team Ricochet. 4-1 down. They take the map 6-4, and now surely all that morale is on their side.
Honest to God, Team Ricochet with an immaculate performance of 5-round comeback. It's something we would only see out of the likes of Young Heretics, now Minnesota Rocker Academy. So you've got to say hats off, regardless of the heroics of both Pac and Isaac. It is eventually Team Ricochet who go absolutely huge. And a performance across the board from every player. Ross J, the only player really struggling to go positive. So huge props to them. And we know Kieran Williams is going to be going absolutely insane at the prospect of coming through a loser's bracket run, getting to a Tuscan Control with the opportunity to get into the grand finals, and obviously, solidifying the opportunity to make some dollar in the process. But Tuscan Control, we saw how close Team Ricochet came to putting Katana to the sword, and then we saw how close Brand New Day came as well. So this is going to be, a huge moment right now, monumental. Actually, I think they played Berlin in the winners final, but again, Team Ricochet very comfortable on this, and this is really the opportunity one more time for Brand New Day to be able to turn things this round. They put Katana under pressure in their control round, but the question is, Team Ricochet just got so much momentum right now.
Yeah, so now Brand New Day need another regain here. Obviously, their series before was a very quick one up against the boys of Katana Gaming, Pablo. That was a very, very swift 3-0. They're not going to want to go down, surely, in this way. Obviously, they were waiting in that winners' final for what felt like a while. They had the winners' final game. That was 3-0. They're now in a position where they might drop this one 3-0 as well. And all of a sudden, after all that patience, they might drop out in what feels like, what, an hour and 15 of Call of Duty, potentially. So it's just going to be really, really rough for them if that is the way they go. We say we bang the drum about these boys all the time. We know what they bring. We just need to see it, and it just feels as though that little bit of additional, I don't know, I think kind of the instinctual decision making just seems a little bit more hesitant from Brand New Day. They slowed the pace in the Search and Destroy. We could see that. They were playing for that first pick, but then after that point, Team Ricochet just seemed to be a little bit shrewd to it. Everything that they were trying to do, playing it patiently, playing for the pick. Ricochet, they were just like, okay, if you keep doing what you're doing, we'll make our changes. That's exactly what they did. And then they won 5 rounds in a row without a response. So it just felt as though Brand New Day, they just didn't really have any sort of answer to when Ricochet changed up their game. It was working. Ricochet tweaked it, and then it was curtains at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's something we've argued long. Brand New Day, usually a capable team who can kind of change tactics, and they just didn't really have an answer to Team Ricochet's kind of resurgence, and especially the aggression. So nice, it was controlled aggression. It wasn't kind of that waywardness that we can see sometimes maybe on a Bocage S&D. They managed to get themselves into really good positions, and Fudzy time and time again would get himself into that kind of mid-tank area where he could watch towards Warehouse, watch towards a B-bomb site, and he would put bullets into players which would then allow Ross J to come down that dock side and get further picks. So again, just not able to counter kind of like a simple strategy like that is not a good sign for Brand New Day, especially going into a control game where Team Ricochet looked so capable as well at times. You know, we saw them get some early ticks over towards that B site, so this is going to be huge for Brand New Day. Regain absolutely massively needed, otherwise I think they're going to get steamrolled, and Team Ricochet will very deservedly go into that grand final against Katana Gaming.
Yeah, so if they do go into that grand final, it wouldn't surprise me if we see another Game 5, another 3-2 for potentially either side. And obviously, with it being a double bracket, potentially, if Team Ricochet do win that first best of 5, if they do go through, I mean, we can't count Brand New Day out just yet, but whoever out of these two teams does go through to play in that grand final, they're going to have to take 2 best of 5s off of a team that, let's be honest, Pablo, have looked very, very strong. The addition of Brezzy and the team, Kez has looked flat out. Gabe and Chaxter have been doing their bits as well. So Katana at the moment, I know Heffy, he'll be sat there with a big grin on his face, assuming that his boys will probably see that one over the line. Obviously, you don't want to count anything out just yet, but whoever comes through this one, they've got a big, big mountain to climb in that grand final to take 2 best of 5s off of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very, very difficult. I mean, we haven't really talked about the addition of Brezzy for Gizmo. Now, Gizmo, we know, is an incredible player. He's gone to the Royal Ravens and played over at the Pro League, but Brezzy, I just don't think you can't count out how consistent, how capable he can be. He's can play an AR, he can play distance, he can be a turret, he can pick up an MP40 and he can body 3-4 players at a time. He's, you know, got an amazing cob brain. He's a player who's been playing this game for an incredible amount of time. So again, Katana looking very, very tidy at the minute and waiting in the grand final for one of these two teams that you're witnessing playing right now. It is going to be a push straight over to B for Senor Ross J, as he looks to at least get 1 cap. Now, we argue this point all the time. This kind of point, if he gets 1 on this and they get that 8 points, that's 4 points straight away, 4 ticks, and that could go absolutely huge towards that final game if it goes to that game 5. Fudzy is going to be in Hill inside Church. He is going to have to just watch his back as players do look to flood in. Some information is going to go his way, and they do look to try and get that point. Again, Fudzy with some wayward shots, Major. It is going to be 26 lives, plays 24, so a slender advantage as you hit the 1 minute 20 mark, and that 8 point is slowly being secured.
Yeah, and it looks as though that 8 point is now done. Again, Ross, lone man over here. Can he work some magic? No, not this time, Ross. Isn't going to be able to get anything going on that occasion. And you can see that JC has managed to work his way up that side of the map towards B. They will manage to sniff him out and take him down, and Joker just going to be roaming around the top of radio, around green. Pack, though, has no more of that. They do still manage to get Ross through, though. Ross seems to be getting this really good opportunity just to work a lane, and they're going to actually try and double stack this one early on here and force some gunfights. The trades come through. Ross, how many can he grab? There's one straight above him. Can he get one? Yes, he can. And Ross looking for the second. A big kill comes through, but Ricochet, there's 2 players on the point already. The first tick is now done. Brand new day. They need to make the nades count here. You can see them throwing them over towards the point as Ricochet forced to back up a little bit. Footsy, though, that second tick has now come through. Ross with 2, looking for the third. Can't get it, but 2 ticks already over towards the B point. Team Ricochet will take that.
And in the process, they've managed to destroy even more lives. So 16 lives plays 13, a 3-life advantage, and only 1 tick needed. And you've got to ask the question, with 1 minute 45, I mean, how do you play this? A little bit of caution, try and get the picks. Divil is going to be inside radio, and he does expose himself a little bit too much and gives JC Wiley the opportunity to use that AR to bring him down. Ali set up nice for ramp. And these boys have got themselves into a solid position now. You can see them watching the flank and watching particularly every push. So this is going to require a massive moment, and you would expect to feel nades and stuns coming their way any minute now. That push from Team Ricochet still very cautious as they try and extend that lead out. Ross J again with that root. Major, you have to call him Root Man Ross because he has found one every single time. Jocka tries to get the picks, but Major, it's a beautiful defense from Brand New Day, who live to fight another day. Not only that, they've evened the life count up.
Yeah, petition for Ross's new Battle.net ID to be Root J. We'll see if he'll do it. I doubt it, but we could dream. And Brand New Day, they've done a really good job actually towards the later stage of this round. They actually lead now in life count. Team Ricochet need to try and compose themselves a little bit here. JC, I'm pretty sure, knows that Jocka's in this corner, and he's going to pick the preferred gun. No, he doesn't actually know that he's got in there, so a pick comes through. Now 7 plays 7. Stuns and nades on the point. Ali, is he going to stay alive long enough here? There's a couple of players in. They're going to try and keep Ross J alive at the double stack again. Ricochet are really forcing the hand again of those blue arrows to try and contest. And Isaac, he's going to get a kill on himself with a nade. It's starting to fall apart a little bit, but oh, bloody hell. They breathe a sigh of relief. So they get a little bit of good fortune there. Some bad fortune as well, combining with that own nade, but it's now a position where Team Ricochet, with 3 lives remaining, this is not going to be easy.
Oh. Sorry, guys. Well, my wife decided to talk to me just at the point that you went quiet. So I was like trying to do 2 things at once. I had one eye on the map and one eye on a bottle of wine. So Team Ricochet not able to take the attacking round. Apologies, guys. It is going to be Brand New Day who do get good in the end. I got to argue that they managed to turn things around. There was a point where they had a 3-life deficit, and then in the end able to turn that around to a something. But again, Major, you've got to ask the question. That was still kind of tight for a defensive side. So under the cosh, Brand New Day managed to pull it out the bag, but that is going to be 5 ticks going the way of Team Ricochet. And the question is, can Brand New Day reciprocate in any real way?
Yeah, that's pretty much the next best thing in Control. If you can't get it done, just get the 5 ticks. So pretty much now the onus is on Brand New Day to try and at least even that themselves. A point is the start.
2 ticks.
And already a couple of kills coming through. Isaac and Pack combining for a few. And they will manage to sniff Divil out as he now goes on towards the point. As Pack, JC. Looks as though Ricochet are just going to resign to letting them have this one. Isaac has been spotted, and he does get taken down by Footsy with some clean shots, and you can see a couple of bodies now going to look to try and go for some trades. Ross with 1, can't get the second though. Oof. Pack is going to be there, and Brand New Day. The A point looks as though it's pretty much inevitable, and now it's going to be on them, Pablo, to try and do what Ricochet couldn't. Obviously, 2 ticks, they managed to get the boys in purple, but obviously now Brand New Day going to look to try and even that, if not better it.
Yeah, they're doing well as well. 3-life advantage for Brand New Day, so they're managing to get the shots out and body the boys, but look at that spread from those purple arrows. That's a lot of geographic control, and it looks like they're trying to pen them in. I think they've realized that there are 1 or 2 players still causing problems within that church area, and this could be brilliant for your number 5, Ali, right now, especially if you're able to get that pick. And if he gets this one as well, that is absolutely huge right there. It is unfortunately going to allow his team just to get a little bit of control, but it is going to allow Team Ricochet as well, when you've got Footsy shooting like that, to get a little bit of defensive control as well. And Pack has just decided he wants to join the party as well. 15 and 6 gone kind of under the radar there when you look at the juxtaposition, Major, between Divil on 5 and 11 and Pack on 15 and 6 and a 9 streak. Make it a 10. That kid is absolutely fried.
Yeah, really good work there from Pack. But it's not going to be enough, though, for his teammates to get progression on that B point. Ooh. So now 16 plays 18. Ricochet again with another opportunity just to dig their heels in just a little bit as they wait for the decision of where Brand New Day tried to push from. It looks as though P5 is going to be the call. 3 players over there. You can see JC is a little bit late, though. Over towards middle. It'll be interesting to see what they try and do here. Ali's going to try and transition over, but Fuzzy just cuts him down almost instantly, and Fuzzy gets a second as well. So the duo over towards this platform side make it work, and now the life count is in their favour, just by the 1. But with 50 seconds left on the clock, Pablo, they need to try and coordinate something quickly, and with those players just coming off spawn and Fuzzy chewing through so many of them, they are starting to run out of time here.
Yeah, it is going to be down to Ali. Manly gets dealt with. So that's only going to leave Isaac in and around the back. He's going to have to deal with Fuzzy. That little bit of back control might actually help them out. But number 3 in Ross J is going to be looking to try and reposition. In fact, they're going to leave it to Fuzzy to try and retake control of that area. And you can see just where Isaac is. I don't think he's seen that player in Fuzzy push towards the back. And so again, it's another solid defense right there. Fuzzy manages to retake that back portion area. So with 14 seconds remaining, Team Ricochet, again, you would suggest with a pretty solid defense. I mean, the boys from Brand New Day are going to have to push straight onto point, and with that many players in and around them, chewing through them, as you would say, and Divil adding to his tally already. It's a big, big win for Team Ricochet, but not one that's that surprising. Takes it to 1-1 in this Tuscan control.
Yeah, so 1 round apiece now. I'll see Ross there, just tickling Ali with a single bullet to take him down. And Ricochet tie it back up. They got very close on the attacking round, but they now see themselves in a position where they're actually up by 2 ticks here, Team Ricochet, so they will take that round very, very happily. Brand New Day couldn't get anything working on the B point, as we come to expect from quite a few teams up against Ricochet in control. They're a very, very good respawn team, but now opportunity knocks here for Team Ricochet. Can they manage to break the serve of Brand New Day here? Can they take this attacking round? A point is the prerogative for Team Ricochet right off the rip here. They're getting kills in and around middle map. Ross has managed to do it again. Root J, he's on the B point. He does it time after time, and now by doing so, you can see the attention that he's managed to draw from a few players. And if Ross stays alive here, this might be a real big pain for Brand New Day. They do clean him out, but you can just see on the map, Pablo, you could see the importance that they threw on that. They got Ross out, but at the sacrifice of the A point.
And that's going to give them maximum time, 2 minutes 21. They've got this slender life advantage, Brand New Day, but the time is on the side of the boys in purple. That's absolutely huge. Pack still realizes to play it in and around, and the trade goes out between Joker and Ross J. So huge plays. Isaac, though, coming up from stairs, manages to get some control towards tiles. And it is going to be the boys from Brand New Day trying to set up. So it is going to be Team Ricochet who needs to kind of refocus now and take a step back, because they are starting to feed certain areas of this one at a time. And you can see that emphasis now going over towards tiles as they try and break through to that P5 area. And that's been a solid, solid hold. It is going to be finally Isaac who does fall, but he did a great job. That's going to give JC Wiley the opportunity to push right through. And really clever play again, Major, from Ross J, who pushes right straight onto the hill. It's all about ticks, and he's just going to just absolutely operate on getting time. He's going to just play his life on another huge kill, and we see that supported by Divil. And right now, Brand New Day on the precipice of potentially being pushed out. They desperately want this tick. They know how important it could be for this game 5. So we are going to see Pac finally invest, and you can see Major, those purple arrows disperse, but it is going to be Joker who finally gets dealt with. But Major, that tick, that all-important 4th tick has been dealt with.
Yeah. And we saw the importance there that Pac invested into that one, because he sensed that Team Ricochet might be getting too much momentum for his liking. Glide Bomb has been used now from Brand New Day, so they don't have that to work with now. Good work, though, from Pac. Really good work. He's been incredible on this map so far. 24 and 14. Isaac just a little bit slower to the party alongside Ali, but at the moment, it's still looking good for them on that defensive side. And look at that for a nade. Holy angles. Divil going to bonk it straight on the head, and Footsy does exactly the same there. So there, 2 kills. Pac needs to go huge in the back here. He does have Isaac close, but Pac gets traded out, and look at the purple arrows. On the point they go. Ross takes the last man nearby. This is getting brutal. 2nd tick's done. They need to get those players out. The nades need to be pinpoint. Can they manage to get them? The contest comes through, but Ross is still alive. Ross is still alive. Ali gets one. Divil, the trades are there, and oh my god, Brand New Day. They're leaving it close, but they just about survive again.
46 seconds remaining. It's 7 lives, plays 9. Advantage, brand new day. They managed to see off another passionate attack from Team Ricochet. But is it too little too late for the boys in purple on this round? But more importantly, Major, that would be their 10th tick of an attacking round. And you consider how well they did in that round 1, that potentially is going to give them the option to take that in. If it goes game 5, especially if it goes round 5, sorry, that could give them that advantage. 4 lives, play 7. No, it looks like brand new day have just composed themselves, and they're going to see this game out. And it does look like the boys from Team Ricochet are going to give it maybe one last push of the dice. Divil gets onto the hill and managed to get into a position where he can't be seen. It is Pac who gets a big shot, and these next 2 kills are going to be all important. Brand new day with another defensive win, but Major, they are pushing it in terms of how close they want to come to get beat in an attacking round.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure now that guarantees them the defensive side if it does go round 5, because they got 10 ticks in those 2 rounds, and Brand New Day only got 3. So even if they manage to take all of the points, unfortunately, it's not going to be enough, as it will only put them on 9. So opportunity for Brand New Day here, but the best they can hope for is to force that game 5. And on the attacking side, are they going to manage to get it done in a 3-1? This is probably their best hope in this round. They're going to have to opt for a very quick start here, Pablo. And it's going to have to be one where everyone is firing on all cylinders, and it's looking as though Team Ricochet have hit the hard counter over towards 8.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a heavy stack towards that 8 point. You can see that suppressor fire going down. No one gets picked, though, and that kill feed should not be all blue, but it is all blue. Unbelievable. And that could be the catalyst right there for a resurgence for Brand New Day. You know, a little bit of luck as the players from Team Ricochet uncharacteristically miss all their shots, and we can start to see those purple skulls are starting to build out. This is going to be big, though. And Divil, oh my god, Divil, 19 and 21. That is not a player you want to see on the resurgence if you're a big fan of Brand New Day. And Divil just can't be stopped, mate. He's on a 4 streak. How far can he take this? And that kill feed, again, rather worryingly, going to be going the way I think he realizes that play's dropped. And what a beautiful read, Major. You've got to say hats off for number 5 here. That deserves a glide in its own right. Make that number 6. Jesus. He is going to struggle to get back in. He can't. He's struggling with the parkour. Can he get number 7? God. Number 7. The glide is in the bank, but he finally gets traded out, Major. 1 minute 47 on the clock, and what a performance right there from Divil.
It's an incredibly useful thing to have for Divil now, because if it does get a little bit messy over towards B, we saw Pac invest it earlier, and now he can do the same. Glide bomb ready. Tell you what, he's shooting absolute glide bombs at the moment. He's had a quiet map by his standards, but the kill feed very, very purple. 4 dead. Everyone going to slowly start to push up the map now, as Ross is going to try and maybe Joy and Divil over towards that tiles side. Jocker going to get picked off from mid-map, though. Fudzy is going to work a little bit of a route here, and he will spot JC, so he should be dead to rights. There's one pick for him as they try and work their way in towards P5. They've got to be careful of Fudzy, though, because he is just underneath them. Pack, though, the read looks pretty much pinpoint. Oh, but he can't win the gunfight. Fudzy wins another gunfight. And Ricochet at the moment, pistol out. There's a second one for Fudzy. 5 in a row now for him. The last thing they're going to want is for him to get a glide bomb as well, because if Team Ricochet have 2 to work with, this is going to be so difficult in that next round if it is going to be pushed towards that final round.
Yeah, this is looking like an absolute, you know, I don't know, it's very uncharacteristic of Brand New Day. They're usually so much more composed. We see in Pac go 35 and 22, but unusually we're just so used to seeing Isaac and Ali go big as well. And right now they are heavily on the struggle bus, and this has largely been, you know, the trauma that they felt in terms of the attacking round. So as we see that time start to tick away, we know right now that there is 2 glides in the back pocket of Team Ricochet, and have potentially got a pretty easy defense coming up with only 5 lives left. It is going to take something quite dramatic and quite magical from Brand New Day in order for them to even see any time on this B point. And that's going to almost guarantee that defensive side. Those 10 ticks earned in those 2 attacking rounds, Major, is going to see Team Ricochet start on the defense with 2 glide bombs nonetheless. And they are potentially about to see Brand New Day into the bin with a 3-0.
Well, now Brand New Day, this is it for them. The confirmation there of Fudzy and Divil's streaks. And they've got to do it on the offensive side. So that B point is going to be so difficult. It looks as though they're going to maybe try and cause them to use them early on. Divil is just watching down this plat side, and I'll tell you what, if they run single file here, this could get messy. There's one pick, there's two picks. They are dropping very, very quickly, and you can see number 3, Ross, is going to already start to progress up the map and maybe try and just put himself in a corner where he might get a pick. And Isaac around the corner, doesn't check the right way, and there's exactly the pick that I was talking about. Joker, oh god, it's all falling apart a little bit here in the early stages. Team Ricochet, JC does manage to get one important pick, and he does manage to slip through. So now 2 players on the point. Hello, this is potential for them to maybe get a bit of progression, or at least try and force them to invest a streak, and there's one on the point. Number 8, JC, can he get that first tick done? It'll be so, so important. If he can, he's going to just dip off right before he gets it, though. That might come back to bite him, potentially. The contest comes through. I don't think he got the tick. No, he didn't. And oh, if he just stayed on there for just half a second longer, he would have got that one done.
I don't understand why he dipped. It's mind-boggling. It's that kind of decision-making that in largely in part has just hindered Brand New Day today on unreal kind of decision right there. He's so close. I think he was just trying to time it perfectly, so he was able to dip and get the point. Ali is going to get through the back of top fire, and that's going to give them an opportunity potentially to get a little bit of A control they need so desperately right now. 52 seconds remaining. They are going to get that 8 points. It's going to give them 152 on the board. Isaac with a big opportunity. He should have killed Fades. Fuzzy there. Fuzzy goes absolutely huge. In fact, I think it was Divil in the end who gets that pick, and Team Ricochet looking very, very solid and yet to invest either glide bomb. I believe it is 18 lives, plays 17, and they have got that set up. Look at the spread, Major, right across that B point.
Yeah, they've got a lot of bodies nearby. Ricochet just opting to play numbers here. Ross is just going to dip out again. Off to the race as he goes. Pack, can he get a good kill? No, he can't. Fudzy punishes him, but JC's still alive in the back. The trade, though. See Divil hunting him down. And they've still got bow streaks to work with, Ricochet here. So 1 minute 15 on the clock. Ricochet, 2 lives to the good. Brand New Day. They need to clutch up in this round, or they are going home. Where is the push going to lie? Isaac with 1. There's still a couple of players over this side, one of which is going to be Fudzy. He's going to get slapped in the face with a nade, so a big pick again, an opening potentially, and now we're going to see the first glide bomb come through. He's just going to try and force those players inside green, and he manages to somehow get one of them, so Ali's going to fall. First glide bomb has been used. Brand New Day, they just need to try and lure out as many of these streaks as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be really difficult because not only will it, obviously, there's an opportunity for them to lose players in the process, but it is going to force them inside. And Ross J with a pretty easy kill. That kill feed ominously purple. And more worryingly, they've got themselves a 6 life advantage with 27 seconds to go. It looks like this could potentially be the end of the day for the Brand New boys. 21 seconds remaining, 12-7. It is 5 life advantage, and one more glide remains, and that is going to come out. And again, right there is Fuzzy. Drops Pack, drops Ali, and with 10 seconds remaining, Major looks very much like Team are going to be going into the grand final.
Oh man, JC falls. There's 2 seconds left. This is done. They can't do it. Brand New Day, unfortunately for them. That is going to be the end of their run here in the ACCL VibePay Spring Invitational. A 3-0 to the boys of Team Ricochet. We'll see that rematch for us, Pablo, in the grand final up against Katana Gaming, and rightfully so. They have been lights out all day long, the boys of Ricochet, and they deserve another shot at this one.
Yeah, they've been absolutely huge all game. The momentum they've had since their first game has been unbelievable. And then they get that 250-34. Apology, Kelson. That point on, they just seemed almost indefeatable, and it's been an awesome run since then. 250 to 110, 6-4 and 3-2 really does tell the tale. Brand New Day falling off quite completely from the performances we saw at LAN and also prior to LAN as well. And I think obviously the missing Dizzy TT, who was a player who played for them as a pickup a little while ago, but that's been huge for Team Ricochet, and they're going to be going into that grand final, which we will have for you reasonably shortly.
Yeah, so guys, grand final time, baby. Just around the corner. It's going to be a rematch of what we had as our first game today. It's going to be Team Ricochet up against Katana Gaming. Katana Gaming, remember, they are coming from that winner's bracket side, so they will have the advantage of, if they drop the first series, they can still win the second. But we're going to cut it to a quick break, guys. We'll be back very, very shortly for grand final time to decide who goes home with £2,500 and who will go home with 500. There's a lot of change on the line, a lot of passion, and a lot more COD to go. So don't go anywhere, guys. We will be back in just a second. Ladies and gents, welcome back. We are finally here at the final hurdle in our ACCL VibePay Spring Invitational, of course. Across the screen, my handsome duo, Mr. Pabs. And we're back again, Pablo, with the teams that we started off the day with. Team Ricochet up against Katana Gaming. Obviously, Katana Gaming coming through that winner's bracket. Team Ricochet got a lot of work here in this one. They're going to have to take 2 best of 5s if they're going to go home with that £2,500, because they've got to go through Katana, who we know they've been very, very good today, haven't they? They're going to be a tough object to move.
Yeah, not just any Katana, but a Katana gaming filled with talent from top to bottom. Obviously, you've got Gabe Hemshaw and Aroma there, who's, you know, and everyone knows him. Everyone sees his stream every day. He plays probably the most amount of Call of Duty. He's up earliest and probably stays up latest. Big Chaxter as well, just, you know, the human SMG. He's just an absolute beast. But they've picked up Brezzy. Where am I going? Brezzy. Gizmo, which is an absolute like-for-like swap. Brezzy, you know, a very story player and just an incredible talent. And Keza, who has been absolutely frying today, Major. He's been probably on the best form we've seen him in a long time.
Yeah, I say both sides of the rosters here. You look at across the board, they are incredibly talented players, a lot of them, and truly deserving to get to this point. As I see Kieran and Heffy both in the chat. You do love to see that kind of stuff. But map set, Pablo, another talking point. We've literally got the exact same map set as what we had the last time these guys met in that winners semi-final, where Katana won it in that game 5 3-2. So we've got some good comparison points for this one to see kind of where these boys are at, see if they're going to tweak certain things. You can't really ask for a more kind of level playing field for this one in comparison. We literally have the exact scores from that previous set of maps to go on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is. I think you've got a Tuscan control in, but it might be a Berlin control. But you've just got to look at. I don't even know where to budge these teams, because Team Ricochet took that S&D, second S&D 6-4, but then they lost that last S&D 6-4. So a lot to learn and a lot of things that they can maybe bring back to the table. They've got a lot of assimilating information to do. You look at the hard points though, and again, it's very much looking like it's a Katana gaming world with two pretty solid hard points. The first one, obviously, it was a bit wild, 250 to 241. I think it really did come down to some big plays between Keza and Aroma in that last P1. I think it was the third rotation P1. Yeah. So they're going to have to go huge if they want to be able to upset the apple cart there. And then obviously that 250 to 119, again, just that crazy blockage. And you just got to, you know, ask the question, can the boys from Team Ricochet turn this team over?
Yeah. So we are loading in to map 1 of our first best of 5, potentially, of the 2. Remember, if Team Ricochet win this, they reset the bracket, and we do it all again, baby. So, Berlin hardpoint for map number 1, and the last time Katana took it, as Pablo mentioned, 250 to 241. It was a very, very mixy hardpoint, and one of the things, Pablo, that's something worth bringing up, Team Ricochet, they had a bit of a lead, didn't they? They had a very, very strong start to it, and Katana Gaming, they just absolutely snowballed them in the middle portion of this map. So it'll be interesting to see kind of what adaptations they've got in store for us here.
Yeah, absolutely. The second rotation was just crucial to Katana's comeback. They did such a good job on just picking up where some of their kills were lacking, and they managed to reverse some negative KDs in the process. So this is going to be huge. They are going to be starting again on that preferred side, so it's going to be down to Team Ricochet to be able to burst in and be able to do some damage. And you can already see Keza in that position. Is he going to get the kill, though? It is going to go the way of Divil this time, and that could be the real big factor in this game, Major, is Divil has been playing lights out the last few games. That's one thing we couldn't say about that Katana game. So big moment for the guys from Team Ricochet. They've got a great start once more, but they've got to do this consistently now throughout the whole of this hardpoint.
Yeah, you got Divil on one side, and then you look to the other, and you've got Brezzy, who has dropped into this roster, and he's been absolutely incredible all day long. And now it looks as though not really much separating these boys right off the rip. Brezzy, though, already. Big brains on the rotation. Will manage to take Foodsy down out the back of Warehouse. He will go while Divil tries to just command a little bit of map control over towards the previous hill. Katana Gaming with a little bit of a cushion. Not a huge amount separating them, though. And Divil, this man that we've highlighted on your screen, takes one down. A really strong start from Divil, Pablo. This is exactly what they want to see from him, 5 and 2.
Yeah, 100%. They just need the rest of the team to follow through. The big root man himself, Ross J, is on a 1 and 2 right now. He is going to manage to double his score and get the. It does get dropped though in the end. It is a very tight scoreline at the minute. Big plays coming out of Brezzy though. I think that push towards back warehouse ultimately just allowed the boys from Katana Gaming to maintain spawns, and that's just allowed them to push through and just breach that hold the team Ricochet had. Again, this is only a 10-second game right now, even less if you want to be more accurate, but it's going to go the way of Katana Gaming with only 20 seconds remaining, and already you can see Team Ricochet trying to get that early rotation and early side control towards that P3 area, which is something we've seen Brezzy and something we've seen Keza try and do time and time again. And this is going to come down to Brezzy trying to go big through that front fire. He is going to get dealt with though, Major, and that is going to potentially give the boys from Team Ricochet a solid bit of control into that P3.
Yeah, and Chaxter just looking to do a bit of free running, while his teammates are going to try and push their way potentially down this right-hand side. Footsy and Ross, though, both get some initial engagements, so now a good opportunity here for Team Ricochet to dig their heels into this P3. Gabe has managed to work his way down this right-hand side, and he has managed to slip past a couple of players, one of which is going to be Ross, who's going to try and fly his way in the hill, but now Gabe's all the way out the back. Can he take down a few? There's one, so the spawn should be coming in for his teammates, but now 30 seconds remaining left on this hill. Katana Gaming, if they're going to push, they're going to have to be relatively quick. Chaxter maybe going to try and push it through far. He might actually work a different route than maybe anticipated, but now here come the bodies. Keza, first man in through the door. He's always worthy of winning an engagement, and it looks as though 3 are going to fall. Last man near is going to be Mike Jocker. Even he can't manage to work that one, so big scrap time in the early stages here, Pablo. Nothing separating them, but one thing that Ricochet do have is that rotation, at least for now.
That's surprising amount of commitment to what would ostensibly be about 15 seconds scrap time from Katana Gaming. So maybe putting a lot of importance, behind getting every little important piece of time. And it is going to be the boys from Team Ricochet, though. Because of that, gives them the opportunity to get set up. Maybe it's a bit of confidence coming out of the team in red. They think they can bully their way into the hill. But again, one thing you've got to be careful about is that the boys in purple, they do tend to start to heat up. And once they start getting on fire, and we see that kill feed 75% purple, that could be problematic for Katana Gaming. And that's a beautiful hold. First 30 seconds going entirely the way of Team Ricochet. They are going to take that to around a level pegging right now. And that's another big kill from Ross J, who's suddenly come to life 6 and 7 from being in that 1 and 4 predicament earlier on. And that's going to be another big kill feed going away. Big Chaxter trying to do a bit of work, but he is going to find himself getting bodied. And again, Team Ricochet just managing to keep themselves level pegging with Katana Gaming. But this is going to become that belligerent war of attrition over towards P5.
Yeah. Budzi already looking to try and command a bit of control in towards tickets. Brezzy at the top of third now. We know how important this position can be for some of these teams. Just to watch over the hill. Chaxter manages to pick off Fudzi. Team Ricochet playing this patiently before throwing too many bodies at the hill. Number 4 Devil, though, is going to get caught out. And Ross already looking to try and rotate towards the next hill. So he might have a potential couple of gunfights here. You can already see as well that Gabe, with some really bad timing, is probably going to fall here as he's getting shot in the back. Yeah, so a double team means that he will drop. And there's been already 25 seconds on this one, but nobody currently soaking up the time. You can see now Ross J is going to finally get on the objective and soak up some much-needed time here for Ricochet, as we do now see a lead change. There's still 30 seconds left on this hill, but that just demonstrates that P5 Pablo is so hard to stay alive on, as he just eats nades after nades.
Yeah, the amount of COD timing that was going on just in that one split second as Keza and Jocker just vie for position, don't see each other, and eventually it is going to be Jocker with that opportunity to be able to get some presence over. But number 7 in Chaxter is going to be there, and the big man eats Jocker up alive. And there is going to be a little bit of presence, though, as the trade comes in from Ross J. So Katana Gaming with a little bit of work to do, but not a great deal. They've got that player pinned back. Number 8 is going to be Keza, causing absolute consternation down. I think it is Keza. It might actually be Brezzy causing consternation towards Warehouse, which is going to give Katana Gaming the slight edge into the second rotation. They've got control of P1, and again, this is going to be a slow push from the team in purple. 106 to 109, Major. It could not be closer. This is exactly the final we could have wished for. These two teams going at it head-to-head, and Rush J with a beautiful headshot on Brezzy there to take him down. Jocker manages to get into the contest spot, so there is going to be a bit of dead time going away, and it is going to be Team Ricochet eventually, by the looks of it, getting that control, Major, and that's going to be huge for them, especially if they can take those remaining 20 seconds.
Yeah, Divil will help his team secure the remaining scrap time. Tucks himself away in the corner, but Chaxter makes him pay for just missing even just a couple of bullets. And he is going to transition over towards the old hill, but there's a lot of important gunfights going down on this side of the map. Now Gabe's going to have a big gunfight. He will manage to tag Fudzi down. as his teammate Inkeza helps him tag him up, but Joka still fighting for these positions over towards the dockside. And they are going to maybe try and coordinate a bit of a push here. Nobody currently on the hill for either side. They are just playing this. Keza up the top of third's going to fall. Joka with one, dropping down on the top of a couple of players potentially as well as he shoots some great shots there in towards Aroma. And it now means that Team Ricochet, they are in a very good position here, Pablo. If they can hold this for maybe 30 seconds, Katana Gaming, they are going to be on the back foot.
Yeah, you can see just how important Katana Gaming are taking these 30 seconds. That's a huge push in, and what a jump shot there. Chakta takes 2, Chakta takes 3 as he drops Joka as well, and that could be monumental. 20 seconds right there. They're around at about 30-second deficit right now, and it's going to be Ross J back on the kill, though, so regardless of the heroics coming out of the big man in Cal, it's not going to be enough. And 16 and 15, he's not quite the kill leader. We can see Ross J has come almost entirely round. In fact, Joka's on an 18 right now with a solid 40 seconds. And this is going to be Katana choking that kill. And you can see number 3 there, Ross J, trying to emulate Aroma. And that's going to be a big shot towards the back for Gabe as he manages to get sights down that long dock side. And that's going to be huge. And you can see just how much emphasis Team Ricochet realized that they need to push Aroma out of this way. Beautiful work right there as he drops Joka and Divil.
Beautiful play by Gabe. Just playing it patiently, anchoring spawns for his team. And this is a big chunk of time here if Katana can just hold the waves of purple arrows off. There's going to be a fair few more goes at this from Team Ricochet. Ross with the pistol takes Shaxa down. They're throwing bodies towards the front. Keza's going to tackle quite a few. But now Gabe's got a lot of mopping up to do. There's one for him. Still another man in the close corner. He's still currently working potentially towards streaks here. Is Aroma, so he's going to have to try and play this carefully. Still 3 away from a glide bomb, but his teammates clear out those remaining players, and already the sprinting over towards the next hill has now commenced. Fudzy's going to drop, so now opportunity knocks for the boys of Katana Gaming. Where are they going to try and push this from? Keza's going to get taken down over towards the dockside. Chaksta going to get caught down in middle map, and that's a full man wipe there. Team Ricochet now in a good opportunity to get set up.
Very interesting, mate, that no one really decided to make a transition until around about 10 seconds remaining on that old kill. So very much composure and concentration goes out the window as the battle continues. And it is going to be the boys from Team Ricochet who just get that fortunate spawn and able to contain some of the push from Katana. And you can see number 2 out in the back. Joka's got an absolute job to do right now as Fudzy gets an important 2-piece. But this big kill coming up next is going to be so vital. I don't think Joka realizes that there's a player finally realizes doesn't get prone blocked. That is not the experience I have on Call of Duty. Does not get prone blocked, and we see them get back onto it. Number 7 though in Shakhtar, caught some play, but it is going to be Ross J who drops in Shakhtar with no right there to get killed, and Ross J goes absolutely huge. And this has been a beautiful hold. I mean, they've held the majority of time and put themselves well into the 211 mark, and Major, it's looking very tidy right now for the boys from Team Ricochet.
Yeah, Brezzy going to try and lock down this this left-hand side. Apologies, there's a couple of players on Katana. We'll now wait. Nobody currently on the hill. Who is going to budge first? There's a lot of gunfights, pretty much one-on-ones, and 2 go in favour of the team in red. Now Brezzy cleans out what remains, so now there's the opportunity. We've seen a lot of teams spawn these players back warehouse and trap them in. That looks as though that's exactly what these lads are going to try and do. They do at least take Chaksta off the hill, so somebody else on the side of Katana Game is going to have to try and do it. Keza tries to do it, but this is going to be the exact same outcome for him as a nade from Fudzy lands pucker straight on his dome. Brezzy starting to wake up a little bit now. 4 in a row for him. Still hunting down a few more players and some more important time here, but he's just getting absolutely littered with nades left, right, and centre. Jack's just going to try and work a little bit of a pinch around the side, but one thing they do have to be careful of, Pablo, number 1 Fudzy, he's hunting down the rotation.
Yeah, this is a big, big moment for them. They need that little bit of freedom. The timing's huge, though, and it's going to be Chaksta who gets that advantage, and this is huge right now for Team Ricochet. They're on the back foot. They've got the geography against them. Katana have taken up such big routes and such a large amount of geography in front of P1. This is going to be absolutely massive in terms of determining how this game goes out. It's not going to be one on P1. I think there's going to be too much of a test, but it is potentially... those rotations, and Katana just fill the kill feed red. Disgusting performance right there out of the boys from Ireland. And it's, I mean, you look across the board, 26 and 23, 28 and 25, 26 and 25. Huge plays for those boys in red, and they breach the 200 mark, and this has got to be squeaky bum time right now for the boys in purple.
We had a very close Berlin hardpoint the last time these guys met in that winners semi-final, and it's looking to be exactly the same here. Gabe's got a lot of work on the outside lane. He can't win the first one, but Brezzy's going to look to try and get some trades, and Chaksta, last man standing still holds strong. 14 seconds remain on this one. Will Ricochet chalk it off completely? It looks as though that's going to be the call. Keza just watching this right-hand lane. There's going to be a few bodies throwing themselves at him now. How many can he cut off? Divil's going to be spotted. There's one for Keza. Can he grab the second on the Footsy? Yes, he can. The trade comes through, though. And Ricochet, they are in for the initial time. Chaxter's going to have to go absolutely huge. If anyone can do it, it's probably going to be Chaxter. He's just waiting patiently, but they're still soaking up the time. Ricochet are in. This is getting a little bit dangerous now for Katana. They've probably got one last go at this one. They've still got around 13 seconds. Somebody has to try and make the play. Is it going to be Keza? There's the first pick. Jocker picks off Gabe as well. Keza with the second. It's getting a little bit messy around the hill, but the kill feed just still predominantly purple as they kill out every last remaining Katana Gaming player. I don't think they'll touch it. And Team Ricochet, Pablo, take the first map, which they failed to do the last time these guys met.
Man, we talk about getting your information, being able to assimilate it and being able to use it in the next game. Well, they have done exactly that. 250 to 232. Again, an incredibly close performance, but unbelievable work in the end across the board. And you've got to look to the players like Divil, 22 and 28, but he gets a solid 120 on the kill. But really, 32 from Jocker. Big Mike Jocker goes absolutely huge. And that is a monumental play right there. Team Ricochet put themselves one step closer to resetting the bracket.
So, first one on, 250 to 232. And if this grand final is going to be anything like that first map, we are going to have a long old evening of COD, because that was an incredible showpiece for the first map here of this grand final in the first best of 5. Team Ricochet going to knock them down just a perch. They've still got to go through so many more maps potentially here, Pablo, but they've done exactly what they needed to. Last time they didn't take the hard point in map 1 on the Berlin, and this time they have.
Yeah, it's been really, really good play for them. Because S&D, though, I mean, this is going to be another belligerent game mode. Katana really with a lot to prove. Again, it throws the cat among the pigeons, though, Major. You know, it gives this small geography map, gives either team the opportunity to get super aggressive, get into each other's faces, and potentially get some pretty easy picks. And again, you don't necessarily need first blood all the time. It's the geography of it is so small that you can potentially get yourself into a position where you get bomb down and just get that bomb site control. It's something we saw Team Ricochet do time and time again, particularly against Incentive Esports. So right now, can they emulate that kind of performance is the question, or are Katana going to be too strong with the presence of Brezzy, who went absolutely huge in their previous S&D win? Yeah,
I think they're going to be looking again. Brezzy had a bit of a quiet map by his standards from what we've seen anyway today. He's been lights out alongside Keza for large proportions of the respawns that Katana have been very, very good with. So we will wait to see in map number 2 if Katana can pull together something, because it wouldn't surprise me here, Pablo, if we end up with literally a complete reversal of the last series that we saw of these guys. We know what Vanguard is like. Obviously, Team Ricochet dropped the first hard point. They now win it this time round. It wouldn't shock me here in the Bokash if Katana Gaming, the first time round, they drop it. This time, they win it. So it's open for all interpretation of this one. But one thing is for certain, that these two, no doubt, we're going to have another very, very close set of series here tonight, potentially.
100%. This is going to a game 5. I just can't see it going any other way. There is no way that the likes of Chax, the likes of Brezzy are gonna see themselves go 3-0 in that first bracket. And again, it's just really odd, like the choice of maps going the same way. I don't know whether they just agreed on that out of hand, but it definitely an odd kind of approach, especially if your Team Ricochet. But confidence is riding high, and deservedly so. So they do turn things on their head, and that puts them into that 1-0 position. But right now, they've still got a lot of a mountain to climb. They've still got to get through this S&D, and Katana Gaming very strong right now, and their confidence is going to be high as well.
Yeah, so we are loading now in towards our Bocage search and destroy very, very shortly. Just waiting on the big red button. Everyone is in the lobby. And a man that we flagged up, Pablo Divil, very important factor in this team. Had a very, very good map in that one. He's one where, more often than not, he puts big numbers up for this team. And when he does, their respawn just seems to be elevated that little bit more than what we're used to seeing. The same goes, I think, with Jocker. We know that Ross is always in the mixer, whether it's running routes, winning rotations. The same with Footsy as well. He can obviously pop off with 2-3 pieces at any time. It's just this Team Ricochet roster, when they're on the same page and they're mixing kind of all of their engagements and their trades all into one kind of like brutal potion, I suppose you would say, where everything is on point. They're very, very hard to stop. It's the same with their search, to be fair. There isn't really I wouldn't say they're weak at search and destroy. I think it's just they're very, very good at hardpoint. And last time round, Katana did a very good job to take those hardpoints off of them. This time, the first one, they weren't able to. So search and destroy now going to have to be very, very clean here from Katana.
Yeah, it is going to need to be absolutely immaculate, but they've got the players to do it. The question is, I think you kind of like you hit the nail on the head in a way. Previous S&Ds, Fudzy was the player that didn't really shine as well as he would do, say, in a respawn, so already in control. So this is a big opportunity as well. I think if he can play well, I think Team Ricochet could potentially take this to 2-0. But again, this is just, I mean, you dare plant a flag because it's going to be all, I mean, I guarantee we'll be eating our words in no time. Keza is going to take that position out towards Tank Fields and just try and get some information. No first blood as well, but that is a hyper aggressive play. Chaxter drops Ross J and Divil there for the trade. That's one facet of the team from Wales, Team Ricochet there, that they do trade really effectively.
Yeah, this is what we saw from Team Ricochet before. They're not afraid on the defensive side of just throwing bodies up the map. They did manage to pick one player in Chaxter, but Ross J also falls as well. And now 3 versus 3. Nades and tacticals, just feeling out the site to make sure that nobody is currently in and around. They didn't tag Fudzy up with the stun, though. So now will Brezzy try and get this bomb down? He will, and Fudzy is there. So he shortly discovers that he's there, and Fudzy going to try and reposition himself. The trade, is it going to be there very quickly? He's going to run straight past one man, which is going to be Keza. Now 2 versus 2, and Keza, again, another 2-piece. It feels as though this lad just doesn't get kills single-handedly. He gets them in bunches. That's exactly what he's done, and now Jokka needs the 1 versus 2.
Yeah, it's going to be big as well. 20 seconds remain, and Jokka is just going to be looking for some information out the back, and I think he's decided to push up. This should be pretty much a big kill for him. He looks to get the pre-fire, not going to get it, and it is going to be a big job for Katana Gaming right there. They're going to take an early lead and go 1 up, and deservedly so. Really nice play. They weren't able to get the defuse, but the team were coming out of Aromas right there is able to see them through to that first round. We did see this, though, previously. This is the other thing. I think the facet was that they did go 2 up, I think, in the previous S&D at this point, and then started to slip away. So I mean, we thoroughly expect Team Ricochet to maybe fire back almost immediately.
Yeah, so now it's going to be Team Ricochet on the offense. Their defensive side was very aggressive. What will their attacking one have in offer for us here? Remember, guys, the last time these guys met, it did finish 6-4 to Ricochet on this map. And although Katana Gaming didn't get the bomb planted in that previous round, they did get the kills, so they now see themselves 1-0 up. And again, bit of a standoff. Jokka just playing for info. Keza has managed to get himself up a little bit here, and Devil under the window is going to be completely unsuspecting. Oh my god, but he wins the gunfight, and he somehow manages to get that pick. It's now going to be a position of 3 versus 3, though, as Devil gets that pick. But so too, Katana Gaming managed to drop Ross J. So what is the decision going to be for this bomb, A or B? They're still just waiting patiently, Pablo, but with 45 seconds remaining, their hand might be forced very, very shortly.
Yeah, I think Brezzy, you can see, just waiting patiently out towards that trend side. And I think if he decides to push through, there's an opportunity for him. I think the timing is going to go completely the way of Team Ricochet. If they get this bomb down towards B, though, and we can see this transition, I think number 6 in Ross J, Jokka is going to get a surprise in the back, though, as we see that push. And again, this kind of transitional play, it's going to leave them in a 3v2. They have got that advantage. Make that a 3v1, and Brezzy, you know, fortunate that he was able to push out the flank, but this is a very difficult position right now. Some speculative shots are going to go out towards the bomb, but the bomb is going to get planted nonetheless, and he jumps out of barn, and Team Ricochet, again, as we expected, slap back almost immediately. And Major, I'm going to say it right now, this already smells like a round 11.
Yeah, a little bit of back and forth. Both teams just playing it very, very cautiously on the blockage. We know how first blood heavy this map can be. Nades and tactical is very, very important here, just to try and open up at least one part of the map, and that's exactly what it managed to do for Team Ricochet. Just allowed them to push over the top of that B bomb round the back, get the picks onto Chaxter in top grannies, and subsequently win that round. So Team Ricochet now taking that round to tie it back up. Brezzy, wow, this is aggressive. Oh my goodness, unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to get it, and somehow managed to be a team kill there. Chaxter's going to manage to grab one pick as well onto Divil, so all of a sudden, now a 2 versus 3 in favour of Katana Gaming. I'm not quite sure how the stun managed to kill his own teammate there. Fudzy just checking the corner, courtesy of a few bullets. You can see, though, Chaxter and Keza just playing it duo style. They're just waiting for that moment that Fudzy decides to try and push in. Here he comes, there's the trade, and now it's all on Jokka.
Jocko with a big job to do. I know this is a small map, but 1v2 is still going to be very, very difficult. If there is one player that can do it, it is Big Jocko, though. 2-1 right now. He is up against Chaxter and Aroma, though. A duo have worked together over the last few weeks and months. And the bomb is going to go down towards B, so you expect to see that transition across from Jocko. It does look like he's going to try and take that tunnel route. I think he's having second thoughts, waiting for a push potentially to come through.
Yeah, I think he was just waiting for maybe one of the lads from Katana just to try and work a route, and he literally, oh, hang on, he's timed it well. Chaxter's going to push through, so now 1 versus 1. Aroma versus Jocko. Aroma is out the back. Doesn't get good timing, though. Jocko is going to drop on towards the site. Is he just going to try and stick this? Aroma's nowhere near the bomb. If Jocko just tries to defuse this now, he would have had this done already. And now, just a hesitation now. Is Aroma going to get the pick? I think he spotted him. And the bomb should be planted for him. You would anticipate. So now, Aroma just playing it smart. He knows he's not on the defuse. Jocko can't get it, and it's going to be a round on the board for Katana Gaming, where arguably Team Ricochet could have easily have got that one done had Jocko just decided to stick the bomb, but it is easier said than done, to be fair.
Argue this every time. Like, if you've got an opportunity and you think you're clear, you may as well stick it. It's particularly in a clutch situation, and obviously it's more tempting at 1v1 maybe to just wait and see if that player pushes out, but he didn't really have a good sight on him, and obviously he's trying to watch 2 or 3 lanes. So again, just stick the bomb, please. But yeah, Jocko 3-1, probably thinking maybe a bit long term in terms of potentially getting streaks, but I mean that is kind of way down the road, and that's if he's entirely lucky. Divil with bomb, know it's going to be him pushing out towards this A. And it's going to be number 7, Ross J, with that rather unenviable task of having to deal with potentially 2 or 3 players over towards Lower Granny. So Major, as we approach the 1-minute 10 mark, no first blood as of yet, but the bomb is down.
Yeah. So now it's going to take a clean retake here from Katana, and it's going to take a quick one at that. Ross gets first blood. Keza, here's the door open. He's going to get shot in the back, though. There's another pick that comes through, courtesy of Divil. Now Brezzy and Chaxter, last 2 up. They do manage to combine for a couple of kills, and now all of a sudden Jocko again finds himself last man alive. Chaxter is sticking the defuse. He's not messing around. Brezzy's going to be the man watching over the top of him. They anticipate it well. Brezzy gets the kill. Chaxter will get the defuse, and Katana push this out 3-1. Looking very, very efficient now in this middle portion of the search, Pablo.
Yeah, we're starting to see maybe a little bit of a reversal of fortunes from the previous set of maps, as Katana just started to flex a little bit. Brezzy managing to come good in the end, and again Jocko with just a little bit too much to think about. I think he just got caught in 2 minds, knew that he was going to get picked from that player from towards the back end of field, and wasn't going to be able to get Chaxter off bomb. So 5-3, and we talk about players who take control of Bockeyes, and Chaxter did it last time, and it looks like he's flying again, particularly enjoying this small map with the SMG. Chaxter got bomb, a big opportunity for the boys from Katana to just start to see this S&D lead stretched out and potentially get themselves back to parity with Team Ricochet in the series.
Oh, and Jocko gets info that there's players here who do well to stay alive, though, as he just catches both nades straight to the face. And it's going to be Gabe's one. That is the final dagger in. That drops him. So, first blood in favour of Katana. They now have that additional man advantage. Divil just going to play for info over towards the A-bomb just to make sure that no one is planting it, and it looks as though the call is to maybe wrap this bomb over towards this B site. Ross is going to be here. How many will he potentially be able to grab? There's going to be players up above him and to the side of him. There's one for him. There's 2 for Ross, and he does exactly what he needs to. He will run straight into the shots of Aroma, and the shots of Divil won't connect with Keza, who just manages to slip away, but Ross does exactly what he needs to.
Oh, superb play from Ross J, the big root man, managing to get an important 2-piece. He took a really nice position up and allowed himself to not only get the player that was grounded, but gets a flying player as well. So Keza got the bomb. They are going to look to try and get this down. It's going to be a big read, but Fades, Fudzy is going to be last alive, and that's going to be Fudzy himself trying to get picks. But now in this precarious predicament where he needs to get that, he decides to run at the wrong time, and Katana Gaming are going to stretch that lead out even further, Major, with a 3-round deficit, and Team Ricochet all at sea at the minute.
Yeah, and even the 2-piece from Ross earlier on in the round isn't going to be enough. And it's going to be 4-1 now to Katana, and it's literally lining up exactly how I had a feeling it might do, where Katana Gaming, in the last time these guys met, they lost this, and at the moment, they are looking very, very strong at it. So Team Ricochet, once again, on that attacking side. Divil going to retrieve the bomb. What is the call going to be? We've seen a lot of aggressive pushes come through from Team Ricochet from time to time. It looks as though that's exactly what Ross is going to do. Oh my goodness, Root J once again. He's going to get a free pick surely onto Brezzy, who's now managed to get himself over to L. And Brezzy is probably thinking, how on earth has Ross just got there?
I mean, he makes a habit of just taking these incredibly quick routes and just finds himself in wild positions that gave them the advantage. And this is exactly what Team Ricochet really needed as a spare to just start to get a couple of rounds on the board. Divil going to join his mate Ross over towards that B-bomb site. The bomb is going to get planted. And right now, this makes it very difficult for the boys from Katana. It's a nice play, though, now number 3 in Chaxter. He's decided to take kind of an alternate route and push his way all the way around. And this is going to give him an opportunity to get 1 kill on Joker.
Oh.
And that's going to be Keza striking straight back. And Major Dave made this a 2v2 with 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, Footsy, though, he's going around the back of Keza. He's going to get info when he crosses. There it is. And now he knows that Chax is there as well, so he knows that both players are there. Ross is on the bomb, and he is literally just laying behind it. Ross J, just sometimes so unorthodox, so difficult to keep track of. And Ricochet, they will get that round on the board. A much-needed 1, 4-2.
Big, bearded and beautiful Ross J is just takes up so many unusual positions. It is going to be Fudzy who sees the game out, though. And Team Ricochet with a much-needed confidence boost. I mean, they were starting to trail quite effectively. It was going to be another big lead if Katana get that. And at one point, it looked very, very worrying for them as they went from a kind of 4-1, 4-3, 4-1 position to just being in a 2v2. Completely wild plays right there from Team Ricochet. It's going to be Chaxter with bomb, though. We do see that change. And it's going to be Chaxter 6 and 5 right now. And again, you're just starting to see the Team Ricochet boys start to come back into this game. And the question is, can they break the puzzle that is this 2-round deficit, Major?
Yeah, Brezzy going to get spotted by Divil. The wall bang from both respective players isn't going to result in a death to either side. Oh, and out the door flies Keza. He's just going to run straight in towards the shots of Ross. Chaxter has managed to get in towards bottom grannies, though. Is he going to check the right corner? Footsy opens the door. He tags him up. It looks as though Brezzy might try and reinforce him here. That's exactly what he's going to do. So the trades, nice work from Katana. Good teamwork. Good comms. They've got to be careful, though, of Divil because he is still lurking up top. The nade goes through. And they are just waiting for that right moment to try and plant the bomb here, Katana. Chaxter still just waiting patiently to see if somebody gives him anything to work with. Divil and Joker just jockeying for position here to see whereabouts they can maybe get this bomb down. And Divil, patience pays off, gets the pick. Chaxter looks as though he's going to try and hunt for the trade, but Divil gets a second as well. And all of a sudden, this round has been flipped on its head, and it goes in favour of the boys in purple once again.
I mean, you're just asking the question, stick the bomb and just get that 3 players set up so that they can read every push. They've already got almost the entire side of one map. They decide to do the clever play and decide to transition, and that cost them in the end with big plays coming out of Team Ricochet, who are slowly but surely starting to solve the puzzle. And right now at 4-3, again, we talked about the whiff of round 11, but if they get another one on the board, it's really going to put doubt into the back of Katana Gaming's mind. And when you've got 2 players on the deficit right there, 3, Keza, Arum and Brezzy, all in a deficit, it is definitely something to think about. And Team Ricochet very aggressive again. Chaxter though with the first blood. Nice response to that aggression. Gonna make that a 2 for Keza, and this has already got very, very nasty for the boys of Team Ricochet.
Yeah, it's aggressive, but arguably a little bit careless as Keza gets another pick onto Divil, and that is a very quick round over the line for Katana. Unfortunately, the gamble did not pay off. Katana now 1 round away from tying this first best of 5 back up. Again, Chaxter with the final kill onto Joker. There is aggression, Pablo, but there's also carelessness, and it looked as though Team Ricochet, it was worth a go, potentially, but now it just leaves Katana 1 round away.
You do sometimes feel that Team Ricochet's plan B is essentially run. Like, that is their only plan B when the regular strategies don't work. It's just like, what do we do next? Not like consider a different bomb site, not potentially considering using a sniper to get like information or suppress. Just run as fast as possible and potentially try and get to the other end of the map. But again, this is going to be big for them. They desperately need to see this. I honestly feel this could potentially be, you know, quite dramatic for them if they don't get an S&D and they're not able to reset the bracket on the back of them. So big moment right now for Katana to get back into this game. You can see the caution coming out of them right now. No one really pushed up beyond that midway point. In fact, we have got Divil, I think, is probably the furthest player forward in terms of your respective forms. And it is Brezzy making his way towards this back tank area. And got himself in a pretty nice position. I think they realised there's probably no player up towards top granny, so big moment right now, and that's first blood major straight to Chaks there.
Ross is going to be busy. Ross is going to be very, very busy. There's still 3 players there. 40 seconds left. Where are they going to run this bomb? It looks as though they might, again, be trying to toy with the idea of taking it B. And Ross is going to be none the wiser to this, as everyone is going to leg it at him. But here we go, Route J, off he goes. Wacky Racers, round and round. Bottom of Granny's, nade through the door. Divil's going to pick one off. Ross has managed to get away, and he slaps some bullets straight into the top of Keza. Out the back he flies. Last man up is Chakster. He's going to do well to stay alive in this one because he's not being able to plant the bomb. Team Ricochet take the round. And Ross J is just a sight to behold. When he starts running, you just lose track of him. He's like a very, very small dog that's very quick.
I just think he's kind of been watching way too much shotsy. The movement is absolutely on point at times. And, you know, with points there, the route he could have taken would have led him into death. And he just takes entirely the correct route, and he just ties the shoelaces of Katana Gaming and watches them trip over themselves. Huge performance there. Chakster on a 10-7 though, so we did say he would go big, but can he push them over the line? And again, this is huge. Now, attacking round for Team Ricochet, not something they've been wholly successful with. And again, hyper-aggression finally pays off for Ross as he manages to get top grannies. Incredible plays right here. Chakster in this unenviable position in the attacking round of being on the defense, and that's going to be a huge kill. In fact, we see 3 fall to quick succession, though, Major. Aroma last alive.
Oh, man. Dave's got to go huge here. Oh, he won't even get through the first one. Team Ricochet, they get another round on the board, and it is round 11. Katana Gaming, they looked for stages of that it was going to be in their control. And Team Ricochet, credit where it's due, they just will not go down without a fight. We now enter round 11. And the age-old question, Pablo, A or B?
Yeah, this is it, isn't it? And this is, I mean, it's difficult for Katana Gaming. I think they probably feel more comfortable with control of A, or potentially, you know, doing the fake, go to A and then push through middle towards B. Hopefully getting picks on players who are stranded towards that B bomb site. So it is a heavy stack, and we do see that kind of pins it in towards that A. And you can already see those purple arrows almost all pointing towards that A bomb site. So the bomb is going to go down rather quickly, and you can already see that play is going to get dealt with almost immediately. So Pussy falls to Aroma, but Chakster straight away with Ross J and Major. It's a 2v4 as we hit that 30-second mark.
Big kills. Gabe with a huge kill to keep his man alive on the bomb. Divil's given away his position now, so you would fear that a lot of players are going to be hunting him down. There's 28 seconds left. You can see the positioning of all these players. They are just playing the time so well. Divil isn't going to spot anyone. Jocker's going to get one. Jocker's going to get 2. This is getting a little bit dangerous, though, as Brezzy, however, still commanding the high ground. Jocker, is he just going to try and stick this bomb? He is. Boys, check the bomb. Okay. Whoa, for a second, then I thought he might try something sneaky. He tried it. It didn't pay off, and Katana tie up the series.
1-1 eventually do it, but they came so close to being 2-0 down. Katana Gaming in the end with a kind of very vanilla push towards A. They get that bomb site control and they get the spread, so eventually enough work done. Chaks, though, the hero of the hour, 12-9. And you look at First Bloods, he gets 3 there, and a monumental performance out of the big man. But that puts the boys from Katana, I guess, in terms of momentum, back into the driving seat. The problem they've got is going into this control. I do believe they lost 3-2 to Team Ricochet in the previous, so this next round is going to be all important, and I think if Katana are able to put this one to bed, this could be very, very difficult going into Bocage Hardpoint, but still a long way to go. But it's good to see both teams firing on all cylinders. And don't forget, guys, this is the ACCL Spring Invitational, sponsored by VibePay, and there is 3K on the line. The winning team taking home £2,500, and the losing team, or the second place team, taking home £500. So absolutely huge things at stake here, big prizes at stake. So Katana Gaming looking to try and see this game out in the first series, but Team Ricochet just fight tooth and nail, Major, right to the end. Yeah,
both teams are very, very, very resilient. I think mentally they just don't want to go down, even though it looked very, very one-sided. Katana Gaming for a second, a little bit of runny bum time there as Team Ricochet managed to clock a few rounds on the board in quick succession, and then just about at the end, some big picks and big moments to get the bomb down, keep the man alive, and they managed to finalise that map number 2 and get it over the line. And as I predicted, Pablo, we've had a reverse of pretty much the first series that we saw. Ricochet lost map 1, won map 2, and now it's a case of Katana lost map 1 and one map 2 in this second time of asking. So if we're going to continue trend, just checking notes, this means that Katana Gaming are now scheduled to win map number 3, which is interesting to see.
And if that happens, it does mean that we get a bracket reset if it goes the way that it looks like it is going. And then we head into what could it really be interesting, because obviously then we might potentially see a change in maps. So rather than having the same map set that we had in the previous round, we might actually see things mixed up. And it'll be interesting. I'll be honest with you, it wouldn't surprise me if we get another message from Chax to just go and same map, same order.
Yep, literally, that's it. Just the 4 words. Same map, same order. Cool, off we go again. Straight to the races. And we're going to do it all again. But obviously, Katana Gaming, important map here for both teams. Pablo, the beauty of having control again that we flag all the time. It's now a case of, this is usually the swing map when the margins are very, very fine. And more importantly, now with ticks being the thing, it's a case of, right, who can do the most damage on those attacking rounds? The A point on Tuscan tends to be, okay, you've got it done, fair enough. But the B point is the one that matters. And to be fair, a lot of the teams, especially Team Ricochet, have been very, very good at not necessarily completing that B-point progression, but at least getting 1, usually 2 ticks on it.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the thing. They were so successful at getting 5 ticks in the attacking round, so it wouldn't surprise me if Team Ricochet try and employ the same strategy again. Again, it's about that aggression and about being able to get the stack on that 3-piece. Whether Katana were able to watch the previous control rounds is going to be interesting, and whether they're able to employ that in terms of a strategy as a countenance to what Ricochet might do. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. Wouldn't surprise me though, depending on which team gets that attacking side, if they just kind of get their foot into the game by just taking A immediately. We've seen that a few times now, regardless of maybe how confident the team is. So I don't know, this one's again another one that's going to be difficult to read, so it'd be interesting to see how they approach this. But I mean, this is going to come again. I think this is going to go to a game 5 major.
Yep. And straight in the deep end, we shall plunge again into map 3. Tuscan control here between Team Ricochet and Katana Gaming in this ACCL VibePay Spring Invitational Grand Final. £3,000 on the line here. I'll tell you what, whichever team comes out on top of that one, if they do come to Newcastle, I hope they buy the lads a few pints, because that's a fair chunk of change for these lads. But credit where it's due to both of these teams just for even getting this far. But now we jump into the control. And good strong starts on this one, Pablo. Usually tend to lead the way on Tuscan, I think, is always the thing that we see. If one team starts off very, very well on the attacking side and manages to maybe get the B point completely done, we usually tend to see quite a big advantage, and usually maybe a 3-1 or a 3-0 sometimes. We've actually seen on a couple of times. Not saying necessarily with the way these two teams play and match up that's going to be the case, but it wouldn't surprise me here if we see a little bit of a one-sided affair if Katana Gaming managed to come flying out the gates here in this attacking side.
Yeah, they've definitely tried to get middle control, but it's not really worked out for them. A little bit of caution from Team Ricochet, surprisingly. A little bit of caution. They are going to get Brezzy to fly out, but Joker is going to manage to trade out effectively, and Shax is going to get a pick on Fuzzy. So, again, no one really pushing to B, and you can see already Team Ricochet trying to preempt potentially that push over towards B, but it's not going to happen. The boys from Katana definitely considered A as their potential kind of like target. They want to get this done as quickly as possible. Right now, even if they do it, they're going to give themselves 1 minute 57, and right now the life count's very close, 25 to 24, and Joker already looking to try and take control of this game along with Brezzy, the 2 players with the most amount of kills so far. Joker taking a very exposed position from what is clearly a heavily defended point. He manages to get one down. He is going to get taken down though, and that A point is going to get secured. So that's going to give them 1:54 on the clock, and you can see the root man already looking to cause some problems, and he gets pretty easily dealt with, Major.
Yeah. So B point now on the cards. 1 minute 45. Gabe on the world's grimmest heady there. He could literally, all he could see was the top of his trim. So gunfight's going in favour of both respective teams, actually, as Joker manages to clean up one player. Keza, the first man in, always on the side of Katana. No fear on the side of Keza once again. Gabe still working his way towards streaks little by little. He is going to spot Ross with some nice shots and takes him down. So now 4 in a row for Gabe. Potentially the same for Jocko. Tags him up a lot, but Fudzi doesn't miss a bullet. And now Katana. This is the green light that they wanted. They're now getting on the point. Divil's going to try and work something from this top plat side. Him and Jocko combined for 2. It looks as though they're going to clean everyone out. That's exactly what they do. And Team Ricochet hold the push.
Yeah, and with only a 2-life deficit right now, it's make it a 3. It's still advantage Team Ricochet, and we know once they get set up how good Dibble can be. He's 2 and 4 right now, but expect that to change over time. Ross J's going to get some pre-fires in and push those guys out. He kind of pauses in radio, which is really unusual. He must have known players were there and decides to get himself tagged up, and that's going to be another 2 big kills. But again, the pressure coming from Katana through that tiles area, and they're trying to take that top plat, but it's really nicely dealt with by Joker. 10 and 5 major already in this round, and he's on a 2 streak right now, but I mean essentially carried the boys in purple right the way through this, but they're still on a 3-life deficit. So as we hit that 30-second mark, time might now become a factor for Katana Gaming, and the question is, can they do something? Another big 2 kills as Ross J gets onto the score sheet, and that's going to be, it's going to give him a kind of 4 and 6 potentially. You thought he had more kills, but unfortunately he's still kind of off the boil right now. Chaxter taking up this position towards the back.
Yeah, and I think the spawn there that just came through highlighted the fact that he was in the back. Kezza's going to try and push his way through, but he's going to get taken out of that one. 8 lives plays 8, but with only 5 seconds left, it looks as though Gabe's going to have to try and touch the hill. Can he get on Gabe with 1? Can't get any more. And Team Ricochet holds strong. They take the round, and they will now go 1-0 up. Pretty bread and butter on the defensive side, Pablo, but the boys in red, they did their best, but unfortunately that defensive side on Tuscan, it's just so much more advantageous when it comes to getting picks, getting set up. It's a difficult one to break.
Yeah, and absolutely. I mean, it proves again to be the foil to Team Ricochet's countenance, and they do really well in the end to try and break it. Katana put an immense amount of pressure, and you can see Gabe, a player we've talked about who's been critical of himself so far, but 10 and 5, he's turned up today with some monumental performances, and despite those heroics, not able to get around on the board as yet. The attacking round very, very difficult, but this is a great opportunity now for Katana to fire back. Team Ricochet obviously will want to take this as soon as possible, and you can see 2 kills, and nade goes out for Divil as he drops Kez, and this is going to be a pretty standard push towards A. A little bit of support now coming in from number 5 in Fudzy, and you can see just how effective Ross J can be when he pushes that far up. That's going to be another pretty easy kill for Divil, who just makes using that MP40 look so easy, Major.
Yeah, his movement is only stuff I can dream of sometimes. It's the same goes for Keza. He's just so fluid all the time. First man in without fail. Another kill comes through for Ross. Oh, I thought he might grab one onto Keza there. And speak of the devil, he shall appear. He manages to clean him out. A point looks as though it's pretty much done. And Chaxter's going to fall, so they've got to be careful not to give away too many lives here of Katana Gaming for this rotation. And transition over towards this next part of the hill. Divil's going to get taken down. Brezzy, he will now back up. Just going to get everyone locked into position. Keza's got to be careful. There's a couple of players just underneath him waiting for that right time to push. And he might be a bit of a game changer here if he can maybe sense that there's going to be one. There's one off the ladder. Ross's body just flops straight to the floor there after climbing maybe 5 or 6 feet up in the air. And some shots being exchanged. Keza can't win that one though. As Team Ricochet wait patiently for the right time to push. But Gabe is going to cut down 2 of them over towards that platform side, which now means that Fudzy and Ross, they're the last 2 up. Fudzy is going to get on the point and try and reposition himself, but he's going to get sniffed out there just by flagging up that he was on it. Kind of left himself dead to rights.
Yeah, Ross J trying to just hold the line a little bit and just make sure that he can get his team to just get a little bit better spawns. It is going to be a bit of a war of attrition over towards the back, and Aroma is going to win that. In fact, it's Brezzy who brings down Ross J. So again, another team wipe as we see the boys from Team Ricochet just have to regroup, and you can see them just having to pause outside of radio before they decide to go on. And there's a 2-man defensive unity, you would argue, from Brezzy and Keza right there. And what a duo you would have to face if you were going to go up against them. Keza absolutely slays out Aroma with the 2-piece. Divil finally does deal with Brezzy, and this is going to leave Divil with the opportunity to push on through, but there is Keza again in the back. So right now, Katana Gaming proven to be very effective in the defense. Chaxter already moving up, trying to emulate the plays of Ross J, almost 12 and 11. Huge performance coming out of the big man. Joker still 15 and 10 though, and it's going to be another big defense there. Katana Gaming Major looking very, very strong with 30 seconds remaining.
And this is a big moment here for Keza. Opportunity knocks for streaks. He knows there's one man on the hill. There's 6 from Keza. He was quiet in the early stages of this one. He's going to catch a double nade, though. So the nades of Team Ricochet, so efficient over towards the point. And now, hello, opening. Players on the point. They've got to try and get these picks here. Gabe's going to get caught up with a lot of players around him. And now Chaxter's going to fall as well. But a nade from Keza's going to clean one out. Keza, can he work some magic? Shots into 1, shots into 2. And Keza cleans up the table. 3 men drop. And Team Ricochet looks as though, courtesy of Keza, this round's in the bin.
Yeah, it does look like Katana Gaming are going to be able to bring this back to all square. 1-1 it will be with 4 seconds remaining. No one really close enough unless number 8, Divil, can get onto the hill, which he can, but he is going to get cut down rather easily from Radio. Katana Gaming bring it back to 1-1 and Major again. I feel this is going to be an incredibly close game. No one really able to break serve with the attacking round. And again, not one player in particular going absolutely huge. Keza having a great round there. 17 and 13, but equally across the board, we've got Joker on a 16 and 12. So right now, nothing to call between the two of them. You would argue Fudzy, one player who does need to get involved. But on the other side, you've got the big man, 8 and 11 as well. So Katana Game and Team Ricochet, no paper to put between them as we speak. Keza with the first blood, though, carrying that form on from the previous round. And again, this does look like it's going to be a split push, as we see number 4 in Chaxter is just going to wait potentially to push on through. You can see him tentatively looking to see if there are any players in and around Radio. He's going to find his way going to top church and get himself a pretty easy pick. And that could potentially just be the door that needs to be open for Katana to move on through and get the A. You can see the split push though, Major. And a big kill goes out. And this could be absolutely huge as the boys from Katana are potentially going to be able to stack this. Ross J with a huge job on
Root J. Right. There's one for him. There's 2 for him. Fudzy helps to clean out Brezzy. And Root J strikes again. Just hits the quick flank without hesitation. And oh my god, he's just flying through the map at the moment. Will fall. Katana back on the A point. But as you mentioned, Pablo, that opening there was there, but Ross J just came through again with a big moment and a big pinch.
Slam the door shut in Katana's face. A huge moment as he comes through Radio. And again, you've got to ask the question, if Chaxter pushes through and deals with Ross J, that could again be a massive moment for Katana Gaming to break the serve and potentially put this series to bed almost. If they get an attacking round on the board, that could be huge. But again, we're still no paper between them. 21 lives, plays 21. The B point still needs to be secured. And right now it is all square. Katana and Team Ricochet couldn't be more even if they tried. Nice little streaks going on between the boys from Katana, just tallying up for 6 at the minute. But again, Aroma on the chase, not able to finish his kill. Finally does deal with his dinner. Brezzy manages to body Ross J. So some lives going the way of Katana Gaming, but they are now again back to evens. You see Keza just trying to make his way around the back, and again I think the 2 players at the back are going to deal with them. We see grenades go out at the same time to deal with Keza and the rest of Katana, and it's going to be very, very difficult. Still plenty of time though, Major. 1 minute 16 remaining. It's only 1 life differential right now.
Yeah, Katana Gaming, they've done a good job of just trying to keep the time from stopping, ticking down little by little. Obviously they delayed the A point quite heavily. Keza though with nades, that's going to land right in the bonds of Jokka, and here's an opening now. There's 2 players weak over this side. Is Keza going to use this to go? Green light, Keza around the corner. Fudzy able to win the first engagement. The nades aren't connecting as of yet as cleanly as we saw from Ricochet, but now Chaxter, off he goes, off to the races. Nope, absolutely none of it. Nothing comes through, and Divil mops up the pieces. It looks as though another Katana Gaming push has gone down the pan a little bit here. Keza needs to try and maybe potentially wait for a few more reinforcements. You can see Chaxter is going all the way around the back, but they haven't got many more goes at this, perhaps.
Yeah, this is going to be potentially their last push. 10 lives, 28 seconds to go. They've got to do something quite dramatic now. And not only that, they're going to have to get kills and stack. Number 5 is going to need to go big in the defense here. He pushes through, and I don't know whether he's gone through a little too early. He gets tagged up, but nearly all the kills go the way of Team Ricochet. And with 17 seconds remaining, they're going to push out and just try and preempt a potential push along tiles. And you can see that player there. There's going to be Divil. He's going to have a couple of easy picks, and that's just going to hold. And I think the boys from Katana have decided to chalk it. There's no point with 3 seconds remaining. They're just going to continue to just make kind of a Pyrrhic move towards tiles, and that's a Team Ricochet win again. Another defensive round. So Katana Gaming still with it all to do. They are back on the defense though, and this is going to be interesting just to see how they're going to approach this. Team Ricochet could potentially get themselves into a really interesting position for the round 5 if it goes the way we think it is going to go. Yeah,
and keep an eye on ticks throughout this. Katana Gaming, they got 3 in that one. They didn't manage to get anything going at B, and you can see the armada of Ricochet arrows over towards this point. Chaxter's got a lot of work. 1 for Chaxter. That's all he can muster up. Now the player's going to get on the point. Brezzy's going to be watching the cross. Nade is out. Jokka going to get tagged up with the nade. Are they going to be clean enough to take these players out? Divil's going to drop. There's one for you. Ross, though, here he is running yet another route. Shock horror. Name a more iconic duo. He's going to fly straight, though, in towards some more shots. Courtesy of Keza and Gabe. And that first B push has been thwarted. And now it looks as though Team Ricochet just going to get back to business on the A point.
Yeah, absolutely. The most important thing is to give themselves maximum amount of time to try and get the opportunity to get any ticks towards B. And if they are able to get this done in the 1 minute 10, it's going to give them an absolute opportunity, 2 minutes 10 or more, to potentially try and get that B point. And they're only going to need a tick or two. They don't necessarily need to win this game here, because that will give them that defensive edge onto game 5. It's not done and dusted by any means. Katana could definitely, you know, potentially take that attacking round. So will be Team Ricochet wanting to get this B push, you know, done and dusted, Major. But again, it isn't the be-all and end-all for the team in purple.
Oh, they're struggling to keep track of a couple of the players at the moment. Katana. Footsy has got through towards Platt. Nice work, though. They mop him up. There you go. I'll eat my words. It looks as though for a second he might manage to work a bit of magic, but he's not going to be able to. Ross is going to clatter a nade straight into the head of Aroma, which now means that Brezzy is on his left-hand side, just watching through these players. He will manage to just about duck away from a nade. He needs a bit of help, though, from his teammates. There's one for Ross. There's two for Ross. And he doesn't need any more invitation than that. Through he flies. And he's not going to be able to get any more, though. Katana still dig their heels in. But Team Ricochet, they've still got quite a big amount of time, quite a big amount of lives left. And quite a big amount of time, Pabs. 1 minute 15 on the clock. 15 versus 15.
Yeah, very much an opportunity to potentially even play this like a TDM, but they are going to have to get big picks. Joker has got that kind of empty radio opportunity. That's a huge kill there. Ross J drops Chax there.
Oh.
And oh my days, Divil manages to drop Aroma. Brezzy is going to come back at Joker. Oh my days, off the top rope. And this has been Keza to the rescue again, but it's not going to be enough. It is going to be Ross J who gets dropped in the end, but my days, they were so very fortunate. It ends up being Keza to the rescue one more time. 29 and 23 from the young man, who's been absolutely on fire all day today. To make that a 30, and it's just been awesome. 10 lives, plays 9 with 45 seconds to go. It went from being a position where Team Ricochet were looking potentially like they might be able to push on, to potentially now only having 1 or 2 more pushes with these lives remaining.
Yeah, Gabe's going to be forced to back up. He's got Keza with him, though. And that nade's going to do quite a bit of damage. There's one. I think Divil actually picked the nade up. Wouldn't recommend that, brother, as it just cleans him out. And Brezzy and Aroma mop up the pieces. So no ticks over on the B point, it appears, as though Team Ricochet, they're now down to their last remaining lives. Divil is the last man, and he is going to fall. So I can't personally recall how the first attacking rounds went, but those were even. So we will have to see who gets that defensive side, because the way it's been going at the moment, Pablo, whoever's on that defensive side is probably going to take this map.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've got a feeling it might be the team in purple. So big opportunity if it is. Team Ricochet starts on the less preferred side. So potentially if those ticks are even, it's come down to the life count, and Katana have been slaying out largely on the back of Keza and Aroma. 27 and 17, a 10 life differential for the boy from Cornwall. So huge plays there, and again some streaks across the board. Brezzy's going to get a pick, and that's going to put him on a 4, and right now that is going to leave them in a 9 streak across the board. So right now Team Ricochet could potentially be on the back foot here. They've got a lot of work to do, and number 1 there's got to be dealt with, but they've got themselves into a really strong opportunity to get those 2 ticks down. Number 2 in. He's going to get another pick on that. Is just disgusting, Major. From 29 and 17. Now he's on a kill race with Keza. He finally gets dropped.
Well, they call him a stiff boy sometimes in his chat, but my God, that was fluid. Fries 2 players. Keza going to mop up the remaining players over towards the B point. The A point is now done, and it's been done quite quickly here. Ricochet, are they just going to go for what they know? Raw aggression and more of it. Divil's going to get spotted. There's another couple of kills that come through, this time for Chaxter. So Ricochet a little bit segregated at the moment as they just try and regroup. You can see, though, Pablo, 2 players from Katana Gaming already really pushed up over towards that P5. It'll be interesting to see how they try and push this defensive approach, because if Team Ricochet just decide to run straight through, there might not be a huge amount of reinforcements.
No, there isn't, but I think they need to just check the corners, because Keza, they just completely ignored. They got that opportunity to push through. If Keza gets that, I'm going to eat my own brain. Unbelievable plays right there. Fuzzy is going to get that rebuke, and he's going to try and make his way out towards the back. It's going to be number 5 in Fuzzy, just trying to solidify an opportunity to try and get some back control. And you can see that's going to be really difficult when you've got number 1 Brezzy already so far pushed up, but he's got tiles control, and it's going to force Team Ricochet to spawn out towards the back end of P1. And that's going to give the boys from Katana just a huge opportunity just to call them inside P5. This is going to be quite horrible if you are Team Ricochet.
Yeah, Brezzy's got a lot of attraction over towards this side as he manages to take one down. There's another man that's going to challenge him, and the head glitch isn't going to pay off on that occasion, but the trades will come through courtesy of Kez, who is still just fully lights out at the moment. His 35th gunfight win. Chaxter does spot Ross in mid and mops him up. And now Team Ricochet, they're only down to 10 lives now. This is looking a little bit worrying. Katana Gaming looking strong. They're not going to want to give this up. And look at Chaxter. He's making the play all the way around the back. Ross, though, just the sixth sense to realise that he's making the pinch. Gives his team an opportunity now just to try and prioritise the front of the hill. Keza watching down the left lane. Where are these players going to push from? It looks as though it's going to be all hands on deck over towards Platt. It looks as though they might be waiting for Fudzy to make the play. But in the meanwhile, one player has been picked off. 23 seconds remaining. Team Ricochet have got to go quickly here. Number 5. There's one that drops. Jocker's going to take down one in response. Aroma and Brezzy both get kills, though, for Katana, and they're mopping up players. 14 seconds remains now on the clock here for Ricochet to get this done. You can see Brezzy. He's going to pin them back, and Brezzy beams Fudzy in that one. 5 seconds remaining. Katana Gaming, they are taking this one without refute, Pablo, and this is a very, very important swing map.
2-1 to Katana Gaming. We are seeing this kind of absolute swing and momentum and confidence going right the way around for the team from Ireland, and their players that are beaming it on, largely on the back of a performance from Keza again, who just chalks up another massive KD. But you've got to look at Aroma as well. Oh my days, he's 36 and 21, yeah. 26 non-traded, 27 non-traded, 23 non-traded. There is no trading going on whatsoever from that team in purple. And as we hit into the 4th map, which is going to be a hard point, you've got to say right now, Team Ricochet have got it all to do. A Bocage hardpoint. We know how this map went last time, but this time round, things have been completely turned on their heads. The previous Bocage hardpoint going the way of Katana, I believe, was that map. Yeah, map 4, 250 to 119. So, Major, this is going to be huge for Team Ricochet right now.
Yeah, it was a big blowout last time. So, Team Ricochet, they're going to have to do what they did in map 1, which was improve, and they're going to have to do a lot of improvement from what we saw last time, because the last time that these guys met, as Pablo mentioned, it was pretty much a very, very one-sided affair. 250 to 119 to Katana Gaming. So at the moment, if you're Heffy and if you're a Katana fan, you're looking at this one and you're very, very happy with this performance so far. 2-1 up, they lead. They only need one more map, but my God, Pablo, how many times have we seen this team Ricochet with their back against the wall and they pull something out the bag? So they are down, but they are most certainly not out just yet.
Yeah, 100%, man. Team Ricochet have got resilience, have got determination. They've got everything in the bank to be able to turn this series around. And Bocage Hardpoint is the perfect place to do it. This is exactly, you know, if you needed a swing map, if you needed a map that could potentially throw up a mad situation, throw up crazy time situations, throw up, you know, great 2 pieces, great 3 pieces, then Bocage Hardpoint is the place. The players hate it, the viewers love it, the casters love it, and it's just, it's going to be wild. And you know, if Team Ricochet come out on top on this one, do not be surprised if we see a bracket reset. But they have got such a mountain to climb against 4 of the best players in Europe right now. And you know, one of the best players you would suggest that's come out of Europe for all time. So a big moment right now. And you know, Heffy is counting that money right now. But Kieran Williams is standing between you and that. And I'm sure he is willing his team, and the rest of Wales are willing the team on as well.
Yeah, I can imagine that Kieran, probably with a big Ricochet plaque and shrine behind him, just praying to the COD gods that his boys get this map done, because it's going to need a slightly different approach. One thing that we always guaranteed, Pablo, with this Team Ricochet side is pace, is aggression. And it was a surprise to see how one-sided it was the last time, because Team Ricochet are very, very good at this map. Kelsey's probably going to hate me and send me an angry message later, but when we saw them play Incentive, it was a battering. It was 250 to 34 against a very, very strong side. And then Katana, for that to do them 250 to 119, it is a bit of a shock. I won't hold back to say that map result was surprising. So for me, if Team Ricochet start off slowly, it might be pretty much the same picture. But if they get a really strong start on Bocage, which isn't easy to do, we might see a different game here. And more importantly, we're going to need some big kills and big moments from these Ricochet players.
And we did see it. We saw them get really good start on P1 against Brand New Day on both rotations, and it really did set them up. They made it a money hill in the end, so there is opportunity. We know Brand New Day weren't exactly firing on what we would consider to be their all cylinders, but they still had to be dealt with by Team Ricochet, so hopefully they're going to be able to take some of that confidence from those maps and just transpose them across, because this is the map right now. This is the ACCL VibePay Spring Invitational map of doom right now. You know, you can either take this to a map 5 and reset the bracket, or you're going home with £500 in your pocket, and Katana are going home with the big enchilada. So it all really comes down to this map, this Bocage hardpoint, and it's going to be 4 guys against 4 guys to try and see who can come home with the bacon, or whether we're going to see potential game 5. It's super exciting. I mean, this has got to be the most pressure these players have been under for a long time. We know the likes of Divil, you know, they need to go big right now. This is his moment to shine. He's had a couple of difficult maps, and then he seems to have just got better as the tournament has worn on. Team Ricochet really do need every player to go off. Fuzzy, again, another player that seems to have struggled over the last few maps, needs to go big. So they've got to draw on all their reserves, all their energy. We need to see the root man more than anything else, Major, go absolutely huge. And what a map for him to do it on.
Yeah, so we are just waiting. Everyone's in the lobby, guys. We are just waiting on the big green button to get us underway in arguably the messiest map that COD has produced in a long-ass time. So, Bocage hardpoint between these two. And at the moment, Pablo, it definitely feels as though Keza is the man that they need to keep quiet, especially on this map. We see how aggressive he is. He never hesitates to throw himself in at hills. We know that kind of Brezzy and Gabe, much more composed players. Chaxer even so. I wouldn't necessarily call him a full balls to the wall kind of sub-entry player, so to speak. He's very much more the big brain sub, making the plays, making the moments. So Kez is the man that they're going to have to try and keep quiet, you feel?
He's the old school entry, and he's the guy that you used to have just break into the hill and be, you know, if they're lucky, he gets a kill. If they're not lucky, he's bait. And they're able to then pick up the kills after that. That's exactly what Kez is. It's a role we don't really see that often in Vanguard right now, because obviously the time to kill means that a lot of these hills become kind of very contested, and we see trades go back and forth. It becomes very difficult to own the first hill. So yeah, dealing with Keza is going to be so vital. But again, he's very similar to Ross J in that he will find routes. He'll look to get in behind players. But this could be it. This is everything for Team Ricochet right now, and already Chaxter looking to try and get as aggressive as possible. Fudzy not with a great start, and already that kill feed going the way of Katana Gaming, although we do see Divil with a beautiful 2-piece, but Aroma's going to be there just to get in behind him. And he, again, Major P1, and this Bocage hardpoint proven to be as contestable as it ever is.
Yeah, and this is potentially Team Ricochet's last map in this entire tournament if they can't work some magic here. And Bocage is messy, and even more messy. So we'll see what these boys have got in offer for us. Keza, the man who we flagged up, was maybe somebody they're going to want to try and keep quiet. They did off the start as he gets his first kill on the board. Divil, though, going to put him to the sword in that one. And now already rotations in the hands of Katana Gaming. You can see that Gabe and his boys are already out the back. Gabe, nice shots there to Jocker. Nice shots there to Ross, and Aroma looking to try and mop up the pieces and help his team already try and start this push. And oh god, I'm so excited. It's grand final, isn't it? Try and push this lead out. There you go. Got there eventually.
Eventually, no worries. So you get tongue-tied. Bocage is the caster's tongue twister. But again, you know, Team Ricochet very adept at pushing from the front, but they're not able to do it this time. Nice solid hold from Katana. We do see that contest is going to force them off the hill, but they are immediately back on now with this very slender 10-second lead. It is going to be a little bit of control. They're going to try and get the pick over towards Fudzy, which they do. Ross J manages to drop Chaxter, but again, this is looking a little bit better for Katana Gaming. But right now with the boys in purple, although not able to get onto the hill, let's say that they get a 3-man wipe and just walk straight on. You can see number 5 and Fudzy already thinking about that P3, already thinking about trying to get spawned so that they don't get stuck, which is one of the problems they faced in the previous map. And as I say, that Brezzy just walks through middle. Unreal performance right there. But this is definitely a moment for Katana Gaming, as they just seem to deal with the boys in purple really effectively. They've managed to contain a 20-second lead, and this is looking a little ominous for the team in purple.
Here he goes. Root J, where's he going to run off to this time? I don't even think he knows sometimes. In towards the hill he goes. Is he going to run out the back? He looks as though he's just going to tuck himself away. There is one man up top, which Divil is going to make light work of. Chaxter's going to fall. Looks as though Kez is going to try and work a little bit of a pinch as well out towards the front. over from that AS&D side, but there are now bodies arriving from Katana. They're going to have to try and orchestrate this cleanly. We know how hard this hill can be to break. Joker in tools. There's Keza. He's going to fall. Bodies here, there, and everywhere from both respective teams. Joker's now the last man up. Joker with one. Can't get the second. Gabe is going to be the last man standing. Another kill potentially on the cards for him. And he chops down both Joker and Ross. Brezzy cleans out Foodsy. And Katana Gaming with an opportunity to soak up some remaining scrap time and push this lead out just that little bit further, ready for the new hill.
Yeah, number 3 in Chax, they're already thinking about Barn Hill. He's managed to push himself out towards Tin. He decides not to push through the front and decides to go around the back. He knows how Team Ricochet do like to get quite deep, and you can see already number 8 in Divil. In fact, I do believe it's Joker out towards the back. Chaxter pushes through, manages to deal with them, and that's going to give the boys from Katana a little bit of an early foothold in this Barn Hill. But again, those purple arrows start to converge, and that is kill after kill after kill after kill right there as the boys from Purple absolutely decimating with only this being about a 7-second lead. That is huge performance, and they're going to pin Katana Gaming right the way back, or they do get a couple of kills, and they are going to breach in for the contest. And this is again going to be a, imagine it's normally a contested kill, but this has not been back and forth like we normally see it. The boys in Purple done a good job, but Keza, the player you highlighted at the start, causing absolute work. He finally gets dealt with, and it's going to be Brezzy and Chaxter in to clean up the pieces. But that's still remarkably our Team Ricochet hill.
Yeah, it was just so messy, that one. Observing on that one was not easy. Players everywhere. And Gabe still going to try and play his life in the back. You can see, though, that Joker and Ross are all the way really, really far deep here. So where is that spawn going to come through? There's one for Gabe. There's going to be another man. I don't think he'll anticipate that 2 players are here, but his teammate Keza will after he sees the red dot drop. After he puts a few bullets into those players. And Foodsy and Divil just double stacking the hill here. Can Brezzy get some good timing onto these players? He's going to jump off the top. No, he's going to get cut down. Kessa, though, just playing his life over towards L. When's he going to chal out onto Foodsy? He's going to put a couple of bullets in, but now can they clear up the pieces? It doesn't look as though they can. Chaxter going to grab one. Chaxter looking for the second onto Divil. He won't do it. And Team Ricochet, decent amount of time on this hill so far, Pabs.
Yeah, a nice amount of time that's given them a very slender lead. Still, again, nothing to put between these two teams. Brezzy manages to get a 1. Is he going to get the second? No. It is going to be Chaxter and Aroma teaming up, but that is a 3-man wipe. Make that a 4 as the kill feed goes entirely away of the team from Ireland. That is huge plays right there. Team Ricochet, no response. Finally get a 2-piece. After a 6-man wipe right there from Katana Gaming. 87 plays 97, still a very slender lead for Team Ricochet, who are desperate to win this Bocage Hardpoint to bring this to a Game 5 in what could be the final moments of this ACCL Spring Invitational. But again, those purple arrows getting set up on the second rotation. Can you believe, Major, with how much has gone down? This is only the second rotation. Unreal performance from these two teams. No one willing to set foot on P1. No one to give that little bit of a sign that they are sat there. Finally, Katana feel confident to get onto the hill. And it's going to be Brezzy with another wonderful 2-piece. The man from France, 21 and 13, kill leader in the lobby. And I'll be honest, cool. Made the MVP so far for the online portion of this tournament. A huge pickup and huge plays from the big man.
Yeah, he's 5 in a row now, is Brezzy. Looking for another out the back of Joker. There's 6. Brezzy is here to stay. He's done a good job of helping his team just pin them back. And Chaxter now in a really good spot here. They're going to force Team Ricochet so far back. They have got to run literally the entire portion of the map, even just to get close to touching the hill. Chaxter is just going to reverse back a little bit to try and pick up a few of these players who are just wrapping all the way around the back. How many can he grab? Chaxter with 1, Chaxter with 2. No Chaxter, no party. In he goes, but Ricochet still on the hill. Chaxter, though, helping his boys, still spawning out the back.
You know, it looks like Chaxter's just seen Team Ricochet as a meal deal, and he's just plowed right through them. The big man, just unstoppable at times. 18 and 18, and that SMG just never gives up. He's just incessant, always looking for routes, always looking for ways behind. Big kill from Ross J, though, as he drops shots on Keza. Brezzy is going to be there to back things up, and that was the first opportunity really for Katana Gaming to get themselves a decent lead, and they just weren't able to make hay while the sun shined. Team Ricochet back on the hill. They're going to tie things back up, and Major, again, we cannot choose. This is so tight. I mean, I can't do the maths right now, but I would suggest that the slaying is about even, and it gets with the exception of Brezzy. And right now, 136 to 136. Every time we look at this game, no one can really get a foothold. No one can get a stranglehold in terms of time. And it's going to be Katana Gaming onto this P3 towards the second end, kind of midpoint of this second rotation. Aroma just looking to protect his mucker over towards the back of spawns, and that's going to be a 3-man wipe as Divil gets a 2-piece, and Fudzy and Jokka do manage to get some more time. So it is going to be another opportunity for Team Ricochet, potentially just to bring things back to parity. But Major, no one right now able to really get to grips with this game at all.
Yeah, still 10 seconds between Ricochet and Katana in terms of time, and there's around 12 kills, I believe, currently separating these two in favour of Katana. Meanwhile, Ross is doing his best to try and claw that one back. 6 to the good in terms of KD. 5 in a row now for him. And off he goes to the races. He's literally like Roadrunner, is Ross J. Off the top he goes. He will fall. But again, nothing separating these two teams as the Barn Hill pops. Divil won't be able to pick off any players. Chaxter just going to stay down, soak up some time. This is exactly what they need from him. The trades from Chaxter again, looking clean as he just repositions, waits for more players. Divil is going to be the same outcome as Chaxter gets another couple of kills. Every time we watch him, it looks as though he's just picking player after player. Ross, though, flies straight in. Never shy of any aggression. Keza, likewise the same. Round the corner he goes. Takes down both Divil and Ross. Keza looking to try and fly onto a few more players. And now with 30 seconds remaining, and Keza pushing out these lanes, this is a really big opportunity for Katana to get a big amount of time on this hill. And they are pushing this one out little by little.
Yeah, this could be huge for Katana. This is the first time we've seen any real difference. The first time in a while we've seen over 10-second lead as we approach what could potentially be a 30-second differential. And when Chaxter is playing like this is an absolutely worrying moment as Katana Gaming are potentially about to reach the 200-point mark. Only 40 seconds separating the two teams, but this has started to slip away from Team Ricochet. They're going to need to regain, they're going to need to regroup, and they're going to need to get back onto this P5. This is going to require them to go absolutely huge. Chaxter brings out the ordnance, plops it straight onto the head of Fudzy, and that's going to see them try and push out towards the back. No one on the kill at the minute. It is going to be Chaxter who gets dealt with, and that's a massive kill right there. Jokka with the worst timing as he gets a teammate straight onto Divil's head. Keza, again, that player we told they need to deal with. He's still not dead inside tower. Finally gets dealt with, but no one able to take advantage of this P5. It is going to be the boys from Team Ricochet. You do get a little bit of a touch, and finally you're going to see that player is going to be Divil onto the kill. The Major just slowly but surely ebbing that time back towards parity. It is only about 20 seconds. In fact, I think it's 22 seconds right now.
And now Chaxter going to try and clean the man off the scrap time. He's not going to be able to, and look who has snuck through the line. Shock Horror. It's the eel of Call of Duty, covered in butter. Ross has managed to slip through once again. Another kill for Ross J as he goes on the hunt up towards the top of Barn. Good luck keeping track of this, man. He is here, there, and everywhere. It must be so hard to con where he is. And at the moment, he is in Barn, running absolute mayhem for the boys of Team Ricochet. And he's having a hell of a map currently. 4 in a row, combining 8 now alongside his teammates. Jokka and Divil fall, though, so that streak now has now cut down, back down to 4. Spots Brezzy. There's one for him. Ross looking to try and grab some more potentially as he tucks himself away in a corner. He's going to get tracked down and will drop eventually. So no streaks for Ross. Potentially a little bit more frantic than he might have hoped. But at the moment, through all this madness, Team Ricochet, look at the score, Pablo. We are back to even once again.
Oh, mate, just don't tell me it's going to go down to time, because that will make me lose my hair right there. 206 to 206. It is going to be Katana just going to take the remaining scrap time as we see Team Ricochet try and get set up for a solid P2. It's the first time, in fact, I think today that we've seen them set up from backed in. So this could be novel for them and whether they're going to be able to cope. You can see that spread. They're just trying to deal with any potential pushes, and that's going to leave Divil roaming around. And again, because he's pushed right the way through, it's allowed 2 players in Chaxter and in Keza to push through. They do get dealt with, though. That's huge right there. Keza, though, being the pain in the bum that he can be. And eventually he plays his life and he's going to be able to contest. He does get dealt with, and that's going to allow the team in Purple to push back through Barn. And we can see Major, that kill feed again. Ross J with another big 2-piece. 213 Major to 212 right now. This is incredible scenes.
This is big time here. This is big time here for Katana if they can just keep Keza alive on the hill. He just needs to stay down. He's got help looking over the top of him, but the native Divil is going to land pucker right next to him as the boys in purple punch in once again. Gabe has just been staying by this back tank for what feels like an absolute eternity as he's going to try and get some nades onto the point. This is big contest time as well. There's one. The nade from Gabe is perfect as it lands onto one, and Keza cleans out another. And 10 seconds of scrap time, although it doesn't seem like a huge amount of time. It is massive in the grander scheme of things from what we are seeing at the moment. And now Katana Gaming, they are ready to go in towards the bottom Granny's Hill. Ricochet, they have to break in. Jocker round the back. Is he going to spot Gabe at the right time here? Chaxter's going to catch him out. No, he's not. Jocker with one. Jocker, can he get the second? Jocker with a huge set of kills, but Keza's still alive in the hill. They only need 12 seconds. Ricochet, they've got to go in. They're spawning out the back. Will Keza realise it? Keza with one. Bodies throwing themselves here, there, and everywhere. There's another one for Keza. Out he goes. In he goes. Keza with 2. 5 seconds remaining. Someone's got to kill this man. They finally manage to maybe glance at an opportunity to push him Ricochet, but Chaxter around the back. Chaxter with 2. Jocker's in. It's absolute carnage inside the box. Who on earth do we switch to? My God. Katana Gaming, they only need 2 more seconds. It is an absolute mess inside this hill. Ricochet, you've got to stay alive. You've got to keep the men up. Can they do it? Chaxter trying to make the play round the back. He can't do it, but they're in and they get it done. And Katana, through all the carnage, finally see this map over, and they will be crowned your ACCL VibePay Spring Invitational champions. Holy crap, breathe.
Oh my days, Major Chafin, hats off for the cast at the end of that bocage. It was wild. Keza getting a 3-piece, Chaxter getting a 2-piece, and Katana Gaming take home £2,500. And I am in darkness. The lights have gone out in Liverpool in honor of Katana Gaming because that was a wild performance right there. Huge plays in the end. And the team from Ireland, Katana Heffy, take a bow. But a pickup of Brezzy has seen them through to the very end, and what a performance that was. 250 in the end, and unreal scenes towards that. Peter and Major, how many times have we seen that bottom Grannies become the focal point of such a monumental game? Time is on no one's side. The ticks are going down. The time is going down. The kills, the 2 pieces, the 3 pieces. Someone does need to get Keza a pint though, because he went absolutely huge in that final kill. And literally 14 seconds separate Team Ricochet from a Game 5 and reset bracket. And Katana Gaming take it 3-1. Unreal performance there.
So, there you go. We have our champions. And courtesy of ACCL and VibePay, those boys will be taking home a huge chunk of change. I will just quickly sort out the replays for you guys. But it's been an incredible day of Call of Duty. Katana Gaming, rightly so. I'm sure Heffy and the boys are going to be having plenty of beers on that one. Get the guineas ready, because the Irish are here. Katana Gaming, congratulations to them. Commiserations, though, to Team Ricochet. They have been brilliant all day long. Unfortunately, though, they weren't able to get it over the line. And what we're going to quickly do is just give Mr. Gabe a raid. Why not? I say he's one of the players on the team. He's had a rough year by his standards, Pablo, but he's deserved it. And we'll drop in to his channel, show him some love. But thank you very much to everyone who has tuned in. It's been an incredible day of Call of Duty. A huge shout out, obviously. I'll thank Pabs after for this one for joining me the whole time. But a huge shout out to everyone involved in the ACCL and all the players. But that is going to be it from us for this Spring Invitational. Thank you very much, guys. We will catch you, hopefully, sooner rather than later. If not, in Newcastle, where we do it all over again, baby. So thank you very much, guys, for tuning in. And we will see you all later.